Hello, 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 and welcome to another Battle Streams in Middle Earth. I'm Steve. I'm here with Damien. How you doing, pal?
Very well. How you doing?
Yeah, good, good, good. I've got my
Cool,
beer.
cool, cool. Yep, I have.
Yeah,
I don't actually have the gin today. I'm a bit headachy, so I left the spirits.
yeah, that's good. I
I've
was getting
got,
worried. I was getting worried you were drinking a lot. I was worried about it.
still got a couple of beers here, and I got a pint of squash to get me through the next few hours.
Nice. I've just got extra large bottles of Moretti, the big ones. Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
very nice. And naturally,
Yeah, no chocolate for me.
got yours?
No,
Ate it again? Can't help
I got
yourself.
nothing, mate. I got nothing. I just think got it. I just think got it.
Had a huge chocolate stock up this week. Oh, should we say hello in case anyone's watching this new?
Yes. Hi guys.
And
How are we?
How are we?
Do you
How many
always?
people?
Uh, 17 are in.
17 are in
Oh,
already.
20 are in. It's,
20 are in.
it's
That's
jumping
three
up
more.
and down. Yeah, it's jumping
23
up and down.
presumably, yeah?
I'm 15 of them. I'm watching on 15 devices. So I like to watch myself.
It's like NASA, but every screen is just you. Hello to you, people, and welcome to episode 7, I believe, of Battle Streams Middle Earth.
Yep.
Our now weekly show that was never intended to be weekly, where we go through an issue of Battle Games in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
This week it is naturally for episode 7. It is issue 9.
Yeah. Makes
You'll
complete
understand why
sense.
that is if you've seen some of the older issues. We go through one of these issues. We have a little flick through. We reminisce about the scenery tutorials, about the way the game was, and such things. And we also paint along with the models that came with the magazine. So, do you know what came with this magazine, Steve?
Uruk-hai Captain, by any chance.
Indeed, there he is.
Look at
It
that.
was
Beautiful.
that
Beautiful.
fighting Uruk-hai. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. I have one, but he is already painted.
I've got him as well, but I don't actually think I got him out of the case.
Right.
I painted him years and years ago. I took him to the GT this year, actually, that model. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came with that. So this week's model is Fighting Uruk-hai Captain. But as we said last week, that's incredibly specific. There's 3 Uruk-hai Captain models, 4 if you include the Siege Engineer, but we still thought it was worth broadening it out a bit. So today's painting challenge is any Uruk-hai hero.
Yes.
So as always, I've chatted to Tim today actually, and he very kindly said that he was going to send some more of these over because we went weekly and ran out. So I can still offer these. If you want to win one of these fantastic priority tokens.
Does he just have an endless supply of these? Does he?
Yeah, they were done for his event in Mayhem in the Mountains, and they're not dated, so I presume he got loads and loads of them.
Right,
He's an
okay.
incredibly kind man. I think I bought him a beer at Nova once, and it clearly paid off.
Yeah. One beer.
Yeah,
one beer you bought him, and he sent you 5 million tokens.
That's it. Pay it forward, mate. If you want to be in with a chance of winning one of these, Balrog on one side, Duranzax on the other, all you have to do is throughout this stream work on an Uruk-hai hero of some sort. That's it. So any Uruk-hai hero, which of course does allow you, if you want to be extra cheeky, to get someone like Shagrat in there.
Yep.
Because he is an Uruk-hai. So that's what we're working on today, and the idea is that you dig an old model that you haven't even thought about painting out of your backlog and out of the case, prime him, fall in love with that model all over again, and get that backlog cleared. That's the aim of the stream.
So what have you chose to paint along to then?
Indeed, excellent question, sir. Shall I go over to model cam?
Yeah, you nearly said it, didn't you?
I really did. So let's check that. So, where is he?
There he is.
There he is.
Beautiful sculpt.
Hang on, my light's in the wrong place. So we want to go up here, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that better? Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
that's better.
So this is what I've chosen to paint the amazing Uruk-hai Scout Captain, who, until 2 months ago, maybe I never thought I'd get a chance to paint because he was never released.
No.
Awesome Middle Earth team put him in as part of the Uruk-hai Scout Command. And he got very little fanfare. I remember that.
Yeah.
It came out the people just talk about the models that have come back and go, look at the Scout Captain.
Yeah, he's
so
cool.
I've chucked some base coats and some shade on him, and I'm going to be painting him. And there is an outside chance, I was saying to Steve today, that he might be finished by the end of the stream.
That'll be a rarity.
Yeah, and he was white. I'll show you these guys now because I've obviously got him primed, but he was in this state a few hours ago.
Cool.
So there's the banner bearer. and there's the drummer.
Yeah,
So I chucked space coats on him, and yeah, if I could paint him in a day, that'd be awesome. What about yourself?
I have because I went through a phase because we were doing our slow grow before this pandemic kicked in, and I chose Uruk-hai. I was painting a lot of Uruk-hai, and I got a lot of stuff painted. So I painted all the heroes, painted all my captains. Shamans, I didn't have any intention of using in any of my forces, but so I've got these two. So I'm going to get these guys painted, and then they're there if I decide to give them a run out. I've got them, I know they're done.
And you're also, if I switch away from not model cam and go back to here, you are also completing the set with the last guy.
Yeah, boy.
Because I've got the drummer and the banner there. And you're, so I've got that. Is he? I think is he there? No, I've got a few Uruk-hai models here that I got out. He was that shaman. I've done both of them, but he was always my shaman when I was doing my competitive Isengard army. So he's one of
the armoured one.
No, the other one.
Oh, the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, I preferred the other one because the other one matched my kind of feral Uruk-hai theme more.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he must be one of the models that I've taken to the most events.
Yeah.
There's no way of ever knowing this really, but I reckon if you went through it all, it would be maybe Saruman on horse, Grima, Vrasku, and that shaman are probably the models that I've taken to the most events.
Yeah, because back then it was back then it was like 12 in a warband, wasn't it? So you were getting another 12 warriors with him.
And Fury could go to a 5-up save.
Yeah, which was super cool.
Do you want to check if people can hear us and if we're live?
That'd be a good idea.
I just realised
we are live.
Hooray!
So that's working.
Does anyone care?
What I'll do, we'll jump in the chat, and then as I'm in the chat, I'll see if anything pops up of people saying we cannot hear you. You sound like you're underwater.
People saying why haven't they started yet?
We can hear Steve. We can't hear Damien. All that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll jump in the chat. So Justin was in just before we started, saying ready to go.
He's a stalwart of Battlefield.
Yeah. He's one of the crew, isn't he? Nicholas Gardner says, "Oh wow, I actually have an Uruk-hai captain at home. The stream should still be going by the time I get there. Run, my friend."
Nick Gardner.
Run, yes.
I shan't believe that Nick Gardner is going to paint not an elf.
Tanya's in, says hi all. How you doing, Tanya? It's good to have you. You know what I've noticed about Tanya? She's there at the start of every stream.
Vanishes.
Then disappears. Don't get involved. Don't get involved.
Rude is what it is, Tanya.
Just come on, Tanya.
Oh, Tanya's in. You guys like that's gone.
Yeah. it's like she thinks I'll say hello. They'll think I'm there, and then I can get on with my life. It's all about me.
It's what a clever student will do, right? In seminars, if you don't know a lot, you answer the first question and you talk a lot.
Yeah, make it last an hour.
Your lecturers remember you. And
then... Tharg says, "Hey guys, Yanko here, ready and waiting."
Oh, excellent.
Dug out alerts that I semi-finished as well. So yeah, I think Yanko has the same miniatures prepped. I see in his picture that I'm painting tonight. Plus he's dug out alerts, so he's going for it.
Cool.
Justin says, "Okay, time to pour my glass of wine and grab a Wonder Bar, which, if you're in the UK, is a Star Bar."
Nice.
Paul Merritt. Hi everyone. How are you doing, Paul?
That's Paul's first time in the chat, isn't it?
It doesn't ring a bell, the name. So yeah, if it is your first time in the chat, Paul.
Paul's this sounds so derogatory to refer to him only in relation to someone else, but he's mates with Sam McGuinness.
Ah, right, okay.
Merritt, isn't it? I think.
Oh, I don't know.
I might be hugely embarrassing myself, but I'm sure it's that Paul Merritt.
Is that the Paul who? If it is that Paul, I think we had a conversation, Paul, in the Beefeater at one of the Warhammer World events.
Yeah, maybe
one time. Yeah,
I think they were at dinner with us after Throne of Skulls. I want to say.
Yeah, possibly.
But yeah, lovely guy and awesome painter as well.
Yeah. Henry Marshall's in. He says, "Evening, gents. How are you doing, Henry?" Sam Gibbs, hello from New Zealand.
New Zealand. So was that? That's God. I'm glad we put up those alternate times. It's finally worth it. Isn't it like 6 a.m. there?
It's crazy time.
Thank you.
It's crazy time.
Who was that, Sam?
Sam Gibbs. Welcome, Sam. You are most welcome.
What the hell are you doing, man?
Obviously, it's Saturday morning. He's got nothing else to do.
But what a great! This is like Saturday morning TV, right?
Yeah. except a bit crapper.
Yeah.
A bit crap.
Smooth.
Tanya says, got no Uruk-hai left. I got them all painted when I started working from home. Yes, I remember seeing them. They look awesome. They do look awesome. Sim your berserkers. Frederick Schultz is in. He says, evening all. How you doing, Frederick? Michael Haskell, evening gents. Going to be painting the 3 metal Uruk-hai ballista crew. I don't know if that counts or not.
Yeah, it was Siege Engineer Captain.
He's captain, yeah, he's captain. So you're in, my friend.
Just.
Justin says, Michael Haskell, if you're painting the Siege veteran captain, I believe you're good. Yeah. Tanya's still looking for an Uruk-hai ballista and crew. It's proven difficult to find one.
I got mine from Element, I believe, with your tip-off. When they were, before the GT, I needed one more.
Yeah.
And GW were out of stock, and Element just had one in, and got it and sent it to me. So I've now got two. Got a fine glass one and a metal one.
I've got two. I got two as well.
Painted?
Yeah. Do you want me to go and get them? They're literally there.
Yeah, of course they are.
I've got to get them.
Can't believe it.
What it?
If you're new to the stream, Steve will now leave, and then he will return and say, "No, I couldn't find it."
I thought they were there anyway.
No. Nice. Is it one of each, like material?
Look at this. There we go, mate.
Is that one of each? Why you no talk to me?
2 ballistas. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
didn't want to talk to you.
Oh, brilliant. Is it one of each?
No, both metal, mate.
Both, mate. Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't mess
I was very pleasantly surprised by the Finecast kit. Although it's a weird kit, right? You have to bend a bit, don't you? You have to the counterweight, not the counterweight, the supports with the 3 bars.
I had to bend it all.
You have to bend one. That's in the metal kit. It's not like a Finecast problem. You have to physically, if you imagine the 3 bars are like lined up, so you got 3 bits of wood like that.
Yeah.
If they're lined up like that, you have to bend that one out.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. As a bit of design.
It's probably because they probably have it flat on the mold, don't they?
And it works all right. It feels worse doing it with metal because you're like, I shouldn't have to bend this surely. But then with the Finecast one, you're terrified it's going to snap.
They weren't fun to put together. The metal ones. Not for me anyway. I didn't enjoy putting them together, but.
No, I agree.
I got there.
Awesome models now in the new Legion.
Yeah, that's why I got them because you were waffling on about them. So I thought, right, well, I'll get one, and then I thought, what's better than getting one? I'll get 2. Standard.
Yeah, well, 65 points, right?
Yeah.
2 of them for the price of a Mordor catapult.
I got them for the slow grow. I have no intention of using them against anyone who brings a nice fluffy list against me. But if I find out anyone's bringing filth, I'm just going to plonk them 2 in my slow grow list when I play them. And go, haha, in your face. Your leader's doing nothing all game.
Watch out for the ways.
In the ways, yeah. Matt Prescott's in. How you doing, Matt? Good evening. How is everyone tonight? I'm very, very well. Me and Matt have been playing Battle Companies on TTS. It's very, very cool. Janelmo's in. Says, greetings. Janelmo. Have we had Janelmo in before?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell, Janelmo. Anyone else who's new, it's the first time in the chat, do let us know that you're new. Let us know where you're from, what you're painting, and what factions you play, or what leagues that you're in. That'd be good to know. Frederick says, I'll have to leave early to watch a silly film on TV, but still nice to be here again. Hope everyone is doing well.
That's offensive.
If that film's silly, what does that make us? That we're getting shunned for it?
I want to know what's good enough.
Tell you. Nick Gardner, unfortunately, no drinking while painting for me tonight because I have work tomorrow, but ironically, it's at the Budweiser plant.
Oh.
Bring lots of empty flasks.
Wise.
Miniature Realms Studio, evening all, how you doing? Frederick says, Nopper's Bar and Silly Green Cocktail for me. A Nopper's Bar?
I don't know what Nopper's is. It's Schultz, is that Germany?
It's Germany. I think it's Germany, yeah.
The Nopper Bar?
Yeah.
Don't know.
You sounded German when you said it then, Damien.
I know, right?
Yeah, you did. Darren Amore's in. Good evening, everyone. How are you doing, my pal? Frederick says, painting Shagrat, still working on my Orc Captain from last time. That was that nice conversion on the Wild Warg. Cheeky.
Yeah, there you go. Smack Shagrat in.
Yeah. Oh, big jump in the chat. You guys have been chatting tonight. Where are we? He also says, just bought Uruk Captain from this issue on eBay, but it's not here yet.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah. Nick Gardner says it would be a dream if GW would collect all the All Terrain articles from their various books and magazines and turn it into its own book. Well, it just so happens that we're having the Best of White Dwarf coming out soon, and I'm really hoping that there is some Terrain stuff in there.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That'd be cool.
Got what though? Very much to choose from.
I know. I started my career from Gold Force, says Frederick, in about 2014. Then forgot about it and dug it up in 2016. Got it somewhat ready for Ardacon 2018. Excuse me. And I'm still working on Mordor Orcs. I like the Mordor Orc models. Are cool.
On the metals. Yeah, gorgeous.
Fohammer, hey guys, what did I miss? Apparently winning a token on the last stream. Was it Tim who won it last time? One of them?
Yeah, Tim Garlick. Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently you did win, Tim. You're lucky you got it because you weren't here. We could have given it away, but we didn't. We chose, but well, better not. Justin says, painting Uruk-hai captain shown in the issue. I slightly modified mine to look a bit more dynamic. Why am I not surprised, Justin? In fact, Damien, you know this captain. He goes by the name of Thoim.
Oh, I do know this captain. Do you want to see him?
Yeah.
What's he doing to him now? He's painting him again. He's already painted.
He must be painting him again. It could be a long lost cousin. While Damien gets that, I'll crack on. Tanya says, we can hear you and see you both. Awesome. And you're still here, Tanya. That's always good. Justin says, sound is good from across the pond. Good stuff. Larry Miller's in. Mine would probably be either my Saruman or the original Thorin with Orcus and Open Shield or King Thorin. What was that for, Harry? Larry, remind me. What were we asking? You got your earphones in, Damien? There he is.
Stuck on the other camera.
Stop. Nobody tell him what I was saying. Tanya says, yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this.
Yeah, boy.
Young issue 8. You wouldn't believe. Justin wrote an article.
Oh, I remember that.
Food. And it was. I don't want to misquote him on this, but it was about losing a lot, but not minding about it. And one of his tips for how to enjoy games that you lose was about entering the story, and to develop another way is to develop a story to keep track of your battles over time. In most games, you'll be playing with your own force, which you will have spent many hours painting. Don't be afraid to enjoy the history your army has. For example, Thoim, an Uruk-hai captain in my Isengard force, has always shone above his peers in my games, to the point where I now look to honour his memorable moments by painting another white hand somewhere on his armour, or by adding a bit more blood spatter to his shield. I do the same with many models in my armies and enjoy the bond it creates. Adding to my army story is something that helps me to enjoy my games.
That's cool.
And there he is. There is Thoim.
Oh, yeah.
In the flesh.
So the conversion there is he's like striding, isn't he? He's not, because he's stood. He's the original one. He's just kind of stood.
Yeah. Do you know what? In all the, yeah, you're absolutely right. In all the many times I've read this and proofed it, I never noticed that. Yeah, he's almost got him running. It's incredibly cool, and I never even noticed. Sorry, Justin.
There you go.
It's a good conversion, though, right?
There you go. Tanya says that she fell asleep. That's why she missed the back end of the stream.
It happens.
That must have been, that's because we were terribly boring.
Probably
so I don't know what's worse, that she was being polite and just popped in and then done one, or fell asleep midstream.
Yeah, it's not great either way, is it?
So it's lesser of two evils. Larry says,
Black that arrived this week, being used for the first time ever.
Larry says that's Thorin 2 or 5. What are we talking about here, Larry? I can't remember. What were we talking about?
Larry Miller.
Yeah, Larry says mine would probably be either Saruman, my Saruman, or either original Thorin with Orcust.
He's talking about models that he's taken to an event.
Okay.
And yeah, he loves a good Thorin.
Yeah. Nicholas Gardner says, well now, Damien, I still have Haldir and Rummel in the works. I'm lowering myself to participate.
Glad to hear it, Nick.
Chico Dank says, hey all, how are we doing? How you doing, Chico? And Green Tree's in. Welcome again, Green Tree. He says, hello again, everybody. Aaron's in. Aaron Noonan Guy. Good evening, guys. Welcome, Aaron. Bruno Carico is in. Hey all. Hey, Bruno. Paul Merritt. Yeah, that's the one. Sam's mate. Cheers, Damien.
Sorry, dude.
Oh, it's just jumped.
Paul has done for one of the. I can't remember what tournament it was. One of the Warhammer World ones. He did a beautiful Ammon Hen army.
Yeah.
He did it might have been the GT because I think he had both. So he would have had the Fellowship and then he had Uruks. So he's definitely got some Uruks knocking around.
Yeah.
You might be able to dig one out.
Get some paint on. Sam Gibbs, it's 7 a.m. here in New Zealand. Great morning television. 7 a.m. Matt Prescott says, we'll be joining in painting with Lurks. Good man. Ginelmo says, I had 2 metal ballista, but after my last tournament, a car on the parking lot backed over my case and destroyed the 2 ballistas.
Oh, that is grim.
Ooh. I had to roll a harsh letter.
What happened, man? Did you go postal? Was it your fault? Did you left it there, or was it a guy reversing too fast, or
yeah, that's crazy.
Anything else? Tell us everything about that. God, I'm so sorry, dude.
Tim Cullimore says, "Are we expecting another Warhammer preview soon?" No.
They said that was it for this month. I feel they said that. Well, I think they said there'd be another one in May.
Oh, did they say? I didn't hear that. So fair.
Yeah, they talked about it right at the end, and they said they basically said don't get your hopes up for a while.
Yeah. Nicholas Gardner's loving life. He says, just got a message from my boss that I'm not working tomorrow.
Jackpot.
Time for that Captain Morgan tonight. Guys, it's as if the planets aligned.
That's an absolute snow day, isn't it? Everything's come up Millhouse there.
Justin says, at Genamo, that is tragic. Yeah, that's crazy. Michael Haskell, Damien, I finished watching Autumn 2014 Blackgate 4 GBHL host battle report during this week. Have you ever rolled worse than that battle report?
That's what we were talking about last time.
Yeah.
Or attrition, Michael. And no, I don't think I have. Was I remembering that right, Michael? It was like a troll losing to Merry or Pippin 3 turns in a row or something. Disgusting behaviour. Wretched night.
Crazy. Green Tree says Morrison's chocolate milk for me. No booze.
What's that? Oh, what he's drinking?
Yeah. Frederick says it's a show where they play bad movies, ridicule them, and have a drinking game each time. Damien, I gave Tom 2 Knoppers waffles. I'm glad you said it. For the SBG team at Ardacon last year, I believe you had one, and yes, it's German. You had a Knoppers waffle?
Or Tom had 2.
Did you? Tom had 2 Knoppers waffles. That's a t-shirt, that, isn't it? Tom had 2 Knoppers waffles. Try saying that quick 4 times.
He probably gave it to me. Sorry, God, I've eaten one then, maybe. Oh, well, thank you very much, Frederick. I loved it and definitely remembered
it. Paul M says, hey up Chucks, first time watching one of these. I'm kicking back with a wee dram and a blister of Watchers Arcana. Nice, Watchers Arcana, eh? Still get your pictures in the... I've put a thread, guys. I haven't said it, I should have done. I have put a thread up in the GBHL... Excuse me, this bit is repeating on me something terrible. In the GBHL Facebook group for all your whips, instead of PMing them to me. And we can grab them off there as and when kind of thing. But they're there for you to all have a look at, which is cool. And I think it's a little bit better because then there's something then still there after the stream with all the pictures of the stuff that we were talking about.
It's nice to have that as a kind of like record of look at all these models that probably wouldn't have got painted that did.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
I know what we're trying to do.
Aaron says, Steve, did you finish the Hobbits last week? I can't remember seeing if they were posting the groups. No, man. No, they're still... I'm not being funny, right? But there they are. They're still in the same
pose,
same thing that they were last week. There we go. Flesh done. That's all that's done. Because I have been very, very busy finishing a Skiliath, and it is actually there. If you look behind me,
it looks amazing, man. That's all the pictures say. Have you done it? I think it looks like it could do with one more off-white dry brush.
I've not done it yet. I've not done it yet. But yeah, it's cool. I'm happy with it. I'm going to drop that at the studio tomorrow and then start on the next one.
Do I believe that you said a few weeks ago, if it came out as it did in your head, it would be the best board you'd ever done?
Yes.
Is it?
I think so.
Hey, Frost. Saying something.
As far as visuals, when the models are on it, and playability, I think it's probably the best playable board that I've done.
Congratulations, sir.
I'm really happy with it. So I'll be dropping that off tomorrow, and I'll start getting the next doing the timber work for the next board over the weekend at some point.
Dropping it off.
Huh? Oh, at the studio.
Right.
There's no one there, so I can just I've got keys to get in the building.
Dare we ask what's the next one?
No.
Right. I gave you a world nerd exclusive about issue 10 last week. Stream's Middle Earth fan. Surely to goodness.
No, I'm doing there's 3 or 4. I think there's 4. So one of them is another Hobbiton board.
Cool.
I've already got 2 Hobbiton boards, but this one is not got anything kind of landmarkish on it like Bag End like the other one has. And again, I'm going for the theme of it being very playable, but very interesting to play on.
As in, it's not a particular area of the Shire; it's just like generic hobbit holes or something.
Yeah. So I'm going off. Do you know the bit where Gandalf's coming in on his cart in the movie? I'm using that visual as my.
As you see Bag End right at the top of the screen, that.
Yeah, but Bag End's not going to be on it, so it's going to be half, like probably a third of the board is going to be nothing. It's going to be like a wood with a path on it and some like little hills and divots, and then he's going to be entering the Shire, and then there'll be like just normal hobbit holes. So I've got a handful of the Forge World hobbit holes that I'm going to use just dot them around. But it's going to be quite an interesting board, a lot more interesting than I've made it sound anyway. And then a Pelennor one. There's a Pelennor as well.
It's a field.
Yeah, it's a field. Yeah. And a Pelennor field one.
So what are you going to do in that? Because I genuinely, all joking aside, like there's not a lot of recognisable terrain on that unless you're doing
Dead Mummock
or the Ramus Echo.
Dead Mummock.
Dead Mummock, love it.
And then loads of in my head. You know, like they're catapulting out the chunks of the masonry work from Minas Tirith.
Oh yeah.
So they're going to be dotted all around the board.
Destroyed siege equipment, maybe.
Yeah, it's like smashed up siege towers and stuff like that. But quite big and bulky, not just like so it looks like you say like a flat board with a bit of thing, and it's going to be quite interesting. So yeah, it's going to be one of those next. That'll be what I'm working on next week. I better jump back in the chat, and I've just been waffling away.
What about the 4th one?
I can't tell you them because they're upcoming videos.
Oh.
You see, so we'll just give it away. So to answer your question, Aaron, no, I've not finished them Hobbits. Genomo says, not new, has been here the last few times. Also painted a Legolas 2 weeks ago from Denmark.
Ouch, sorry.
Yeah, come on, Damien. Come on.
God, we're such jerks.
Larry Miller says that was models we've taken to most tournaments. Mine's either Saza or one of Thorin's. What's Saza? What would that be?
Saruman.
All right, Saza. You only put one Z, Larry. That's what threw me.
The Saruman not let you call him Saza? You're not there yet.
No, but not with one Z anyway. 2 Z. I'm still at 2 Zs. Yeah. Dan Nelly, evening gents. Sorry, I will be painting Shagrat tonight. I'm putting final touches to a Wall Chieftain from last weekend. I apologise for being late. Do not worry, Dan. You're here now. That's all that matters, my friend. Justin says, just to clarify, Damien, yes, I'm in the process of repainting him. I also cleaned up the conversion on his arm. He has been promoted to my leader of my new Isengard Legendary Legion list. Time for an upgrade. I like the thought of that.
Yeah, that's really good because he's had this little thing that I just read out of the magazine where he was doing it anyway, and then out comes a Legendary Legion that needs an unnamed Uruk captain to be the general. It's got to be it.
It's very cool. And then we've got Anders Talks Hobbies, who is Alistair here, not painting yet. Still, Anders are you got the YouTube channel that I commented on where you were using green stuff for converting a bannerman? Is that you? If it is, welcome. I like that video. I liked it a lot. Keep them coming, my friend. Paul Merritt says, managed to find an Uruk-hai captain to paint tonight. Good man. Adam D. Hello all. Hope we're all well during these times. We're as well as can be.
You what?
We're as well as can be.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Ginamo says, I didn't know that it was destroyed before I got home because they did not tell me before I sent a message out to the people that were at the tournament to see if anyone knew what had happened to them. Oh.
That is wretched.
So it was an anonymous smashing.
It's a drive-by smashing.
It's a drive-by, that's worse. That's
Grim.
worse. Sorry about that, my friend.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Did you get a chance to replace them at all? And were they beyond repair? I'm assuming they were if they were driven over.
Car.
Yeah.
It's not a broken sword, is it?
Do you want to sell them so I can use them as scatter terrain on Pelennor?
I thought you were going to offer him yours, and you went the other way.
Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes. That was terrible. Bad joke. Nicholas Gardner, thank God elves don't have to worry about transporting their siege engines. That's true. What faction-wise, who's got siege engines? So you've got Isengard, Mordor, Iron Hills, Gondor.
How's it doing?
Yes, that little catapult thing, crossbow thing. Is that it? Because Mordor have got a couple, haven't they?
Yeah, siege bow and the catapult. I don't like it when you
put
me under.
Goblin. Is catapult troll classed as Goblin Town?
Yes. No. No, the mercenaries are, but the troll isn't.
Right.
Azog's Legion would get it.
Yeah, Azog's Legion.
Azog's Legion would get it.
Yeah. And they get the thingy tower at Azog's Tower, don't they, as well soon?
Yeah.
Where are we? Reese Taylor's in. How do you guys? What are you painting tonight? Any Uruk-hai hero, but specifically tonight, the magazine dictates that it is the Uruk-hai captain with his sword in the air, but it's any Uruk hero we're saying to people, which is cool. Are you joining in, Reese? Are you going to get something painted? Are you joining in with the bears? Cheers. Slurp. Ginamo says, I'm trying to get the motivation to scratch build the parts that could not be saved. Yeah.
God, it's just this.
It's hard enough to build with the right parts, isn't it? So we were just talking about that. It's a shocker. Have you looked at 3D printed files, says Nicholas Gardner? That's not a terrible idea, mate. Say, spending the money, I think you can justify it because you've already purchased 2 of them. Aaron says, the Ascilius board does look amazing. I'd love to play in it. One day, my friend, one day. It will be at Scouring, so come down. Tim says, I finished my Athelian Hobbits and Gollum. We'll put a post up over the weekend. Good man. Green Tree says, Steve, have you used the new WWS applicator on the Ascilius board? Only in tiny little bits because I didn't really want grass, like sticky up grass, because the only static grass that I've got here is 4mm. I'm struggling to get all of the 2mm stuff, which is what I did want to put on it. So I've put little bits on, but not too much, because I think it would look too... I don't want it to look like the green areas to look lush. I want it to look...
It's tough, isn't it? Because I always, whenever I do stuff, it's normally for display boards rather than scenery boards. But you often get these places where you want some sort of scatter material on it, but you don't want it to look like grass.
Yeah.
You need a colour. I found that with the Paths of the Dead board.
Yeah.
I was like, I need a bit of green in here to bring all these cliffs to life. But
yeah.
I obviously don't want grass because it's meant to be underground.
Yeah. Model Flock's your friend. There.
I found a black flock in the end actually, which worked really well.
Yeah. Yeah, you get it in all different colours. I've got blacks, greys, loads of browns. The browns are great. Browns are really nice.
It ended up looking like a kind of mossy mould or something. It was good.
Yeah.
I liked it.
He says, hang on a second, where are we? I'm scared of moving this chat because it jumps. Flipping heck, I've lost it again, Anna. Good at this, aren't I? He says, suppose not a lot of grass in Ascilius. No, not really. I did put bits, but like I said, where the green areas were, I want it to look like it's really battered and been trodden on, and there's a lot of like dirt paths in where they are and things like that. So, but there is little bits. You can find little bits on there. They're basically on there because I just wanted to use my applicator. Nicholas Gardner says, I nominate a Lothlorien board, but I'm told I'm biased. Yeah.
proper Lothlorien board with the huge like Malon trees and the flats would be amazing.
Yeah. If I have a spare 12 months to build one of those, I'd be all over it. If someone makes decent 3D files for it, I'll do it. But the thought of building that and then having it at my first event and someone just putting their arm right through one of the passageways would give me nightmares. Aaron says, I really want to build an Ammonhem board. There might be a video coming that interests you then, my friend. Following on from the Dunlun display board, which was very, very popular. I'm doing another one which has got a little bit more advanced techniques on it.
Another display board?
Yeah. Well, a video for it. But it's a bit further down the line yet. Got loads.
Would it be Ammonhem?
I think so.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but it's way off yet. It's way off yet. I've got so much more to do. Depends how I say it's way off. With this lockdown, I seem to be getting through quite a lot of video stuff. But yeah, keep an eye out for that. It just shows a bit. It shows you how to build like ruins and stuff, rather than use the 3D printed stuff, which is a bit of a cheat. But it's still...
You've also got those original Middle Earth ruins, haven't you? Can you need them?
Yes. Yeah. There's loads of cool stuff. I'm doing. In fact, I can get. Do you know what? While we're on, we'll have a bit of an exclusive.
Whoa! Alarm!
Don't get excited. I've got that thing where I've got to find it. So it might not happen. It might not be as exclusive as you think. What do I do with it? Yeah, it's not looking good, guys. What the bloody hell do I do with it?
That is the most wretched tease.
I'll find it before the end of the stream.
Not sure.
It's basically showing you how to do ruins from home yourself. Really good ruins.
Or was it like a test piece?
It was showing you how to do. So I'm in the process. I can talk about it now. It doesn't really matter. I'm in the process now of because my board building process is quite quick. I need stuff to fill the boards, like buildings, outbuildings, Middle Earth type buildings and things like that. And going off the idea of like the Rohan house and the Lake Town house that GW do, I'm making fascias for boards or sides, 4 different sides for different types of house or ruin, and you just cast them in plaster of Paris or resin or whatever you cast them on, and you can
what, you're going to flog or something?
Stick them together. Huh?
What, the things that you're going to flog?
No. Just for personal projects, but I'm showing people how to do it.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you know what I mean? Rather than not to sell. There's no point doing that now with 3D printers. It's pointless. It's pointless. Plus, there's far better kits out there. You can get the Rohan house for.
There'll always be people that would rather buy things than go to the effort of making them themselves.
Yeah, I can't be bothered. I don't want to make a business out of it. It's what I want to keep as a hobby. But I can show people how to do their own, and it's fairly straightforward. And what it means is you're not making the same thing over and over again. So the video that I'm halfway through, I'm just waiting on some silicon to arrive, is because I've got a lot of people asking me about. Did you see the floor sections that I used on the Asclepius board?
No, I haven't seen it. I've seen your posts and kind of had a look at the wide shots, but I haven't looked at it in detail.
So there's like floor sections, which like pavement, it's really detailed paving, and what I did was I had I made a small segment. I made a silicone mold of it, and then just kept filling it with plaster of Paris and making loads and loads and loads, and breaking them up. So rather than have to keep making, cut loads of millions of little tiles just to fill a board with. And it's just stuff like that, videos like that. I think people find it interesting.
Oh, absolutely.
We went off on a tangent then, didn't we? Where are we?
I finished my models, by the way, whoever had asked about that. If you're depressed by Steve's answer. I finished Thranduil and I finished Harmer.
They look both super cool.
Thank you. I put pics up on the group. I was pleased with both of them.
Yeah.
Really, we've been doing this for a few months on Battle Streams and Middle Earth. I was like painting this old stuff, but they were both models. So I was like, this is awesome because that Thranduil I really like. Yeah. And I'm glad it's painted. But I wouldn't have painted it for years and years.
Yeah.
And it was awesome to just take a couple. I think I did him like Sunday to Tuesday. I was like, you take 3 days out and suddenly got this new hero. And I'm finding that this year is the way for me to move forward. Like if I just don't think about big projects, but just pick models and then paint that model and then move on to the next one. That seems to be working quite well.
Yeah. Do you want to just jump in the chat for a minute while I
No, I'm mid-colour.
nip off camera? I'm up to Nicholas got Aaron saying he really wants to build an Ammon hen board. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Right.
You're upset now, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I'm mid-brown here. So.
Back in a second.
Right. Cannot get this stuff. Alright, let's go and find this. So, God, I should have been listening to him. Grassless Gilead. She must be around here. Ammon, there we go. Ammon on board. Ian Whitehouse. Evening lads, so happy to finish my Witch King today. Congrats. Steve, love your board. Ah, he's gone. I'll pass that on or not. If I keep my job as a commission coming around. Anders confirms that what this is all just stuff I'm gonna have to relay to Steve. God. Anders confirms that was him. I've been wanting to make videos for a while, should have, and I waited 2 weeks. Josh Cosby says in the book they see burning farmsteads when surveying the country. Are you back? Are you back or are you just making noises?
That's annoying.
What?
Because I can't find it. Could be anywhere though. It's annoyed me.
Oh, you just left your chair to find something and came back without it.
Yeah, I can show that though, can't I?
Oh, very cool. So is that's something you've made and then cast, is it?
Yes. So stuff like that. It just means you can reuse and reuse and reuse, and you don't have to keep making them because just ain't nobody got time for that.
So I did 3 comments, but to be brutally honest, they were all aimed at you, so you might as well read them again.
Where was we up to? Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron talking about Ammon Hen.
All right. Okay.
Aaron Hen.
Aaron Hen. Nice.
Isn't it Aaron Noonan?
Aaron Noonan, yeah.
Aaron Noonan. Cool there.
I apologise, Aaron. I apologise. Ian Whitehouse says, "Evening lads, so happy to finish my Witch King today. Steve, love your board. Thank you very much. If I keep my job, there is a commission coming your way. Thank you, my friend. It's funny. I think there's two people who've messaged me about recreating that for them, and someone's asked me about like a generic board as well since posting them pictures.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Help with the bills, wouldn't it? Given your current situation.
Yeah, it's just getting materials is the problem. But B&Q's open again now.
The thing that's stopping you working in real life would also stop you supplementing your income.
I know. Irony, mate. Irony, mate. There we go. Anders says, "Hey, that video on conversion was me. Yes, thought it was. Been wanting to make videos for a while, and should have another one out in 2 weeks. Good stuff, man. Keep them coming.
Can I, while you're still catching up, can I ask a question so that we can get some feedback?
Yes.
In when I need it.
Yes.
I have 2 questions. One's more of a yes or no. You know, on Uruk Scouts.
Yes.
There's a bit that kind of hangs in front of their groin.
Is it metal or is it leather?
Yeah, metal or leather.
I've done it both.
And I've gone back because obviously I don't really care.
It's leather in the films.
Right. And I've gone back and looked on all my old models and I'm not consistent.
Yeah.
And I found that actually on my original plastics I did it as metal, but on my Lurts, which was more recent, I did it as leather. And you think it's leather?
I got the images up for Lurts, you know, the thingy images, and it's leather.
Right, leather it is.
Yeah. And
then so that was the yes or no, which I think I agree with Steve on, so that's good. And the other one was my Uruk skin, and I haven't painted Uruk skin in ages, is Doomball Brown as a base.
Yeah.
So what paint would you mix with that for a highlight? And by all means, if you want to give me some shouts in the chat, Steve's just throwing some blurry paints at me. What's that? What is it?
Rat skin flesh.
Rat skin flesh. I think they've got rat skin flesh.
Or scrag brown.
Is that in a kind of, what is it? Is it a yellowy brown?
Yeah. And then what I do is
mix it with Doomball.
So they're kind of very similar look.
Yeah.
Same spot on the
Is that Doomball on the top?
Yeah, same spot on the colour wheel, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could go with Steel Legion drab, and then a little bit of bleach bone.
Yeah, see, I was more leaning towards like a kind of Cadian flesh tone or a pallid witch flesh or a Rakar flesh, like something quite lighter.
But I
I've
think
just
if,
seen what
if you
people
if
think.
you had that off the get go though, I think you start to get a bit pink. Just try it, mate. Try it on.
Yeah, well, he's a captain, so he's on his own, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
I was quite up for suggestions in the chat. See what people think, and
Yeah.
then I'll give
What
it
do
a
you
go.
guys think? That's a good shout. It's a good shout. Joshua Crosby says in the book they see burning farmsteads when surveying the Pelennor, a possible terrain feature. Possible, and I've done a burning farmstead fairly recently.
See what I mean? They're all
Yeah. Stu Miniature Realms, not painting tonight, working on converting a Helm's Deep toy into. Stu, this is Stu Mac? Is this Stu Mac? If it is, good man. I know that because you mentioned a Helm's Deep toy, which I also have in my attic there.
the figure one.
I had the same idea for years and just never got around to it.
The one with the really good Helm Hammerhand statues.
Yeah, because that's a better scale than the proper one. Up to my eyeballs in XPS foam. Are you able to show us any pictures, Stu, or is it top secret till it's done? Ian Whitehouse says Mordor catapult rocks. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Tim Cullimore.
Oh no, I'm saying it rocks. He's saying that's what you should have on your board.
Rocks.
You should have Mordor catapult rocks on your board.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Mordor catapult does rock.
They do rock. Tim says, you guys obviously been around the game many years. Got any suggestions for storing, say, 100 models efficiently? Need a setup that isn't just a draw with one level. I have shelves, and then I have a load of the old GW cases, just with different armies in, and I've got them because I've got them, and it's pointless getting rid of them, and may as well make use of them. But what is a better case and has deeper sponge is the KR cases, and they're a lot cheaper as well because they're made out of cardboard. But the KR cases are great. What about you, Damon? I know you've got a lot of the old cases as well, haven't you?
Do you want to have a cheeky look behind the curtain?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because we're in the perfect position for this, right? Are you ready for a cheeky camera tilt?
Do a camera tilt, mate.
Right, see them?
Yeah.
There is a super secret hidden Tariel here that often doesn't show up on camera, but
Lots of cases. Lads and lads.
yeah, you can hopefully see that.
Yep, many cases.
The ones Steve's talking about, these old GW ones.
Yeah.
Hold it's 36 in a tray, isn't it? So 108 models, like infantry models, in one of those. They're really, really good. Great for storage. And I've just got about 10 of them up there. There's also the brown one you can see is a KR multi case.
Yeah. They're
Actually,
good, the KR cases.
Here is one of the old GW cases.
The old ones.
Oh, I don't know if I can push this back to get some light up there. Probably not. But they're much flatter, and they were the ones that were
I know which ones you mean. Yeah.
They only had one case. They opened, and it almost looked like you could put small eggs in.
Yeah.
And there's one of them I've hung.
Is it like this stuff that I'm going to grab off camera now on the shelf?
Oh, I can't find it.
I can't
find it.
This stuff.
Yes, exactly like that. Yeah. So yeah, there's that's what I do. I've also got just around here. What am I going to have to do this? Get rid of you. Yeah, that works, doesn't it? Can you see my cabinet?
Kind of.
That here is a miniatures cabinet, shelf models there.
Yeah.
Shelf models. So I've got some on display. But yeah, that's where most of mine are stored, and they do work well. Those cases, I think.
Yeah, they're cool. They're
good for transport as well.
Yeah, you can actually buy. I think they sell them on the KR site, but I think if you go on, one of those websites like Etsy and Wish and things like that, you can actually buy the sponge inserts obviously like third party, like dead cheap, and they take about 3 weeks to come because they come from China. Not that anything will be coming from China right now, but you can get them, and you can get them to fit in them cheap like plastic drawers. I used to have them in them, like loads of foam layers in there, so that's quite handy if you don't want to buy a load of actual model cases. But yeah, there's tons of ways you can do it.
The other option you can do, which isn't something I've particularly investigated, is you can go with magnets.
Mm.
Put a magnet at the bottom of your base, buy like those kind of really easy storage boxes, put a magnetic sheet in there, and then you can just stack them.
Yeah, Jay's into them quite a lot. He's got these like tiered racks with a metal tray that you just slide out, and he glues magnets on the bottom of all his miniatures for all his other game systems that he plays. And I know he had a Warcry, and I think he had like 12 war bands, and each one had its own slide out tray. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. But yeah, that's another way. The good thing about them being in foam inserts in boxes though is they don't gather dust.
Yeah,
that's a bonus. Mike Haskell says, first stage whip pick up, treat myself to some Generation Shift rolling playing bases. I really like those bases, they're cool. Hacker Metal, what's your favourite fantasy series other than Tolkien? Do you go first, Damien?
I liked Dragonlance a lot when I was a kid. I was really into those. But like probably Ice and Fire. Like, it's hard to.
Same.
I adore the. I like the TV series, but I adore the books. I'm actually I've started since lockdown. I'm using my Audible account to get all the audiobooks. I'm going back through them.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie and say I've read them so many times. I've only ever read all the books once. But I'm now going back to it. You know, I think I read Dance with Dragons. I feel like Dance with Dragons came out just after the first season of the show.
Right.
So I read them 8 years ago. I feel like I was reading Game of Thrones when I was on honeymoon, I think, which is 2011.
Yeah.
I must have read the series about 9 years ago or something.
Yeah.
So it's now, now everything's coloured by the TV show, and it's now really interesting going back.
Yeah. I've got all the books, but I've only read the first one. I just didn't have time. I just never have time to like read.
I don't sound like a snob because I'll put my hands up and say I love the TV series, but they're amazing, mate. You really should.
Yeah. I did enjoy it. I did enjoy reading it. Well, I might do what you do. I might just get on Audible because I listen to a lot of books on Audible whilst I'm at work when I'm working. So I've just set myself up like you can get through 4 hours like that just listening to an audio.
They are huge. Like Game of Thrones is, I think it's 35 hours.
Is it? Wow.
And, when you get to Dance with Dragons, it must be about 60 or something.
Yeah, I will go back through them. So yeah.
Yeah, they're well worth it, mate.
What about everyone else in the chat? What's other than Tolkien? What's your favourite?
What's your?
Yeah, same Game of Thrones. Yeah. I don't know what I would have said it was before that because that's fairly recent for me. Well, say recent, in the last 10 years.
I had loads. I've still got them actually. Loads of the Dragonlance ones when I was a kid. The trilogies of the War of the Twins, I think it was, the Test of the Twins and Time of the Twins, and there was another one about the dragons of Autumn Twilight and Dragons of Summer Midnight or something like that.
Yeah,
there was a trilogy of books in there. They're really. I remember them being good, but I read them. I read them as a kid, so whether they are or not, I don't know. Good question.
It's a good question. Very good question. Ginamo says, I believe the Windlance is a siege engine. So late, yes, true that.
Lovely.
True that.
Straight up, yeah.
Retailer says, don't be rude. Be rude not to have a beer, Steve. Friday night, I'm picking up a Dragon Knight tonight. I don't own any Isengard. Never mind, man. You still painting along. That's the main thing. That's the main thing.
Does Friday night mean anything anymore?
Yeah. Frederick says, found proof that Damien ate the Nopper snack. Posted a screenshot on the. I've got to dig this out. If you pick up the chat, mate, when you can, from Mark Stone's just saying hello. How you doing, Mark? I've got to dig this out.
Hey. What a time to be alive. I've got one more strap to paint, and then I'll do that.
So I'm going to find this of Damien eating a Nopper's waffle. That's the best name for something that I've ever heard. A Nopper's waffle.
The Nopper's waffle sounds like one of those things that at school someone, have you ever Googled Nopper's waffle? Yeah, go on, try it. There's another I'm not going to say it in the chance that there's innocent people in here, but there's a different type of waffle that you'll know it if you've seen it. That was one of those things doing around to go Google X waffle, and when you did it,
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
did,
yeah. I know what you're saying.
you know the waffle.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh no, the tissues in the water. It's an absolute disaster. Quick, let's cross live to let's cross live to disaster cam. Oh, disaster cam's not on it quite. Can we? Come on, you. Look at this.
What's happened?
Look at this.
Oh.
In water.
No.
Absolutely. Whole thing's gone under. It's a mess. It's all right though. New tissue.
Right. Okay. Let's get this proof up on screen, shall we? So I can see here a Facebook quote from Mr.
Steve refusing to put my pictures up on I think I've basically chucked down a layer.
Oh, that's cool.
Kind of highlight layer of every colour.
Yeah, nice. That's
so
cool.
He's coming along.
Very nice. Can you see this screenshot on screen yet?
No, but then I'm not looking on YouTube.
All right. Okay. So it says it's a certain quote screenshot from a quote on Facebook, say from a Mr. Damien O'Brien. It says, "Thanks for the kind words, Frederick. I've just got home myself and got the chocolate out ready for an evening treat. Much appreciated. Enjoy the new issue, and as ever, we'd love to hear what you think once you've read them."
Enjoy the what?
The issue. You must have got an SPG.
Oh, that's me reading that. Sorry, I thought you were in the comment. Thanks for the kind words, I've just got.
I've just realised our
That's a wonderful, handy, unexpected plug for SPG. Oh, I must have done. Sorry, man. I don't remember it.
Let's have a look.
We did get. I don't. We did get given a surprising amount of chocolate. Just quite different international chocolate. It's great.
Where are we up to? Mark Stone says hello. Oh, flipping heck.
Just found a pin on me. That's not good.
No, you don't want to do that, mate. Hakamatul, red panty night. Nice.
What's that?
Get pictures in the group, mate. Aaron says,
what do you think that you just said?
Red panty night.
Red panty night. All right. Whatever you.
I will if you will. Aaron Noonan says, I'd say it's leather, talking about that protective bit between the Uruk's legs.
It's good.
James Miniatures Base, evening all. It seems every time I tell the missus there's a live stream, she chooses to have an isolation breakdown. Tell you what.
Lady.
Green Tree, favourite fantasy series other than Tolkien for me is First Law Trilogy. I'm on book 4 of the Wheel of Time series. I don't know that. Do you know that one, Damien?
Wheel of Time, I know.
Don't know that one.
Harrison likes them a lot.
Does he?
Yeah.
Justin says, I do metal for that bit. I would mix in word bearers red. Then if you want a third highlight, you can add Administratum grey.
Was that for Skid?
That's for your Doom Bull, yeah.
What was the first colour?
Word bearers red.
Well, so he's adding red to the Doom Ball for a highlight, and then grey to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Paul Merritt says I'm adding Tuskor fur for Doom Bull for the skin.
Tuskor fur is a good colour.
I like Tuskor. That's that pinky brown, isn't it? Yeah, that's that one. Yeah. That's fresh. That I've never actually opened it. I bought it because I like the colour of it. I've never used it.
I use it for mixing up flesh tones for people. Like not Uruks. It's quite a good warm shading flesh tones we mix with stuff.
Yeah. Justin says my current recipe for Uruk skin goes all the way up to bright yellow, but that's just me. Your highlights are very stark. You've got the kahunas to do it. I don't. I get to a point and I think I can't go any further with that. Nick Gardner says you could try Tusk or Fur. Yeah. Citadelat says to highlight red brown with Wazdaka. What's Wazdaka?
Wazdaka red, so bright red.
Bright red. What's that? Oh, that's Wild Rider red. James Diminished Space. I find it really interesting that you guys use specific colours for your highlights. I literally pick a base, then highlight up by adding Rakar flesh. As for Uruk-hai, corn red plus Seraphim sepia times 2.
I'm far closer to that these days. That's far more like what I tend to
do. He says, yes, mate, she's just struggling, having nothing to do and nothing to keep her busy. Very health anxious, particular about lung disease, so this is great for her. Yeah, it's
tough, man.
It's a tough one because there are legitimate reasons to be worried. We've all got legitimate reasons to be worried, but then sitting there worrying about it is going to do more harm than good for your stress levels. All we can say is just be careful and be safe, and try and occupy yourself. Tell her to take up knitting or painting miniatures.
Yeah, that's what. Let's take up SPG. Then you watch the live stream.
And you've got someone to play with then. Nicholas Gardner, a third option for Uruk-hai skin tone because it's new and I haven't used it myself is Katashan flesh tone, and use Blood Reaver flesh and Night Questor flesh. What's Katashan? Is that one of the new colours? Because you got the new black, didn't you? The off black, like a really dark grey.
It's definitely grey.
Yeah. Is it darker than? Is it Eshin grey?
Darker than Eshin grey, yeah.
Darker than Skaven Blight Dinge.
I haven't got Skaven Blight. I can't even say it. I haven't got Skaven Blight Dinge.
No, you said it wrong. James Holding. Hi guys, no Uruk-hai for me. Just about to start a few touch-ups on my converted Gandalf the Grey on horse. Awesome. Stew Miniature Realms. I use really useful boxes with magnetic sheeting. Yeah, I've got some of those as well. They're in the studio though. I'm having them on We've got a load of the Billy bookcases, and they fit perfectly on the Billy bookcases. So I've got loads of Middle-earth stuff in those. And he says, "Love me some Dragonlance."
When you say Billy bookcases, it sounds like some sort of like builder's rhyming slang rather than a brand.
He's Billy Bookcase, mate.
Oh, that was a vote for Dragonlance, was it?
I just need a top up, so bear with me. I'll get back in the chat. It's busy the chat tonight. Oops. Oh yeah.
You say you're on Moretti?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Got a taste for it now. James Holding, Dance with Dragons came out in 2001, so they were almost simultaneous release. Steve, I'd definitely recommend them. Yep.
Dance with Dragons didn't come out in 2001.
2011, I meant.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I've had a few beers tonight. My eyes are going a bit blurry. My eyes are going a bit blurry. My paint brushes are still very dry. I've not had any paint on them.
It's frustrating now, right, if you read them now. But get this. Game of Thrones comes out in 96.
Yes.
Okay? Clash of Kings comes out in 98.
Yeah.
That's all right. Storm of Swords comes out in 2001.
Yeah.
That's all right. 3-year gap, right?
Yeah.
Then Feast for Crows comes out, I think, in 2006. So that's then a 5-year wait, right?
Mm.
And I don't know if you know this because they obviously don't deal with it in the show, but in the books, he splits the content.
Right.
So after A Storm of Swords, so Storm of Swords ends, the third book, and then A Feast for Crows, which is the fourth, it only deals with half of the characters.
Right.
So Tyrion isn't in A Feast for Crows. Dany's not in A Feast for Crows, for example, right? I think John's not in A Feast for Crows.
Right. Okay.
So if your major characters aren't in it at all, you just get all the stuff that happens to everyone else, and you don't find out what happens to them until Dance with Dragons. So that means you read Storm of Swords in 2001, and you didn't find out what happened to 3 of the characters for 10 years. And then now, that was 2011, and it's happening again. It's 9 years since the last book. And you still got 2 to write, at least.
The books are not doing what the series did, though. They're not. That ending is irrelevant as far as the book's concerned, right?
Well, before you before the internet goes furious on me, I suspect the broad strokes of the ending will be very similar, because I don't agree for a second that it was under the sea, and I think it was one of two very likely outcomes to happen. But so I think there's going to be a lot of angry book fans who, whenever they ever read the last book, go, "Oh God, that is the ending." But it's how they get there. It will all be different, because like Sansa's storyline, for example, is completely different, and so I think people will probably end up in roughly the same place, but how they get there will be very different.
Yeah, it's really frustrating one at the end of the TV series. Like really frustrating. The whole last season was frustrating.
I liked it.
No, I enjoyed it, but it felt very rushed.
I think the expectation was huge. The way it got slammed with two of those episodes of TV, the two battle episodes. I won't have it that they're not two of the most spectacular episodes of television ever produced.
They were good.
And for them to be slammed the way they are is just horribly unfair, I think.
It was the things. It was the things like
had a plan in their head of what they wanted to happen.
Yeah, but it was the things like who was that woman with the gold mask on?
Oh,
loads of things just never got answered. Like they brought up loads of questions and just never answered them.
Yeah, but who's Tom Bombadil?
Yeah, but at least he had a purpose in it. At least he did something. She just popped up and said,
Did he have a purpose?
You know what I mean? At least he sang a song. At least he had a musical interlude.
I'll tell you what, mate. If you don't like characters who pop up and then disappear into nothing, don't read the book. It's going to cheer you up, I tell you.
Right, okay. I'm not getting into this because you're going to upset everyone.
Chat is going to kick off about that. Be worse than Taria.
I tell you what, shock horror. We're an hour and 10 minutes in. Tanya's still here. I have some model cases, but I got an old CD storage unit. It gives lots of shelves with good headroom for the larger miniatures. Also has doors to stop the dust getting in. Good stuff. It's a good shout. I'll tell you what's a good shout. And you know what? It's something I thought of you when I watched it, and it was. I speak to Luke a lot from Luke's APS, like we're good pals now, and he's just released a video, and he told me about this thing that he had ages ago. Things that he uses, and when he told me, I laughed at him, and I said, I don't use that. I use like a vegetable rack thing in my man cave. You know, like when you ever see, I think you can push them around your kitchen. It's like got racks in it.
I know what a vegetable rack is.
It's got wheels on it. I used to use one of them. It's broke now because two of the wheels fell off. I used to have one in here. You know, just all like my glues and stuff on. So when I was walking around the table, I'd bring it with me. And he said that he uses like a hairdresser's dolly thing. Right. And like I laughed at him, but he's done a video on it. Like, and you can get one for 30 quid. But they're great because you can put like your heat gun in it. It's got all compartments that should be for like hairdressing stuff, for your hobby stuff. So it's got like racks for what would be nail varnish racks in drawers that you can put all your paints in, and all your paints fit in it perfectly. And it's saying for people who've got like small houses or don't have a hobby room, rather than having everything in a cupboard, you can just have this, and it's all on wheels, all in one, all drawers that pull out, and you can put it away, and it's great. I thought of you because of your little room there. I think it would fit perfectly.
I haven't got space for a vegetable racks.
No, mate, it's a hairdresser's dolly. Hairdresser's dolly.
I haven't got space, mate. I haven't got space.
They're great. Check it out. I just ordered two. I ordered two of them.
Of course you did. Go big.
I've got crap everywhere, I know.
There's a lot going on in the chat. Is it worth your while actually explaining to people what they're going to be doing with the pictures? We haven't done that tonight.
I'm still trying to get to the bottom of the chat, so I'm going to crack on. We'll keep branching. This is why I shouldn't drink before the stream. Tanya T. Oh yeah, we've done that one. James Holding, got to be Game of Thrones for me. I marginally prefer it to Lord of the Rings. Ooh.
I think James is 16. Don't be mean to him.
Jeez. Robert Canavan, I'd recommend the Farseer trilogy by Robin Hobb as a fantasy series. There are more, but that is the first trilogy in the series. I've not heard of that one. Ajinder Singh, Avatar: The Legend of Aang. Watched it growing up, and it still holds up. Don't know that one. I was loads that I wasn't really into like fantasy stuff. Because I got into the hobby late, I wasn't really into all that stuff. Where are we? Aaron says there isn't much fantasy I like, as I always compare them to Tolkien. So most of the time, I read crime novels. I like Lee Child and the Jack Reacher novels. I've read a few of the Jack Reacher stuff.
I've seen the films. I haven't read any.
That series is pretty good. Is it Jack? Not Jack Reacher. What's that one with him that's out of the American Office, isn't it? It's not Jack Reacher. That's
Steve Carell.
no, you know the younger one.
Don't know.
It's on Amazon. It's pretty good. But similar. I think it's similar to that. In White House, it's more sci-fi, but June is really. It's a good shout. Would make a great tabletop game. Apparently, someone's got the rights to that, haven't they? For the tabletop game, June. I read that the other day.
Oh, damn it.
And there's a remake of the film coming out. Yeah, I heard that as well. Larry Miller says that means you need to include Dale too. Yep. True that. Tim.
Dale, oh yeah, because Dale can have Kieran, can't I?
Yeah. Tim says love Dragonlance. Still have all the books and some of the Forgotten Realms books. Loads of fighting fantasy books too. Larry says, oh, flipping heck. He didn't say flipping heck. It just jumped. Was going to give some more context there, but thought it'd be more fun to watch you try and remember. Cheers, pal. Nick Gardner says, I concur with Damien. I love the Dragonlance realm, and it kills me they haven't brought into the 5th edition D&D. Green Tree's retracted a message, so he's probably shouting at you, Damien.
D&D's Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Adam D. The Assassin's Creed books by Oliver Bowden are cool. A strong contender, but hard to choose. I've not read any of those.
Oh,
did they come from the game, or was there a game made? Were they around and then they made a game of it? Because I only know of the game.
no idea, mate.
Ian Whitehouse at Fulham. Loved the FF books back in the day. Jackson and Livingston top. Hamdizzle 13 didn't realise naughty topics were talked about on this YouTube channel. What naughty topics? What was talking about?
I think he's talking about like season 8 of Game of Thrones being good.
All right. Justin says, I love versions of the King Arthur and Robin Hood by Howard Pyle.
Cool.
Tim says, yeah, classics. Glad I kept hold of them. Michael Haskell, having a cup of chamomile in my gorgeous smile mug. Need to start keeping an eye on my alcohol consumption. The wife made one of those meaningful passing comments a few days ago.
Yeah, well, it's happening to the best of us, mate.
Yeah.
Remember the story? Did I tell you the story about the gin nearly buying the massive gin?
Yeah.
And stepping back from it? Bought the massive gin this week. Got it. Because the smaller one wasn't on offer.
Yeah.
Bought a 45 bottle of gin, 1.75 litres.
Do it, mate.
It's like that. It's a thing of beauty.
Just do it.
I just realised I haven't switched my camera
No,
back. So
yeah. Did you just say look at that? I was thinking we're looking at something.
It's bigger than it's about.
It's bigger than your head.
Yeah, it's huge.
Oh, hang on. Hamdizzle 13 needs some serious advice on how to stop procrastinating when it comes to hobbying. Damien?
Do a weekly live stream and force yourself to paint a model that you wouldn't have painted normally. Worked for me.
Yeah. Tim Cullimore, super helpful, lads, for that storage info.
There you go.
You're welcome.
The service, man.
Tanya says, Steve, what was the old foundations paints you were looking for? Found some in my collection I'm not using. It was the browny grey. There's two. I think it's called something granite, I think. It's an amazing grey. Loved it. Scott W. Hey both, nice to see the awesome Uruk getting done on isolation topics. Got the girlfriend to paint some models. Nice, good work, man. Good work. Scott Whitefoot, yeah.
Let's see, Scott.
Green Tree, think you can get an ointment now to clear up scab and blight dinge?
We didn't say anything bad about that, did we? Oh, Whisper's so good.
Jealous. Dan G. Ross is in. Evening all. Sorry I'm late. Finished work at 8 and needed feeding. Working from home now at least. How is everyone tonight? We're all good. I hope you're well, my friend. Did you have camembert tonight? It was Dan G. Ross who was all over the camembert and steak, wasn't it?
Can't remember,
I
mate.
think it was, yeah. James Holden. I'm only 16, so I read A Song of Ice and Fire. I read A Song of Ice and Fire in 2019. But I'm so keen for Winds of Winter. I've heard it will be coming in August. He's been
Yeah,
writing a lot in quarantine.
With all due respect, it was coming in August about 5 years ago. So I'm not going to believe that book's being published until I'm holding it in my sweaty hands.
Mike Haskell says, my wife found the destruction of King's Landing distressingly tough viewing.
But it's Game of Thrones, it's meant to be.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
James's Miniature Space, Aragon book series, amazing. The film adaptation, worst I've ever seen. I remember the film. Don't know about the books. Like Killing Aragorn, I'm the first. Like Killing Aragorn, I'm the first Lord of the Ring film.
It means in. It means it must be a typo for in.
Right. Okay.
Like
that big an error. Right. Okay. Sorry for the grammar, Steve. Yeah, it's shocking, mate. Jack Ryan, Tom Clancy. That's the one. That's the one. Jack Ryan. That's the Amazon one. It's pretty good. Two seasons. Pretty good. It's worth a watch, mate.
Jack Ryan's not. Who's he? Who are you talking about from The Office?
No, it is. It's the the American Office.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know he's in that. The young guy. He's.
Oh, you talking about the series?
Yeah. What are you talking about? Is there a film?
Is that? Yeah, I was talking about any of the 5 Jack Ryan films. Ah, that backfired on you, didn't it? Yeah, did you enjoy that?
I was thinking, there isn't a film of The Office. What are you talking about?
5 Jack Ryan films.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, well, clearly. Hunt for Red October is the first one, isn't it?
We're not talking about that, though, Damien. You're branching off now.
Yeah, he's good. Have you seen the Harrison Ford ones? Are good.
Yeah, it's good.
Got Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger.
Yeah, belting.
And then Ben Affleck's in The Sum of All Fears. And then
which was the was it Patriot Games, the one with
Army.
Yeah.
Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger, Harrison Ford. Sum of All Fears, Ben Affleck. And then I think it's Chris Pine who was in the newer one.
What was the new one called?
It's called Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit or something.
I don't think I've watched that one.
That's relatively new.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched that one.
I watched the first season of that Jack Ryan thing, I think.
It's good.
But then I didn't... Have I? I might be confusing it with Strike Back.
Oh, Strike Back's terrible.
I have seen it. Is he...
Strike Back's
I watched it and I didn't even check... Is that Jim out of The Office?
Yeah.
I didn't make that connection at all.
Because he's bulked up a bit, hasn't he? And he don't look like daft and that.
Don't look daft.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean now, but I just didn't. I hadn't made that connection when I saw it at all.
Well, every day's a school day, you know.
Ryan films.
How many Office films? Genoma says my favourite fantasy series has to be Discworld. Forgot about Discworld.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Green Tree, new Dune movie looks good so far from the few pics. Who's in it? The new Dune film. There's got to be some big names in that, surely. What does that say? Bitterseen Trooper. I hope that's correct, my friend, and I've not murdered your name. Hi from the Netherlands. Hello and welcome, buddy. It's good to have you. James Holding, my age doesn't have anything to do with that. Anyone of my age can have this opinion. Adam D. Yeah, but the books are stemmed from the games. That's where games come first. It is a pretty. It's a cool idea for a. The film wasn't great though. The film wasn't great. From the games. Irex is in. How you doing, pal?
Hey.
Nobody knows how big your head is, Damien. The bottle could be the size of a bus or a chipolata.
This is what?
You were saying how big. Do you remember?
Oh, I did, without a reference to the size of my head.
Yeah.
My head's head size.
Mark says evening Irex, and Irex says evening Mark. James Holding, not sure what I feel about the move away from Freddo's. It's still Cadbury's chocolate. It's the same chocolate, to be fair.
I'm not moving away from it. You know, it's just.
It's different show, mate. Different show.
Exactly.
Different show.
Different show, different audience.
Al Woods, Modelling Mayhem. How are you doing, Al? I've not seen you on in a long, long time. I hope you're well, buddy.
Yeah,
I hope you are well.
he very kindly gave me to what I call Castellans of Dolgord at an event many years ago. I painted up.
There you go. Warwick Griggs, hey guys, sorry I'm late. I hope you guys are both doing well during lockdown. As well as can be, my friend. Try to keep busy. And likewise, hope you're doing well. Aaron says, John Krasinski from The Office. Boom, thank you.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yes, David, it was Chris Pine. Came out 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
And Dad Giro says, no camembert and steak tonight. Wasn't that special an occasion? We opted for Heinz Spanish beans in an omelette with side salad. Well, you say it wasn't special. You had Spanish beans, mate. What's wrong with baked beans? I tell you what we had the other day, and I picked them up by mistake. If you had Heinz 5 beans, they're not great, are they?
It's not ideal, but it's all right.
I picked them up by mistake. I thought, I've got to eat them. And they weren't great. I didn't enjoy them. Did not enjoy them.
Sorry, pal.
Aaron says, wash your mouth out, Steve. Strike Back is not terrible. It was a great season. No, do you know what? The first 2 seasons I enjoyed, and then it's just like they ran out of ideas and it got a little bit silly. 2 seasons? Is it 2 seasons or 1 season? This is the one with the American guy and the English guy, right?
He's talking about the Jack Ryan series with the guy at the office.
Strike Back.
Oh no, he's not. No, you're right. I'm sorry.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm wrong on that.
Normally we're like here, Damien. Like tonight, we're like this. What's going on?
Strike Back.
The
Strike
sun's
Back
been
sort
out.
of Mark Strong.
Yeah.
And it's got Gendry out of Game of Thrones.
Yes.
And that I've only seen the first season of that.
Of Strike Back.
Is that Strike Back? I think that's Strike Back.
I can't remember.
I don't know.
It was a while ago. I don't know. We're branching off.
Or is Strike Back the thing with Richard Armitage? Maybe it's that one.
He might be in it now. He wasn't in it when I first watched it. It was
The chat will help us.
yeah, guys. Michael Haskell says, don't forget Hunt for Red October. Ben Affleck was the first Jack Ryan on the big screen, I think.
Ben Affleck wasn't.
He couldn't have been, could he?
Ah, it's Baldwin. Alec Baldwin, isn't it? I think. Then Harrison Ford, then Ben Affleck.
Alec Baldwin was before Harrison Ford?
Yeah, Alec Baldwin was Hunt for Red October.
I'll tell you what.
And then Patriot Games, and then Clear and Present Danger, and then Son of All Fears.
Green Tree. Arya Stark spends 8 seasons working her way to Cersei, gets within a flight of stairs from her, and then says nah and goes home. Just saying. It's true. There's a lot of that in Game of Thrones, though, isn't there?
Working her way to Cersei.
There's a lot of that.
I don't think Cersei's ever her main target. I think Arya's journey is about her rage, her character, rather than her actual revenge.
I mean, you say that like Cersei was on a list, but so was the Hound, and she was with the Hound for like three seasons, like chilling with him. Green Tree. That's R8 says Heinz 5 beans are tremendous. Well, we've got to disagree there. We have to disagree. Have to. Aaron Noonan Guy at Michael Haskell. First Jack Ryan was Alec Baldwin. It's kicking off in the chat, mate. It's kicking off. Alwood's Modelling Mayhem. And great thanks, guys. Damien, good of you to remember. That means a lot.
What's that?
That he gave you some Castellans.
Oh yeah, they're up in the cabinet. They're right up there.
Ham Dizzle 13. Heinz beans and pork sausages are the king of baked bean variants. Anyone who disagrees is wrong. The thing is, they're not sausages, are they? They're not sausages.
I think they're just enlarged beans.
I think it's when they're making sausages. I think there must be like a byproduct. I think what can we do with this? It tastes like pork.
It's a sausage that's gone wrong.
It tastes like pork. Let's make it into sausage shapes and put it in with a tin of beans, and people will...
I can honestly say I don't think I've considered that product. I don't mean to buy it. I mean I don't think I've thought about that product for about 25 years.
What, beans and sausage?
Yeah, in a can.
They're not terrible. Are you going to go and buy some?
What now?
Oh, not now, but next time you go shopping, get yourself a can of beans and sausage, mate. Knock yourself out. Matt Stone says it was Baldwin. Aaron says, yes, Damien, Richard Armitage did the first series based on the books. Then he was replaced by American and British characters who were in it for 4 series. They had 2 more series recently.
You were talking about Strike back there. So
Yeah, it might have been. It might have been. When I think of Strike, I'm thinking of the 2 guys, and I remember the first season that they did was all right. Second one was a bit meh, and then I watched one, and it was just like they'd run out of ideas. It was just bobbins.
But who's in that? What are you talking about with that? I don't know. Is that the same show?
Yeah, it's the same show. Yeah.
So someone help me out if you haven't already in chat. What's the show that came out about 3 years ago with Mark Strong and the guy who played Gendry he was like a retired government spook, and he was hired to, I think a squad were hired to take him out or something. It was set in Iraq. What's that?
I don't think I've seen that.
The first season was good.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's got Mark Strong playing Mark Strong.
No, I don't think I've seen it. Robert Canavan says, have you guys seen Castlevania on Netflix? Rich Armitage voice on it. I haven't,
and I didn't know anything about it until the other day when someone mentioned it, and I nearly lost my shiz because I was like, I loved Castlevania when I was a kid. I loved the series, and Graham McTavish is in it as well. Apparently, I think Graham McTavish might be Dracula.
Ooh. I think. Michael Haskell, yeah, Alec Baldwin, my bad. Generation Shift. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Matt. How are you, friend?
Hi, dude.
Good to have you. Alex Kaiser says, hello, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis says, hello, Alex. James Holding, I think that we can all agree that Bran's storyline was a little bit boring.
It's a little bit boring in the books as well, though.
Yeah. Oh, God, the chat. Where are we? Bran's storyline, there we go. Aaron says, normal baked beans, but with Worcester sauce to add some spice flavour. I'll go one more than Worcester sauce. I'll say Worcester sauce and cheese.
Of any Heinz baked bean type product, I'm just beans. I'm just basic beans for me.
Yeah.
You can keep your fancy sausages. You can take them by the wagon. The only beans for the brave and true come from a Heinz blue can.
They're not fancy, them sausages by any stretch. Aaron says the chunks of cheese. Matt says, I joined the stream and you're talking about beans and sausages. I know I'm in the right place. I've got a message to review, so I'll show it.
Oh.
I don't know what that means, but I'll show it. Hamdizzle13. As my physics teacher used to say, sausages are just pigs. Oh, maybe that's why it was up for review.
Oh.
Oh, hello. Justin laughs. Green Tree, what about the all-day breakfast and a tea? Oh, don't. That is grim. That is grim. He's asking, did it have Scotch eggs? I don't think so. I can't see it having Scotch eggs in it. But
look, it's soup with a sliced pork pie.
Who knows?
Fried egg on top.
It always made me laugh because I always look at them. I always see them like in the tin aisle, and you think, and it says like hash brown as well, but like, it's not gonna be a hash brown. It's just gonna be mushy potato, isn't it?
No, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
You should step away from the all-day breakfast if you can.
Hamdizzle says, I think it did. Green Tree. No, that's a nutritious meal. Aaron says, Deep State, Damien. That was a great series.
Yes.
Deep State.
Yes, Deep State.
I remember that name, Deep State, but I never watched it. So
Deep State's the one with Mark Strong.
I'll watch that. Alex Kaiser, how did it come to A Song of Ice and Fire? When did we leave Tolkien?
Someone asked favourite series.
Favourite fantasy series other than Tolkien, they asked. Dan G. Ross, I do like a good tin of beans with a bit of paprika. Yeah, a bit of paprika and beans is nice. This is going to be the bean episode, isn't it?
So next week it'll be favourite cocktail, favourite chocolate bar, and favourite tinned Heinz product.
Tanya T, baked beans with sausage on a baked potato is rather nice.
Is that a real sausage? Or baked beans and sausage?
No, I think she means baked beans and sausage.
Oh.
No.
No, isn't it?
Reese says super noodles though with cheese on toast, game changers. We're going on.
I'm talking to a bunch of students.
You know what these are? These are the meals when you were about 19 and you've been out and got smashed, and you come back, you open the fridge, and it's just like 3 random products that you put together.
It can only be a matter of minutes before someone starts making a case for a pot noodle.
Pot noodle. Do you know, Mo? I've not seen it, but according to Wikipedia, I think Damien is talking about deep state.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. No.
James Holden. I've sent PMs.
I love that we've got research assistants. Someone's just Googled like Mark Strong, Guy Gendry from Game of Thrones, kind of like Strike Back.
James has PM'd me. You use the thread on the Great British Hobbit League, mate, and post them in there.
You haven't said it, mate. You haven't said it.
I know.
Whatever we are, we're an hour and a half in, and you haven't remotely told about it.
Yeah. Well, I have, because people have posted them. So we have a thread on the Great British Hobbit League. Post your pictures there. You'll see it. It says stream thread or something. And yeah, post them in there. It's this thread with all the pictures in it. Very technical description. Justin says this may just be a Canadian showing through, but I love me some maple syrup with my beans. Do you know what? I wouldn't be. I wouldn't.
Beans.
I'd try that. I would try that.
I mean, I'm a huge maple syrup fan.
Because you have it with bacon, right? You'd have it with bacon. Bacon.
Yeah, well, I mean, I probably would, but I'm more a pancake guy.
Yeah, but if someone give you like bacon waffles with some maple syrup on it, and then offered you a spoonful of Heinz baked beans, would you breakfast? You wouldn't turn it down, would you?
I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of beans.
I'd be all over that.
I'd rather go for like grilled tomato
spaghetti
to get the kind of sauce.
Spaghetti hoops.
Oh, it's this.
Spaghetti hoops on toast with cheese. Come on, mate.
I mean,
get in the game.
You know, if you're in prison or whatever, that's what they've got. It's not like something you choose to make yourself, is
it? Who's got time to grill a tomato, mate? Just whack some spaghetti hoops in the microwave.
Most humans, Steve. Most humans have time to grill a tomato. But that's not the option. It's not like you're sitting at home like, what am I having tonight? A grilled tomato or a can of spaghetti hoops?
Or breakfast, a grilled tomato or breakfast in a can.
Steve, you've lost it in lockdown, mate. You're losing it.
Oh dear. Dan G. Ross, been there, done that. Ham Dizzle says GBHL podcast with Damien O'Bean and Sausage Crow.
I like Sausage Crow. If you worked in a different industry, that'd be your name.
I know, yeah. James's Minute Space. What is this stream? Most underrated meals. Top 10. Get your votes in now. Beans and sausages have plummeted since the talk of where they've come from. Spaghetti hoops equals prison food. When was that? When has that ever? No. Let me finish what he says. When has that ever been a conclusion? Have you been to prison, Dave?
I went to a terribly nice prison in Hertfordshire. Is that not what they're like?
Would you like grilled tomato or spaghetti hoops on your porridge? Right, okay, I'm caught up with the chat, mate. Oh, no, I'm not. Hang on, they're coming in. Darren Amore, beans goes great with bacon, maple syrup and waffles or pancakes. Boom, there you go. Okay. I suppose we'll get some painting done, huh?
Lazy.
Okay.
So yeah, if you are new to join this, and you might be surprised to learn this is primarily
this is a gaming channel
stream, but we're looking at a different issue of the magazine every week. This week we're looking at issue 9, and the model was an Uruk-hai captain. So if you are working on any Uruk-hai hero during the stream, there is a post on the Great British Hobbit League called something like Battle Streams of Middle-earth picture thread.
Just search baked beans.
Very clever name from Steve.
Yep.
So you can also search Steve Crow on there. Shouldn't bring up too many posts. You rarely post something on there. And find that and stick a picture of your Uruk hero in whatever state it is now on there. Steve will then grab those pictures and put them on the screen so we can all sort of see. And then as long as you're working on an Uruk hero and you get any work done on it, you're in the draw at the end of the stream to win a priority counter.
Yep, very cool.
How cool is that?
Very cool priority counter.
Steve started painting though, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any pictures anytime soon.
Let me get this skin on, and then I'll jump in the pictures.
Said the murderer.
I mean, the other option, I will get some pictures up, but the other option is, because you can still have us on one window, is to just open Facebook on another window and have a look.
So Kim, It took him to episode 7 before he went, just get him yourself.
I'm
Get him yourself.
sick of this. Sick of this.
So I, from my point of view, I painted my Isengard army in about 2011. I painted up loads and loads of the plastic scouts for the narrative scenarios.
Yeah.
So that's where they came from. And I did send a photo to Steve about 2 hours ago, but as of yet, still hasn't made it onto screen.
Did you put it in the thread or?
There wasn't a thread when I sent it, mate.
Oh right, so you weren't following the rules, right? Okay, right.
But they stand up all right, and I was been looking at them, and they look quite, they're not nearly as good as the stuff I'd paint now, but they stand up okay. So I've dug them out to get some color reference, and then as I said, that was about 2011, 2012. I really don't know. And then over the years, I added a few more heroes to them. Like I did the Lurtz firing the bow. This one. Probably painted him about 3 years after that or something. So he's then pushed further in terms of the color scheme. But basically, my Uruk Scout force was done. The army was finished. It was I had everything I need. I've got I think it's a full tray. Is it 12, 8, and 8? Maybe 28 plastic scouts, and I've got the ones carrying Merry and Pip and that sort of stuff. And then I never had the commanders. I never managed to get hold of the banner bearers. So when GW released this delicious set a few weeks ago, including the wonderful Scout Captain who was never released, I snapped it up, and it was something that I always wanted, and I wanted to definitely paint up and complete my army, but I didn't have any plans as such for it. I wasn't planning on using that force anytime soon, so didn't have any particular desire to get any of them done. And so when this issue of the mag came along, and there was an Uruk hero that needed painting, I've got 2 Uruk heroes left in my backlog, and one of them was the other Lurtz, and one of them was this dude. So I decided to go with the captain. So that's how I arrived at painting this little model. So he is a model from the backlog, but he's obviously not a model I've had in the backlog for very long. And so what I've then done is gone back to those old plastic scouts and that old Lurtz and tried to kind of match the color scheme, just visually, because I don't have any record of how I was painting those at the time or anything like that. And so that's what I'm doing. And my hope is, and it doesn't seem too full on at this point, but my hope is that it'll be finished tonight.
I reckon it will.
It seems doable. It depends how far I want to push him with the highlights, I reckon. It's one of those things where he probably, I don't know. It depends how we go, because we still got a bit of time. But it'll either be that he is finished, or he could be finished. Yeah. But then equally, I might want to return to him to do some more layers. So we'll have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd really like him off the table, because it is. I don't know if you found this at all, but the whole point of this is kind of clearing the backlog and like painting something different. But since we've gone weekly, it actually becomes painting these models is pretty much my hobby. That's all I'm doing. So
what these have done for me is created a load of half-painted models on my desk.
Yeah. I've managed to finish everything I've started painting on this, which I'm quite pleased with. This goes to show, if you're a little bit committed, you can achieve stuff.
And if you do all the graft, you can.
You don't read the magazine. You don't read the magazine.
Memorised it, mate.
Completed it.
Hey.
So yeah, that's that. So tell us your own any good Uruk stories you got, any fond memories of models, anything you want to tell us about this issue when you got it, if anyone did have it at the time, anything like that. We always like to have a good reminisce on this show, and then once I've finished this particular highlight, I'll jump in and see if anyone's got anything. Anything from you, Mr. Crow?
I'm just going. Oh, don't you just hate that when you're painting a model and you're kind of halfway through painting it and you see a bit of flash that you've not removed.
Someone put a post up about that very thing this week.
Did they?
Yeah, someone said literally that. Is it just me, or is there always one bit of flash that you
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, that's annoying.
I've done it on this model already. I found it earlier tonight.
I couldn't be in a worse spot than either. Flipping heck.
You also have a little bit of, or two little bits of Middle Earth's most underrated model admin to attend to, which I might actually do. And jump in, have a bit of a breather. So, no one kicked off about this last week or messaged us, but it might be because the chat ended too soon. But I don't know if you remember, but right near the end of the stream last week, and last week's special was about the most underrated model in SPG, that poll that we've been running last week. And right towards the end, we were talking about the factions that were most represented. So in the original nominations, which I think were, what we've got here, something like, if I go back to the start, 97 nominations, I think there were. Which factions were potentially the most underrated? So which, rather than single model or single sculpt, which armies got it, and so maybe which armies are seen less. And we asked you to put in the comments, which ones you thought it was. But then we didn't tell you the answers. But we're not quite sure how it happened. So, Steve,
Yes.
given that we can't possibly use the chat from last week because it's long gone,
Yeah.
would you like to take a punt?
On what was the question?
I can't believe you.
Mate, I'm concentrating here, man.
You're worse than Harrison. No, that's not true. What faction got the most nominations?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go Mordor.
Mordor.
Yeah.
Do you want to give a top three? Do you want to give a couple of second guesses?
Mordor, Fellowship.
Fellowship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mordor, Fellowship, Gondor.
Mordor, Fellowship, Gondor. Pretty good guesses. So in third place,
Yep.
let me just check. Don't screw this up. Yeah, I think in third place it was Rohan.
Ooh.
Yeah. So there's quite a lot for Rohan. Quite a lot of things like the King's Huntsman, the Royal Guard. I think some banner bearers in there. The captain, obviously. In second place, it was Mordor.
Yep.
With 10. You could argue that maybe their range is one of the most extensive, so there's more opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And in first place, Khazad-dûm, mate.
Khazad-dûm.
Yeah, the dwarves. Dwarves got by far, well, not by far, by one, if I'm brutally honest, the most nominations.
You were just about to go off on a Trump-esque lie then, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I would just try injecting Khazad-dûm. Probably. I haven't tried it. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I think it will work. Your choice of Gondor would be fourth. Gondor got 8 nominations.
Yeah.
Other than that, in mildly interesting news, the most was 4.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, there's 5. There's 2 5s and 4. So no one got kind of 6 or 7 nominations. So you had a few factions way out in front, and then a chasing pack essentially. So there you go. Khazad-dûm was the most underrated faction in the game. What do you think about that? And make it a long answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put them in there. So yeah, that's interesting.
Longer.
Over to you, Damien. I'm just mixing some shade.
You're just spreading some shade.
Hey.
I'm going to switch the other camera and then put a gesture up to you on screen.
Oh. So, put some shade on there.
And my other piece of admin on the underrated models thread is that obviously last week live on the stream we crowned Sam Cooking in Athelion as the most underrated model in the Middle Earth strategy battle game.
Rightfully so.
Have you ever heard of a gentleman called Larry Miller?
Yes.
He's known to like himself, I don't know what we'd say, strange statistical anomalies perhaps, or I don't know, interesting tidbits, and particularly about wordplay. I remember at the time, when would it have been? I think when the Battle of 5 Armies was coming out and we were speculating, if we got a new rule book, what would happen to the scenarios in the unexpected journey rulebook, because you'd then lose if there was a new rulebook. It would replace the unexpected journey rulebook. So where would the scenarios go?
Mm-hmm.
So some people were talking about an unexpected journey book coming out, a supplement.
Yep.
But most people were saying they didn't think that was going to happen. So Larry correctly pointed out that if it did, it would be an unexpected journey book, which I was quite fond of. But in much the same way, he decided to try and find out that what we had done as the most underrated model was not the most underrated model. It was almost the most popular.
Yes.
And so what he went and did was he went through all 7 days of the polls.
Like you do.
Yeah, obviously. And he found the one that got the least votes each day.
Okay.
Larry has found the most underrated model in the game, and he put up a poll about that.
Yep.
This week, and I has it here. And so the most underrated models were the dwarf captain with shield, the dwarf where he's running forward with the axe trailing behind him, the captain of Minas Tirith where he's pointing his sword up.
Yeah.
The dwarf king holding the axe to the side. Golfinball, a wild man of Dunland who is running forwards. Mardin, and a corsair who's running with a spear held down. So then Larry put up a poll of the 7 most underrated models in the strategy battle game. Did you vote?
No. My social media this week has been.
It's Larry, yeah. I mean, you're barely on Facebook.
Minimal.
Just don't have the time.
I've been giving on Facebook. It's the taking.
Sorry, Larry. I voted, and I went for the dwarf captain, and the dwarf captain won. But he was one of those models that I remember when he was nominated was probably I was looking at it going, I don't think I've ever seen that model. So the dwarf captain, we can use the votes now. I didn't screenshot it at the time, but he's got 59 votes now. And the captain of Minas Tirith was second with 44. So he won it by a sizable chunk. So So our dwarf captain with shield and axe is the most underrated model in the strategy battle game.
I like it.
But of course, in classic Larry fashion, what that poll also gives you is the model that came in last in Larry's poll.
Okay.
And of course, that model is the most underrated model.
This is getting technical.
A dream within a dream. And that one was the Corsair with his spear held down running. So congratulations to Phil Bill who nominated him. But he's arguably won because Phil Bill has identified the most underrated model in the Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game 2020.
Fair play.
Cheers to Larry for keeping the madness going for another week.
Yep.
That was good fun to follow. So there we go.
That's very good. Very good. Very good.
Are you doing pictures?
Yes, I'm just actually.
Chat. Just confirm model cases.
Right, this is good. This is good.
It sounds promising.
It's good. It's good. It's good, but it's not right. This is risky what I'm doing now, guys. Just so you know. The world could end.
I'm finding it. We have Darren and Moore saying beans goes great with bacon, maple syrup, and waffles. I think we had that. Green Tree, back in the day when I was a drinker, coming home smashed and eating cold beans direct from the tin was a thing. Mother of God. I'm not sure that was ever a thing, Green Tree.
No. I'm not buying
Ham Dizzle 13 says grilled tomato 13 is an absolute sin. No, he doesn't say 13. Ham Dizzle 13 says grilled tomato is an absolute sin. That's incorrect. Tharg is Yanko, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Hey Steve, hobby question. That naked shaman model, under his 2 knives, there's an arm. I think it says. Is that supposed to be a human arm or something leathery?
Oh yeah, it's like hang on, it's like he's made a skirt thing. His underpants out of somebody's skin.
Oh, we all.
So I don't know if it's human, dwarvish, elvish. That's not focusing, which is great.
What a rude boy.
Mm.
Anton says, Anton from Denmark here. First time watching the stream. What is happening? I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's a genuine question.
What's going on, guys?
Joining the Beans chat and.
Can you imagine someone just tuning in?
Let's see if we get any responses in the chat, and then if not, we'll try and fill you in. Aaron says, what armies factions have you guys got? And when collecting an army, do you just do it to a certain points level or just start with models you like? God, how long you got? Steve's got it all, and he has crazy OCD, so he only paints in 12s. So he's got 12 of everything. Is that the Cliff Notes? What?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Have you got armies like painted that you say you have more than other factions? You're a Gondor fella.
What the most? I'd probably say
what
now.
Armies factions have you got?
Painted.
Lot. You haven't say
painted. I've got everything.
Everything.
Got everything.
How does that make you feel, Aaron?
I've got everything.
Next. I've got a Gundabad army, Azog's Legion. I've got a Morannon army now, a Rohan army, Army of Thror, Thranduil's Halls. I think, like most people, I've got the Fellowships and Thorin's Company. I've got a massive Isengard army, and I've got a bit of a Moria army.
Yeah, I
think that's my large forces. And very soon, I'm going to have an army of crows.
Yes, I tend to have at least a minimum of 600 points. That's what I aim for. I end up with far more, but I aim to get like a 600 point force for most stuff.
Mine's generally. I'm just trying to think now. I don't think most of my armies have been ever building towards a points value.
Yeah, I always had this thing in my head where if I go 600 points, it's not loads, and then I can obviously then play anything up to 600 points with that. But then if I decide to go higher, a couple of years down the line or whatever, I've already got 600 points, so I've just got to add to that. That was kind of
I did do it for my Morannons. My Morannon army I painted last February, so a year and a bit ago, when I was doing it for the GT, and I literally wrote the army list because I had so little time to paint it. I wrote the army list and then painted up every model, so it was 700 points. I didn't have a spare model, and then since then I've basically gone and painted the other stuff I had left, which was 12 Morannons and a couple of other heroes. So that was painting to a points limit, I suppose. But no, normally it's because I like the range. I try and make sure I can get to 1,000 points. I think with those, I've got less armies than Steve, but maybe I'm painting up more models for those factions, I guess.
Yeah.
So most of the armies I just mentioned, I should be able to get to 1,000 points. I think Isengard are my biggest one. I can probably do, I think 3,500 points of Isengard, something like that, painted. Not that you'd ever use them, but that's been collected over 10 years or something. Cool.
Yeah.
Larry says they seem to have become. I think
they're just talking about us now and not to us.
Larry says they seem to have become distracted and are now talking about SBG hobby-related stuff instead of Beans Game of Thrones and shows with people from Game of Thrones in like they should. This is what the Palantir was. People used to tune in for the not Middle Earth. Andrew Ross says, he's actually being helpful. He's talking to Anton, saying, think of this as a paint along, which follows the old Battle Games and Middle Earth magazines, which came with a different model each magazine. Yeah, I promise we're doing that as well.
We do normally stick to the script a little bit more. It's just gone mental tonight.
Dizzle says, I didn't come here for hobby chat. No, a few of us did. And then he's talking to Aaron about the armies. Don Barnett is in. How you doing, Don? I'm going to avoid the... Don's got particular worries about some terms that are getting used a lot at the moment. So I'm gonna do my utmost to avoid them, so not upset Mr. Barnett. He's finally done work and he's picked up his brush. Don's got a great Isengard army. I think I mentioned this last week when he was in. So I would hope he's working on an Isengard hero. I reckon he's probably able to do that. Danji Ross is also good for painting other models that may be in your backlog.
Apologies, because we've lost Damien. Don't know where he's gone. Let me try and find him. His battery went before, so I think it is. So I'm going to pick the chat up, and he will join back in imminently. Where is my chat window? I was relaxing then. Reese Taylor, first game of SBG was against Isengard, and the first time shooting with 6 Eastland bows, killed Saruman in 1 shot. That is good going. That is good going. When you do something like that in a game, it's fun. Not fun for the other player. Damien's messaging me now, so let's have a look. I'll say, where are you, my friend? But that's drunk text. I hope he gets that. Yeah, when that happens, it's a lot of fun. When it happens against you, it's not so much. Where are we? Warwick Griggs, as in true stream fashion, I'm not working on the. Read the message above. Yeah. I don't know where he's gone. I don't know where he's gone. Apologies, guys. He's messaging me on Facebook like I'm supposed to know. He can probably read now, so I'm just gonna give me 2 seconds.
Hello?
Yes, you're back. What happened?
I don't know. I messaged you saying like my battery's fine, and then you messaged me going, "Where are you?" That's why I was like, "Read the message. Read the message."
I was in the middle of some super duper like tech side stuff that nobody sees, listening. And you just disappeared, my friend. You just disappeared.
Sorry about.
Go on, if you pick up the
I think
chat.
you're doing it. I think you're in the right place.
Yeah, but I'm doing something. I'm doing some behind the
Reece,
scenes. Yeah, I'm doing some behind the scenes.
Did you finish, Reese?
I hope so.
Warwick Griggs.
Yeah, Warwick. We're on Warwick.
I'm not working on a correct model. You've inspired me to hack up a couple of broken Uruk-hai to make a captain for my Isengard army. Let's see how it goes. Awesome stuff. Larry, been having a tough time working on alerts and some scouts, looking at some reference pictures, and the armor, skin, metal all look very similar to each other. Yeah, they do. I think that's part of the reason GW came up with a kind of red skin scheme, that to try and I don't know, have a bit of differentiation between them, because they are largely very, very black, aren't they? Also, while I was going through the pictures, I found some fan art of a depressed-looking Lurtz. It's amazing. That's worth a Google, surely. Let's say depressed Lurtz. Is that going to be enough? Let's try fan art.
Ah, right, okay. I'm getting there. Guys.
Larry, send me a link, mate. PM me a link, and we'll get it up.
Yeah.
Oh, is it that? It might be that. That looks more like a still from the film, but it could be that. He looks depressed. Or maybe this is the thing. Steve, there you go. There's depressed look. let me turn this light off. I think it's fine. Is that better?
Yeah,
depressed look. Is that the one, Larry? Let us know.
Okay, right. Okay, what I can do here, this is going to make life so much easier, is...
Dandy Ross says... Oh, are you middle of something? Or?
Just bear with me a second. What I'm going to do, the Facebook thread, as if by magic, yeah, I can get it up and we can look at it and talk about it. Do you want to do that, or do you want to carry on with the chat? So much easier, because I've done...
Whatever. You sound excited, man.
I'm excited. I'm not gonna lie. I'm excited. So.
And I've read your messages. I think you've drunk a lot of Moretti. No wonder you're missing questions.
Fat thumbs, mate. Fat thumbs. Right. Okay. Let's just jump into the thread and we can have a look at stuff. So, if you watch YouTube, not this, yeah. Yep.
in there, but obviously with MIT delay.
Yeah, there'll be a little bit of delay. And then if I get YouTube up, Facebook up.
Oh, I just saw a cursor fly across the YouTube screen. I reckon Steve's up to stuff. 50 of you in at the moment tonight. Lovely to see you
Yes,
all.
it's
Thanks
great.
for
It's
joining
great.
this ramble.
So,
Hope you're enjoying it.
I'm going to get it to the beginning. There's a lot of comments.
I'll carry on while you're doing that.
Can you?
Angie Ross says, I remember I guessed Desolator of the North as the most underrated range. 100% of that army was represented. I don't think that Schmal got any votes, actually. But yeah, it was clever. Tharg says, I called out Dwarven Kingdoms last week, forgot the proper name. Yeah, that must have been for the underrepresented one. Tom Cullimore says, what would you say is the fastest army? What have you done, Stephen Cry?
What, can you see that Facebook thing?
Yeah, I can. So the entire screen is now just Facebook, yeah?
Yes, so this is the thread.
All right. Okay.
So we can see people's pictures.
30 comments.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I'm going to run through them because it's probably a lot easier. And you can write down the names of the people that are in the draw. That makes sense?
Is that recently viewed tab on the side? Pigs in knickers? Is that what is it? Yeah, if you're into farm animals, that is weird.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Yep. So Yanko Das is in. He is painting loads of.
Oh right.
Heroes.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because I need to write this down.
Yeah, but as I'm naming them, everyone can see them. Yeah. So it's just a lot better. Yanko Dassi is in. He is painting naked Uruk-hai shaman and Lurtz with bow. He's sending us.
Still only one entry. Sorry, mate.
That looks cool. Darren Amore's in with
there's Benjamin Pat messaging you.
Yeah, forget that. Darren Amore is in with Uruk-hai captain. Frederick Schultz is in with Orc captains and Shagrats. Luke Churches sent us a picture of, he's got in through the Thorin's company, so he's not in the draw, but it's great painting. Henry Marshall's in. He's got Uruk captain, and it looks like Faramir, is it? That looks cool. Dan Nelson, Shagrats, so he's in. Adam D is in, Uruk captain. Jens Elmos is in with Mauher. You're a plunker, you are. Michael's in with Lurtz, Dying Boromir.
Can you do me a favour? Can you go back to Yanko Dassi? Oh, Darren Amore. No, it's catching up. Darren Amore's in. Yeah. It's come up.
Lovely,
Darren.
Did you get Matt?
Frederick Strolls is in.
I don't know how he's done that, but there's Michael from Aberdeen, no surname. He's in.
Shagra, Frederick Strolls is there.
Yep. Michael Haskell's in.
Is that Luke? Luke Sherloss is no. So he's on Bofa.
Yeah.
Henry Marshall's in.
Yep. Luke Churches is painting up Army of the Dead. They're looking cool.
Dan Nelson on the Shagrat there.
James Eachin is painting up the same model as you, so he's in.
And that's... I've just seen... That worked a treat. Is that Jens Elmos?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Are you just writing them down or are you listening to me?
Mike, is it just Michael? That's not Michael Haskell, is it, that picture?
No, just Michael.
Just Michael someone. And then Michael Haskell underneath.
Yeah. We've got Gandalf. That's looking cool. The painting Gandalf the White mounted as Gandalf the Grey. That looks pretty cool, actually. Crispin's in. Crispin, thanks for joining us, Crispin. Yeah, didn't know you were in, my friend.
That's Frederick's proof. Chocolate, lovely.
I could just scroll through this and then you'll see it on YouTube.
Yeah, Army of the Dead. James Easton. Is that Uruk captain yet?
Yeah.
James.
Oh, Matt's Halbrad conversion's nice. Very nice.
Justin, I can't really see Justin, but he's working on Thorum, isn't he? So he must be. Justin.
Tom Turtle's in, Adam D's in it, Justin's in it, James Eachin, Henry Marshall is in, Jack Hart. We've got loads to do, going to be in the draw tonight.
James Holding's doing Gandalf though, so he's not getting in the draw.
Anton Albegard did not know he was supposed to be painting Oryx, but Pippin have been mistaken for an Orc, so it looks cool though, my mate. Looks very cool.
Crispin Farbrother, love the chat. Glad to hear it. Good to have you in, Crispin. It's James again. Matt Prescott in there has got alerts in there or something.
I think that's a better way. That is far easier for me to do than downloading, uploading. Bless you.
I'll tell you what. From next week onwards, then, if you want to do that, or was that Tom Turtle as well?
Yeah.
Who was underneath Tom Turtle? You've started scrolling like a mad thing. Can you go back to Tom Turtle?
I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you who's in.
Yeah.
Adam D.
Adam, that's Darmody, isn't it?
Yeah. And then Justin sent another one. James Eachin. You've got James Eachin, yeah?
Yep.
You got Henry Marshall?
Yep.
Jack Harper?
I don't have Jack Harper.
Wee, Tanya. I'm going to have to change the screen back because Tanya's just posted an absolute belter.
So is that it? Just Jack Harper was the last one?
Up to now, yeah.
That is a new record.
I've got a feeling there'll be more as well.
Yeah, that's 15 people. Awesome work, guys.
Mm.
That is very, very cool indeed.
So in a second, you'll see something very nice pop up on screen. There you go.
Say there you go, but there you go.
Have you still not got it? Because I've got it on my phone. I can see it.
No, I wonder if it's because I don't know. I wonder.
Do you know the little red line? Have you got the little red line? Is it dragged right to the end?
Yeah.
Must be that wind up internet connection you've got. You put 50p in it before we started.
Wind up.
Wee. Have you still not? Is it still not?
Hang on, one for the chat. It's the beads.
Yeah. It took you ages to get that.
No, it's because by clicking on the thing, it took it back to the start.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Right, we better jump back in this chat, aren't we?
Yeah,
where were we up to, my friend?
I want to say you had Tim Cullimore saying, what's the fastest army you could paint to a high standard if you had to field 500 points?
Where's this?
Not Army of the Dead. Crabane.
I can't see this message.
It's underneath Tharg. You got Larry, Dan G. Ross, Tharg, Tim Cullimore. It's above one from Michael Haskell where he retracted it.
Dan G. Ross, Larry Miller. Desolate the North. What would you say was the fastest army you could paint to a high standard if you had to field 500 points?
Crabane. Just done it.
Basically, what you're asking is what's the model that I find the easiest to paint?
Maybe fighting Uruk-hai.
Uruk-hai, yeah, I'd say. Uruk-hai.
More goblins.
Or Minas Tirith. I think Minas Tirith's a good shout. But fastest will probably be Uruk-hai because they're more expensive, so you'd get there quicker. Yeah. What about yourself? Is that something because that's how you're thinking of picking your next force, or is it? Michael Haskell's retracted his message. There must have been loads of foul language in it.
Classic Haskell.
He says, undercoated Uruk pikes drying on the patio table. Elder son inadvertently kicks his football in a perfect slow-mo loop to land it. Oh,
that is a disaster.
To land directly on top of him, and most survived amazingly.
During lockdown as well, when you can't send them away.
Yeah. Matt says, mind blown. Larry Miller, that Corsair only got 10 votes between both polls. He was in. Hamdizzle, getting a bit Inception, to be honest. Is that because of the flicking things? We'll have it.
No, that's underrated.
Oh, right. Joshua Crosby, painting the Uruk-hai Scout Captain with two-handed axe. And just noticed,
great choice.
That is the only model I've ever seen that has nothing on its tab. Oh, on the tab on the bottom.
Oh, really? I didn't look before I glued it in with giddy abandon.
I wonder why that is. Interesting. Larry Miller?
Must be because it was it must be, I would imagine it's something to do with the fact it was unreleased, so it didn't have it put on for production, and they didn't put it on when they brought it back round.
Didn't I read somewhere that the reason it was never released is because they had major problems with casting it?
don't know. Maybe.
I'm sure I read that. Maybe they made a new mold for it from the old original they had, and they just didn't. They don't do it the way they used to anymore. So there was no name on it. I don't know, because they'll have all the old like master models sculpts somewhere. Larry says 6 the first time and 4 in the last. That was the votes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Hamdizzle, maybe his clothes are made of meat that are back on the menu. Way. Nick Gardner, waiting another half an hour to get out of work so I can rush home and start painting. I have some ideas for the shirtless shaman. Tom Turtle, howdy, whipping comments. Seen it, brother. Aaron says, MESBG, completed it, mate.
That's you having your hobbies.
Tharg, thanks for the help, Steve. No problem, mate. Green Tree, if you could remove any scene from the Hobbit trilogy, what scene would that be? Think I'd cut the stone giant battle.
Ah, that's cool. Legolas jumping up the rocks every day of the week.
I don't know.
That's an easy question. If you have to drop 2, well, now we're talking. Now that's tricky.
Yeah, I don't know.
Legolas.
I'd have to think about that one, Green Tree. I'd have to think about that one. Hamdizzle, any army of crows, you say, Damien. Does Steve have good stats? Only the best stats, mate. Best stats. Best stats. 5 attacks.
You reckon?
1 attack.
Is there a rule for like inability to find something? Like, you know,
Wonders. He can't attack anyone until he's attacked because he's just wandering around aimlessly looking for models on shelves.
it's you know, like an elven cloak, like stalk unseen.
It's
I wonder
like,
if there's the opposite of that. Like you can't see your opponents.
Do you know what I've seen in my head?
Oh, no! It's every one of the opposing models counts as wearing an elven cloak to Steve.
Yeah.
It'd be that.
Do you know what I just seen in my head? You know that meme with John Travolta in Pulp Fiction?
There's all my models. See, whoever it was that asked that question is like, Steve's got, yeah, I've got everything. So has he? He said he's got everything. I've seen like a very small proportion of it. I've seen a man in a garage somewhere saying, "I've got everything."
I'll do it one day. I'll do a sweet bar, get all the models out.
Yeah, after you've bought them.
Can't be bothered though. Where are we up to? Nicholas Garden says, I actually don't have a Thorin's company. What? Besides Gandalf and the custom Bilbo leaving Erebo back for the Shire. I believe Damien brought with him a couple of years back to Nova.
To what? Sorry, what was the...
So Nicholas says, I actually don't have a Thorin's company besides Gandalf and the custom Bilbo leaving Erebo back for the Shire. I think that's supposed to be though I believe Damien brought with him a couple of years back.
It was by Dave Frederick.
Was that the one with all the shield on his back?
Yeah, it's like him at the end of Battle of Five Armies. It was an amazing little sculpt, and
cool.
he gave it to Devon as a prize. So I did. I took it over.
That's cool.
That's a complete one-off you got there, Nick. But yeah, there's 4 sets of Thorin's company out there, and I genuinely believe they're all awesome. So whichever one you get,
they are very cool. Aaron Noonan says, I am thinking and aiming for maybe 2/3 1,000 point armies, and then some smaller factions that I can use for smaller games to add in as alliances. Alex Cage just puts Crabane. Generation Shift. Asciliath looks awesome in the background. Steve, cheers, man. I'm happy with it.
That's a man who knows his Osgiliath as well.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. As you know, like doing that, because you've done yours as a diorama, so you're able to go crazy with it. I keep getting a temptation. I keep looking at it and thinking, I'll just add this, I'll just add that. Well, I've got to stop somewhere. It's a gaming board, isn't it? It's not diorama, but I am happy with it. It's cool. Anton says, thank you, Dan. I thought I stumbled upon a food vlog when I first got on. We're just all going a little bit mental, my friend. We're just.
What's the worst thing you could eat?
Oh, don't ask that. Some of the things I've seen of late. Oh, things going on Facebook at the minute are shocking. Where are we? Green Tree, Damien put his one ring on and vanished. Alwood says Green Tree, I like it. Larry Miller, bless you. Oh, it's jumped again. It's jumped again. Where are we? Al says, got to shoot, guys. Thanks a lot for the laughs. Stay safe. And you, my friend. Stay safe, brother.
Okay, Al.
Thanks
for dropping in, man.
Hamdizzle says, oh, yes, I rate that the best Uruk.
Which one?
I don't know. Don't know. Larry Miller says, I also sent you depressed alerts, but I don't know if the link worked.
Oh, God, you did. Yeah.
James Holding, gonna have to leave. Catch you guys on the next stream. Take care, my friend.
Okay, mate.
Hopefully we'll make more sense in the next one. Yeah.
Shall I send it to you, or should I just hold it up?
Just hold it up. Look at me now today. I've had a few beers to say. Just hold it up.
Depressed alerts. Maybe that's just after he's killed Boromir, just thinking about what he's done. But that also means that the one I found wasn't depressed alert, so it's obviously a type of fiction.
Larry says, downloaded it and sent it you properly now. Michael Haskell
Thanks, Larry.
says, the Uruk-hai versus the football was 2007, but my elder son, currently in Bangor Uni, remembers it well. Ah, right, it was reminiscing. Right, okay.
For you.
Fenrir, not arriving precisely when I meant to, not a wizard. Beverage, Pepsi Max. Chocolate, Norwegian milk chocolate, the best. Debatable.
It's the beverage is meant to be a fancy cocktail. It's not meant to be like any beverage.
Model Uruk-hai Scout Captain, where to send the pictures. So if you go in the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, there is a thread there that says stream thread. Post your pictures here. If you pop it in there, my friend, and you'll be entered, and we'll get the thread back up soon. Aaron says Green Tree. Oh, it's gone. The whole of the Battle of Five Armies. Ooh, Damien's gone again. He's off. He's off, man's. So apologies. I'll just keep going through the chat until he comes back. Where were we? Alex Kaiser. Well, to cut there is Azog propelling himself out of the water, pushing off nothing. Yeah, that was a bit weird. That was a bit weird. But for all we know, there could have been a rock below him, I suppose. I don't know. Hamdizzle, 5 attacks, Burley, strength 11. Boom, definitely.
Hello.
Oh, you're back now, are you?
Yeah.
You're all right now? You had a break, yeah? Is that all right?
Let's not rule out that this is your drunk thumbs.
No. Look, see, guys, this is what I got put with. It's all your fault, Steve. So yeah, Hamdizzle is saying I'm 5 attacks, Burley, strength 11.
You?
Yeah. Danjiro, Steve Crow must.
11 is good.
Steve Crow must take a courage test to remain in his seat. Pascal Wibber is in.
He loves a walk.
I do actually. How you doing, Pascal? It's good to have you. I think it's the first time in, Pascal, is it? In one of these streams? Welcome. Yeah, first time on stream tonight. Finally found some time to paint again. Good man. What are you painting? Green Tree says, think I'd cut old chunky face Legolas. Chunky face Legolas.
That's not a scene. You can't just cut a character.
What would you replace him with? Nicholas Gardner.
Ontario.
I still haven't painted that Bilbo. The travelling one. I'm tempted to. What did he use as the base model for that debut?
I think it's Master Burglar.
Is it? Hamdizzle says Lurtz is like SMH. Couldn't kill some jumped up ranger, but shot some noble Gondor lad 3 times.
Oh, that's that picture. That's what he's thinking.
Nicholas Gardner, I'm sure that Lurtz art is from behind the scenes of the actor sleeping. Aaron says, Steve, check the pic I just posted on the thread.
It's not. It's definitely a picture. It probably doesn't come across very well, but it's definitely a painting of some sort.
I'm getting asked to look at a picture being posted. I'll have to vet it first, obviously. James Holding's working on a troll chieftain, but he is a Mordor troll. So he's not classed as an Isengard hero. Larry
Uruk-hai, isn't it? It's not just Isengard hero.
Larry Miller has undercoated Lurtz.
Lovely.
laughing to himself. There we go.
Is this the picture?
That's good. That's funny, that, Aaron. Funny that. It'll come up for you now in a minute, Damien.
What are you doing? Are you cutting back to your Facebook?
Facebook, yeah. It'll come up in a sec. You can't see it. It's in your face.
Yeah. Such lols though.
Right, it's up on the YouTube. YouTube should have updated now to the screen.
That is excellent work.
Oh dear. Can you ban someone from a stream?
While that's up there, have we got anyone more we need to add to my list of happy?
Oh, I've just got rid of it. Hang on, let me get it back.
I've seen it come up.
We've got Michael Haskell's in, isn't he? He's already in.
Let me see. Oh, that worked better than I could have dreamed. Michael Haskell is in, yeah. It goes up to Jack Harper.
Yeah, that's it. We've got everyone. You know what the only thing about that is? I come up with that diss myself.
That what?
That diss.
Oh, what? The John Travolta one, yeah. You did this to yourself, man. Jack Harper was the last, was he?
Yeah, but I just heard pinging, so I'll just check. Ping. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Have you got Philip Lawrence Scarpeed?
Certainly not.
Right, okay. Like, it's gone crazy. It's gone mental. So I'm going to flick that back up.
Philip Lawrence, yeah?
I'll flick that back up there now. This is good, this. I like this. That I can do this. This is better. So, Philip Lawrence Scarpeed.
Yeah, I got him.
Yep, he's painting the scout captain that you're painting. That'll pop up on YouTube in a second.
Solid choice.
For you. The thing is that for everyone who's watching this, it's live, so they hear me say it'll pop up in a second, but they've seen it for like 30 seconds.
See, we are coming to you from the past.
Yeah, it's
so
crazy,
a lot of people don't realise.
Joshua Crosby.
Oh, there's more. I've put my phone down. All right.
Yep.
Joshua Crosby.
He's painting.
Yeah, it's up for me now.
Lots of Uruks.
Is there a hero in there?
Yes, the two-handed captain, the normal captain.
Oh, lovely.
The Bannerman, the drummer.
Bannerman's not a hero. He's such a noob.
His command counts. Right.
It absolutely doesn't.
Right, where's that chitty chat? Okay.
It's good, Josh. Lots of works in there. Good to see you.
Justin says, I think we could do without the scene where Tariel does her elven medicine magic.
Disagree.
Stuff to Keeley. It's part of the love story, I suppose. Damien said a naughty word. They must have seen your message to me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I certainly wouldn't have sent you a naughty message, and I definitely wouldn't have done it if I thought it was going to come up on the screen.
Dan G. Ross says to Aaron's meme, nice. Nicholas Gardner, I just cut the whole Keeley Tariel love thing to begin with. You don't rewrite Tolkien, especially something as egregious, is that the word? You're better with words than I am. As a dwarf loving an elf.
Yeah, it never happened with Gimli and Galadriel, did it?
Pascal says, painting some Warg Riders, who technically could be Isengard, but I'm actually planning to use some Isengard in the future for the first time. Saruman and Witch King combo sounds fun to me. Ooh.
If you get Saruman out of your case and put some white on him, you'll do.
Yeah. Green Tree says, I think I'd cut those wereworm things as well. You know what I didn't get about that scene?
I could get on with that.
You know what I didn't get about that scene? You know, like where they come out the hole?
It's where they go.
And then they disappear. Yeah, where have they gone?
Yeah, there they go, yeah.
Where did they back up to?
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I get it. Their rationale is that you can't just have the army appear, because think about how much that Theoden knows they're coming in Helm's Deep, because they can see this huge army marching across, and if you just have an army appear and surprise them, it makes you look stupid, which I get. And so they came up with this idea that how could an orc army arrive without you knowing it? But it's it's ropey as. Because Steve's right. Where do they go? But then also, why don't you just go a few hundred feet closer and just go inside Erebor?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I didn't like that. I could do without
that. Is Don Barnett in?
In the draw?
Yeah.
No.
He's just posted up. He has base coated and based his Scout Command.
Oh, Scout Command, choice of heroes.
So he's in there. So we're cooking. I think we're up to date on the chat.
Good work.
Let's have a look. Oh, hang on, no, we're not. Hang on.
Just a fool's hope.
So, Aaron says to Green Tree, I think they were integral to the story, even in the book. Anton Albigard, I would cut anything involving liquid gold in Erebor, especially the statue. Love a bit of liquid gold.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? That would be, after the Legion rocks, a large portion of the Thorin's company Smaug chase would be my choice.
Yeah, it was a bit tiresome.
I think you could have. I think you could even using exactly the footage you've got, you could have it and it work.
Mm.
You could have them kind of attack him and him chase them for a bit and them throw loads of bombs in his face. But you could leave out the wheelbarrow and leave out the pouring gold and stuff, and I could do without that.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's kind of cool.
Alex says, could I email you a model, Steve, not on Facebook? Yeah. TopTableWargaming@gmail.com. Let me know when you've sent it. Hamdizzle, the worms, how the frick is there any army behind them? Yeah.
There you go.
Justin says, I have not a problem with the elf dwarf love thing. I just personally think the scene could have been filmed from a different angle, a lot much better, I think. But that's just me. Aaron says,
I don't think it's just you, Justin.
I'd cut out the Gandalf and Dol Guldur scenes as it wasn't relevant to the Hobbit story. They only added that and the reveal of Sauron to link back to Lord of the Rings. I wouldn't cut those.
I think that's some of the best stuff in there.
Yeah, I won't cut those.
If you cut it, you've got to imagine those scenes aren't in there. Who's one of the major selling points of the Lord of the Rings? Ian McKellen. And what you would have is Gandalf, one of your most recognisable characters, would do exactly what happens in the books. He would vanish halfway through the second one, and he would come back 3 hours later and just go, "Whoa, let me have my Hobbit back."
Mm.
You have to see, and that's what happens in the book. And no one even questions him. You have to see where he goes.
Yeah.
And I thought the Dol Guldur sequences were brilliant.
Yeah, I thought they were cool. Nick Garner says, I meant romantic love, not fairy tale love. It's just a mess and doesn't fit. Even Evangeline Lilly didn't want it.
Yeah, that's very true.
Nick Gardner, leaving work now and got a 40-minute drive home. Then I can paint. Good man, good man. Guess who's in? It's only the one and only Stephen Bonar. Hi guys, what did I miss?
Hey.
You missed baked beans, you missed 5 beans, you missed sausage and beans, you missed prison food.
Beans.
You missed memes.
Memes,
a lot,
beans,
mate.
other
Memes
eames.
and beans. You missed memes and beans. Hamdizzle says, just to rile Damien up, they should remove the dwarves at Bag End scene.
You just sound like a crazy guy.
Oh.
Bag End scene's so good.
Oh, I like the Bag End scene. Right, Alex has sent me an email, so I'm going to have a look in here.
Whee.
There we go.
Cheeky little metal highlights going down. Coming on all right, this chap.
Come on, internet. It's very slow tonight.
Is that you caught up on the chat?
Yes.
Dare I suggest, is it a good time to talk about the magazine?
Do it, man.
I've just finished the colour. So, let me jump onto here and just check before we dive into this. Oh, there are a few more. Larry says, I wouldn't cut Dol Guldur. The biggest thing I hated reading the book was Gandalf disappearing with no explanation given. Yep. Stephen Bonner, bean memes. Larry says, just said that too. Yeah, great minds, Larry. Aaron says the scenes are great, especially the additional elements in the extended edition. Yep, completely all held for review. Adam D says the White Council. This is held for review, so apologies if this gets extreme. The White Council fighting Dol Guldur is one of the best things from the Hobbit trilogy. Seeing Elrond and Saruman kick ass is amazing. I think that's ass. Oh, I'm going to allow it.
We'll allow it, yeah.
I agree completely. It's an awesome scene. Michael Haskell, I've started watching the Hobbit appendices this week. Nearly finished disc 1 of 6. Enjoy, mate. There is a lot of fantastic stuff in there. I would say that I know the popular opinion is certainly that the Hobbit films aren't as good as Lord of the Rings, but I think the extras are just as good on the Hobbit films as they were on the Lord of the Rings. You really can see the love and the passion that goes through it. And whenever you always hear people saying that, you know, Peter Jackson didn't want to be making them, or he was stressed, or that he wasn't happy with them, and just go and watch those extras and you can just see it's not true. It's just not true at all. They're completely committed to them as they were the first time around.
Yeah.
Danji Ross says beans memes.
Beans. I've just popped
memes,
up
Heinz,
beans.
which is very good.
Alex Kaiser's fully sculpted wraith at Dol Guldur. That's an awesome bit of hobby in that, my friend.
That's very cool. Sculpted from scratch.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Far better than I could do, man.
So yeah, very cool. Very cool.
All right. Yanko says Gandalf says during the council that he went to Dol Guldur during his absence from the company, so deserves to be in the film. Add some White Council. Completely agree. Larry says the second thing I hated the most was Smaug being killed by a random character who had barely been seen up at all until that point. Yeah, that's what it is in the book, isn't it?
Mm.
In the book, Bard is brought in about 3 pages before he kills Smaug. So again, I think that's one of the things that the films did very well. That by the time Smaug gets killed, huge spoilers, you at least know the guy who kills him, and it makes some sort of sense.
Yeah, you've got some sort of link.
Aaron says, I suppose you could cut Frodo from the bag end scenes as he was added for fan service and fluff rather than anything else. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
But it was cool bit of fan service though, right?
I like that you see him run off into Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I think that's a cute little touch. And I like that you see him put the sign on the door.
Yeah.
On the gate. I think that's nice. But yeah, you're right. Hamdil says, are you in need of assistance, milady? Which is awesome. Nick Gardner thinks it's sad they didn't add more of the White Council. Glorfindel would have been cool. Yeah, I agree. Larry says, wait, you actually talk about the magazine in this? Yeah, normally around halfway through. We'll have a flick through. Green Tree, not a fan of the battle between the Wraith, Saruman, Elrond, and Galadriel. Seems like overkill considering Aragorn scared them all off with a stick on Weathertop. There's only 5 on Weathertop. But yeah, I mean, they do seem... Yeah, I suppose those Nazgul look like they'd mess Aragorn up. Handel said, if you complain about the Hobbit films and haven't watched Extended, don't talk to me. I think that's fair enough. I do think the Extended Lord of the Rings are obviously magnificent and far better, but I think the Hobbit films are proportionally... they're made proportionally better than the Lord of the Rings films via the extended editions.
Yeah.
Justin opening up my second Wonderbar Star Bar. Whoa, he's going mad. Before highlighting Thorim's skin. Green Tree, don't get me wrong, I still love the movies, just think they can be made better by removing a few bits. It's true. I think it's true of Lord of the Rings as well. Don Barnett, Iron Hills dwarves from a solid pipe block, ready to receive the orc charge, then the elves jump over their heads. Yeah. It's stupid, but it's cool, isn't it? It is stupid, but I think it's cool. Films as a whole are fantastic in retrospect. I'm glad they split them into 3. Completely agree. The reason I think they don't compare to the originals is because of the overuse of CGI. The only thing I'll say on the overuse of CGI is consider the fact that your main heroes are all dwarf size. So when all the battles in Lord of the Rings, you've got elves like Legolas and men, Minas Tirith guys and Warriors Rohan against orcs. They're the same size. So they fight and they could use a lot of prosthetics. As soon as you've got the dwarfs fighting, take the Battle of 5 Armies, they're shorter. They have to be shorter than orcs. So your orcs have to be CGI. Otherwise, they're going to be these really weird, massive suits on stilts. So I think that's a huge part of it, that there is more CGI. Of course there is. But I think a large part of it is that they essentially have an army of Gimlis as their heroes. And that is tricky in the scale. And it's the same with the Iron Hills Dwarfs. The Iron Hills Dwarfs all have to be smaller than the orcs. So I think that is a consideration.
Yeah.
John Kitchen, Hollywood decides to stretch The Hobbit short book into 3 films instead of doing it in 90 minutes. I love just settling in the book and enjoying it. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, but
I'm glad we got 3 films out of it. I'll put that out there.
I don't think. I mean, it's, you know, these are long debated things, and I don't think anyone will change anyone's mind. But if you made The Hobbit as it is, even if you just completely did everything that was in there, like it wouldn't be a 90-minute film, and no one would talk. There'd be no character development in it. The Hobbit is a wonderful, wonderful book that I adore, but it's a twee fairy story that wouldn't make any sense if you were trying to have any continuity with the world of Lord of the Rings. I think this is. We discussed the difference in film trilogy and Out of the Frying Pan, episode 10. Go and check that out. The Out of the Frying Pan podcast.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Episode 10. They probably have a discussion about this.
Yeah, and Stu will be on the new series over on Top Table Gaming on Monday. It'll be myself, Stu, and Harry Parkhill from Entmoot podcast. We'll just be chatting about the things that we do, taking questions, and hopefully not talking about beans.
What new series is that?
It's called Speak Friend.
Very cool. Is that episode 1?
Episode 1. Yes.
Cool. Cool. When is it? Monday. I'll do my best to tune in for that.
Yeah, tune in. It's going to be very, very cool. So make sure you tune in, guys. That's over on Top Table Gaming. I'll be posting out on Facebook. Not that I normally do post on Facebook, but I will be posting out on Facebook about it very, very soon.
Did you feel like you weren't doing enough live stream?
Yes. Yes. Do you know what it is? When you do a live stream, there's no editing. There's no editing.
Joyous, isn't it? It's truly joyous.
You just do it and it's done. But people seem to be responding well to the live streams. That's why I like doing these as well. I think we're all at home. We're all pretty bored, and just to get in front of the computer and hear people talk about the nerdy stuff that we all like for, in this case, 4 hours, but normally 2 hours, is great. It's just a bit of an escape, like I say. So yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I get to speak to someone with some sense. Anyway,
Aaron says the original trilogy used mini models, paintings, and practical effects. The Hobbit films used so much CGI. They did, and they, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't use. They still use paintings. They used digital paintings in the background. They didn't use models. You're right. And they did use a lot of practical effects. But yeah, lots of CGI in it. Totally agree. This is Ham Dizzle. The theatrical Hobbit films are very tenuous, but are very good when extended. Question: What's everyone's Lord of the Ring? What's everyone's Lord of the Rings Hobbit film?
It's going to be favourite.
It's going to be favourite. I presume that's favourite. Yeah. Let's try and get down, and we'll get a few answers before we do it, shall we?
Do you know what ones are ours? Or do you want to wait? Mine's it.
Well,
I think it's an easy one.
I literally just said we'll wait, but by all means.
So when you say that, do you want to wait or?
Yeah, I always gotta wait. But you know, if you're super excited about your answer, we can go.
No. Go on, crack on.
Brilliant.
He's sure.
Nick Gardner says, "I ditched the Goat Riders. A bit too Warhammer for me." I thought that when I saw them in the trailer, but I actually really like them now.
Yeah, I like them.
I think the models helps. I genuinely think playing this game helps me to like the Hobbit more because I get to engage with the models.
And we get cool stuff, right?
Yeah. Alex Kaiser says, "Well, Damien, the sculpt was inspired by SBG issue 3, and I wanted to try and have a go at Matt Davis's great Nazgul. Thanks for all the work on the magazine." I can show you that. I've got him.
Tremendous work. Tremendous.
I'm lucky enough to have the Wraiths from issue 3 in my cabinet. So this is the model that Matt Davis sculpted for us of Nazgul. This was he did all 9, and this is before. I need to switch cameras. This is before the Forge Rod ones had come out, a couple of years before, as memory serves. And Matt did an incredible job creating a whole set of originals. And if you want to see a lot of them, they are featured heavily throughout issues 3 and 4. Oh, switched off my camera. There we go. So let's have a cheeky look. So this is the one that inspired Alex's sculpt that you've just seen.
It's very cool.
There it is.
It's
awesome. So we had this one as the Undying for our battle report.
Should we take guesses for the base model in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly you'll never get them. But yeah, what base model was that?
So when Matt made these, anyone who isn't aware, Generation Shift, who's in the chat or was in the chat, he sculpted all these for Damien and Tom's magazine, SBG magazine, and he sculpted over the top of existing base models. That's correct, right, Damien?
Yeah, I think for 7 of them, they were sculpted over existing models.
Yeah. So
and then one was a complete, and then 2 I think were completely original sculpts.
Cool. But there is a base model under that one, is there?
Yeah.
So what do you think is the model that he sculpted over the top of to make that model? That's an interesting little question.
Here's the and yes, that was the inspiration for Alex's thing, and Matt did a truly spectacular job on that. I'm very lucky to have those models.
You're awesome, yeah.
Do you want to take over in the chat?
Yes. Green Tree. Wonder what Del Toro's version would have been. I think it would have been terrible.
I think it would have been trippy as hell.
Yeah.
I think I would have loved it, but I don't think people would have reacted. It would have been completely different. It wouldn't have felt anything like Lord of the Rings, which could be a good thing.
Yeah, I think it would have been very comic booky, but
yeah.
Aaron says, I'd hate to think of what would have got cut if they did it in 1 movie rather than 3. Very true. I'm just at the end of the day, we've got 3 movies there that we can watch that brings us into our little world that we like to be in, and that's a good thing.
I think when you look at what's there, there's an argument for cutting stuff and making them shorter, but I don't think there's an argument for cutting them back to 2 films. For that's for me personally.
Yeah. I
think what's there is 3 films, but maybe I would get rid of some of the like Alfred stuff. I think there's scenes where you could fairly clearly cut, trim some bits out.
Yeah. Aaron says, question: which trilogy has a better prologue, Hobbit or Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings for me.
Well, I like just on the prologue. I like the Smaug attack and seeing Erebor in all its glory in the cinema gave me goosebumps. Because before that film came out, I didn't think we were going to get that. Before the first Hobbit film, I didn't think, well, why on earth would you ever see Erebor at its height? And all that stuff, and seeing Dale in its glory, I really liked it.
It was great. It was great. For me, it was just, and it's the same. Probably the same reasons as to the question that we had of which is our favourite movie and the reasons why, which I'll answer later.
So you trying to get that back in again?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it now? Or?
No.
I mean, if you want to talk about it,
I want you to
say.
I want you to fester.
Larry says, I'm surprised nobody had the idea to use that quote for a video series before. What, Beans and Memes? That one. That's awesome. That's one I've ever read. Beans and Memes. You're still on the wrong camera, you know that, right?
Oh, well, maybe it's the right camera, maybe it's the painted camera.
You definitely weren't painted on camera. Steve Bonner says, have you guys...
I'll stay on this one for a while.
Where?
So stay on paint cam so people can see how incredibly badly I paint.
Yeah. Steve says, have you guys done a Discord chat along yet? What is a Discord chat along?
It's I don't know quite how it works, but Discord's the service.
Oh yeah,
you can go and chat to other people.
I'm on Discord because that's what we use for TTS. Oh, right. I didn't know it was like a chatty thing. It's basically one of these, but we chat. It'd be a nightmare though. Like there's 53 people in the chat, so including us, that's 55. Imagine 55 people all trying to talk at once. Don Burnett, Battle of 5 armies, orcs and trolls line up to finish off the dwarves in front of the gates. Suddenly all the trolls drop dead, like they've been struck by lightning.
Throwing spears.
Throwing spears. Hamdizzle, I have to say Stu's advert for his painting service is very clear. You have elected the way to paint. These are what the adverts on the podcast. I think that's what you're talking about, yeah. Green.
I don't really mean. I don't know what that means.
Green Tree says Fellowship all the way.
That must be favourite films we're coming in.
Yeah. Aaron says Fellowship and Desolation of Smaug for me. Yeah. Hamdizzle. Art with two-handed axe? Question mark. What was that in reference to? Remind us, Hamdizzle. Alex Kaiser, Mirkwood Elf. Oh right, this was the base model. Art with two-handed.
Oh right, yeah.
Art with two-handed axe. Yes or no?
No.
Mirkwood Elf with sword and shield for the Undying.
Who said that?
Alex Kaiser.
I think he's right.
He's read it in a magazine, and
I mean that is a Hail Mary shot if you've got that right. Given how little of them are. Have you got the magazines, Alex? I don't know.
Well, he must have because he said he's tried to emulate what Matt did.
Oh yeah, well that's probably it then.
Yeah. Larry Miller, where did he get that bass?
It's like, here's my Nazgul. By the way, these bases are also.
Hamdizzle, I don't know. Maybe he bought them off some guy, just some guy. Yeah.
Some guy.
Danji Ross, was the base model a Mirkwood Palace Guard with a double-ended spear? New. Larry Miller, probably Fellowship, probably for me. Probably Fellowship, probably for you. Hamdizzle, I saw a post once saying Alfred was basically the
He doesn't know
equivalent.
if it's Fellowship, and he doesn't know if he's answering for himself.
Hamdizzle says, I once saw a post saying Alfred was basically the equivalent of Jar Jar Binks.
He's not that bad.
I think he's all right. He's all right. I know he's pointless. He's pointless in the story, but he's all right. Aaron says, I remember that scene and seeing Erebor in 3D. Same, Damien. It gave me goosebumps. Josh says, Lord of the Rings prologue was the most exciting moment I've ever had in a cinema. With you there, bro. Cool. With you there, bro. Alex Kaiser says, Danji Ross, you are thinking of the Shadow Lord that Matt sculpted. That is the one with the glaive. And Justin says, Two Towers by far for me. John Kitchen, the Two Towers, Uruk-hai Scouts, the introduction of the Rohirrim, Gandalf in the halls of Theoden, Aragorn's counsel to Eowyn about her future, a great setup for the Battle of Pelennor Fields, and then nothing. But all very good points. All very good points. Steve Oller says Fellowship inspired me.
Oh, awesome.
Went out looking for Balrogs on a Saturday night. John Kitchen, the Battle of Helm's Deep. There may have been Ents too. DG Videos, welcome. I'ma have to hammer me some manflesh. Where are we? I think I'm up to date on the chat. I think I'm up to date. So, favourite movie out of the 6? Damien?
Oh, sorry, I just said what about you? But yeah,
all right. Do you want me to answer? It's Fellowship for me, and the main reason is, I don't know if I think I've told you this. When I seen Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring in the cinema, I seen it as a second choice because the film that we wanted to watch, there was no seats left.
What did you want to watch?
I want to say it was something like Minority Report or something right, Bobbins. Yeah. But there was no seats left, and that was on. And I was like, yeah, because I read the books when I was younger. I was like, yeah, we'll watch it. But when I knew they were coming out, I didn't have a massive interest in going, I'll go to the cinema and watch it. I did want to see it. I was thinking, that'd be good. I'll see how they do it, kind of thing. But it wasn't like I want to go. So when we went and then decided to watch, and it blew me mind. It blew me away. And like when it ended, and I was like, you what? I've got to wait 12 months for the next bit. What? I couldn't believe it. But yeah, that scene with the High Elves, Gil-galad, it was just amazing. Brilliant film. I'll never forget that. Brings a tear to my eye. What about you?
It's either Fellowship or Two Towers.
Yeah, Two Towers is amazing. It is amazing.
I flick between both of them.
Yeah,
and I don't know. And a lot of my love of Fellowship is exactly the stuff you say. I remember seeing that in the cinema, already adoring the books, and just feeling like my mouth was on the floor for the first time I saw it.
Yeah,
I just remember every location and every character just coming in and going, that's right. Of all the things, that's why I was quite piqued by the chat about the board earlier. It was Lothlorien, the one that I remember going, oh my god, that's what I've been seeing in my head for the past 10 years.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of my feelings about that film are slightly more emotional.
Yeah.
Because I remember the confidence then coming out of that, going, oh my god, they've all been filmed though.
Mm.
So that means they're all going to be as good as that.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be the same thing. And then knowing what was coming in the story, you're like, oh my god, they're going to be better than that.
Mm.
So that one's great. But I do think because Two Towers has the coolest bits in it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they're not the coolest bits, but it has a lot of the coolest bits, like the Warg attack and the three hunters running through Rohan, and I mean Helm's Deep's amazing. I'm a big fan of Rohan and Isengard in the game,
Yeah.
far more than Gondor and Mordor. So I always flip between those two.
Yeah.
I don't think they've ever done a battle better than Helm's Deep. I think the Helm's Deep battle is better than the Pelennor Fields battle.
Yeah, I do. I agree with that. 100% agree with that. It's great.
But
great
my controversial choice is that I think my third choice is Unexpected Journey.
So I don't think that's controversial. I think Unexpected Journey was a good film. It's similar. I think out of the Hobbit films, I think Unexpected Journey was the best.
Yeah, but I think it's the best for the same reasons that Fellowship's probably the best. They're very, very similar films in that you spend a lot more time getting to know those characters, and there's a lot more because all of the battles are smaller in them. There's less CGI.
Yeah.
They're far more kind of character-driven pieces.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. I'll jump back in the chat, see what people are saying.
I'll tell you what, Steve. I've just finished the colour. Let's do the damn magazine.
Yeah, let's do the magazine. That's why we're here. Right?
So you get some paint on
some
stuff.
I'm going to paint some stuff.
Let me switch back to face cam. There you go. So, as we said, this is about issue 9. You've been painting an Uruk hero. That is in honour of the Uruk captain who came with this, who is a lovely, lovely model. This is the model that is also probably Ugluk.
Yeah.
Got the same dolly. I want to say that Uruk came out before Ugluk. I don't know if that. I find it, given that he's fighting Uruk-hai like the plastics, I reckon he was done first.
What, the captain?
And then they've kind of added the fabric over him. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I would.
Cool. So, yeah, he's a cool model.
Was you expecting more there?
Always the same. I'm gonna have to message Anna and say, can you hide all but 2 Morettis before he streams? He started going down to the garage and with the guy just getting drunk.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, we got him. That's cool. Going to get a metal hero to lead your plastic Uruk you painted up a few weeks before. And then the rules section of the game is about melee weapons.
Melee?
Or melee, as some people choose to pronounce it for some strange reason. But yeah, so in this, and this is a huge change now. So, as always, when we review these rules, they're kind of aimed at, new players, I guess, who might not know the difference. But the melee weapons are hugely different now because there are no special strikes. So special strikes appear in the Hobbit edition of the rules, which was 2012. Before that, we had 4 editions of the game: Fellowship, Two Towers, Return of the King, and the Big Blue Rule. But this comes from the Two Towers era, and we didn't have any of that. So instead, if you had a sword, axe, club, hammer, anything like that, it would work in exactly the same way. There are no special rules for it. You do still get 2-handed swords and axes, where you get a -1 penalty on your dice roll to see who wins, +1 on your dice roll to wound. I did read through it and I didn't make any notes. Nothing jumped out that made me think, oh god, that's hugely different. There's some kind of nice bonuses, things here that have kind of changed a few times over the years, such as models armed with 2-handed weapons cannot carry bows, crossbows, or shields, as they need both hands to carry it. It's impossible to use a 2-handed weapon while mounted. This was nice though. Warriors armed with these weapons must swing them in great arcs. This means that friendly models armed with spears or pikes may not support a warrior armed with a 2-handed weapon.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so that's a bit different. And then you did get the rules for spears, which again are largely the same: base contact, single model. What's really interesting is that this, and I don't remember which rule book this is pulled from, but at this point it says a spear-armed warrior may only support a model who has the same size or smaller base than himself, which is the rule that we now have, but it's not the rule that we had in the Hobbit era.
No.
So that's obviously flipped back and forwards a couple of times. Single friend can't support a mounted model though, so that was an interesting difference there. If the friend being attacked by the spearman, you can attack the spearman. So that's pretty much similar. And then you got pikes, which is exactly the same, really. Two. But you used to be able to use a pike to support a spearman.
You did, yeah.
Whereas now it has to be another pike.
Yeah.
And then there was the rules for shields, which was shielding, which again is broadly similar. So yeah, what do you think? Where are you on the special strikes debate, Steve?
What you mean, as in, should we have them?
Are they good?
Yeah.
Are they a good addition to the game?
Yeah. I think just add something else to the game and to your army building choices of what you're putting in your list and stuff.
Have you now you can pay for them since the new edition of the game? Have you paid to swap a weapon?
No.
I haven't.
No. I don't actually like that. Not.
I would have gone. I get why they've done it because they've tried. They're obviously worried about invalidating people's model collection.
Yeah.
So if you've converted a flail onto your Gilgalad or whatever, you now can't use that model. But yeah, for me, assuming there was no higher pressure from GW's management or whatever, I would have gone down the very hard-nosed line of a warrior of Rohan has a sword or axe. A warrior of Rohan can use a sword or an axe.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be my preference. But it's nice, and it is quite a clean way of doing it. If you want an axe, you can have an axe, but you've got to pay for it.
Yeah.
I do wonder how many people.
I don't think I've ever come across anyone that's done it.
Yeah, well, I don't play that competitively anymore. I don't go to that many events, and when I do, I tend to be far more chilled out. So I'm not analysing people's army lists in the same way. But I'm not sure I'd be looking at the start of the game for added points for weapons to then go and look at their army. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of trust going on there.
Yeah.
Which is good, because you'd hope that that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I like him. I saw a post today from someone saying like I don't use special strikes. The biggest nonsense of it is this claim that they slow the game down, which of course they absolutely categorically don't.
No.
It's one of those things that it's like I think they sound on paper like they'd slow the game down, but any time the obvious counter argument is that they make things easier to kill. So any time that any extra time you spend rolling, you kill models quicker, which saves you time in the long run.
Speed the game up. Yeah.
Absolutely. But it's nice as well because I really like the granularity of kind of getting down and looking at the model.
Yeah.
I've never paid for it, so I don't care. I don't think about the models. I pick the models I want, not because they're the models, not because of the weapons they're carrying. But I kind of like in each combat looking down and going, oh, he's got an axe, we can do this, or oh, he's got a sword. I think that's quite cool.
Yeah, I like that addition.
So yeah, special strikes for us seem to get a tick. And then this is super exciting. We're on issue 9. We have this is the scenario, burn the village. And not only is it a new scenario, it's our first ever battle report. Yeah. So I'm going to say for the first time, this is, it's tiny. The actual content of the battle report is 2, 3, 4. I think it's 4 pages, but that's only half of it because it's a 2-parter.
Ooh.
So you have to wait till issue 10 for the thrilling denouement. But there's a page of kind of intro and tactics, and then this kind of quite nicely laid out spread.
Yeah.
With some arrows and little box out about what's going on, and then another one, arrows and box outs of what's going on. And it's a really cool little scenario. It's one that you could definitely have a crack at now with the new rules.
Which one is it? Is the one where you're in base contact with the house, or you got to roll a 5 up or something?
Yeah, have a look at that, Steve. That's your table.
Yeah, sexy.
See that?
Yeah, I love it.
So you got 2 houses with a bunch of walls in the middle. There's about 12 Rohan guys defending, and then there's 20 Uruks, I think it is, which is a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
And a captain attacking them, but obviously they have the walls to defend them, and they have to. One of the Rohan guys has to run to that watchtower and light it, and then once they light it, you roll for Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, and you roll for them individually, and on a 4+ they turn up. Eventually you have Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli running on, but the Uruk-hai have to burn down a house, which is sort of like spend a turn in contact with it, and I think roll a 6.
Yeah.
But every model gets to roll a dice. Let's have a look. Where's burning down buildings? Burning the buildings. If he's touching it at the start of its own move phase and is not engaged in combat, so that means you can't move into it.
You got to be touching at
in
the,
the
yeah. You
turn.
got to be touching at the start. Yeah.
Yes, you'd have to have moved into it in the previous turn and not been charged.
Yeah.
So evil, you've moved into it the previous turn, and evil 1 priority. And no unengaged good models in contact with the building either. So you could just defend them that way.
Yeah.
You roll dice for each Uruk-hai warrior that has the opportunity, and on the roll of a 6, it's destroyed. There's only 2 buildings, and if they burn down both, evil wins. If they destroy 1 building, the game's a draw. So if they get 1, good can only get a draw. And but also good win when 10 Uruks are killed, which is another option for them. They only have to kill half their models. But it's one of those ones that I think you could play now. You could legitimately play that as it is, and see how they get on.
Yeah.
It'd be a cool little scenario, and it's nice to get a battle report. It's the first battle report we've had in it. You also then your painting masterclass is this it's called Basic Techniques, and it's summarizing the painting masterclasses of the previous 8. So it's like these are the techniques you've used. So it's talking about overviews, dry brushing, silver edging, washes, flat colors, mixing paints, black lining, and basing, and then you get a lovely little painting guide for our lovely Uruk hero. And then our scenery workshop, which is Mr. Crow's domain, is a warning beacon.
Nice.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's cool.
It's all right.
I watched Lockie do his
Yeah.
on his stream. It was cool, man. It brought back loads of memories.
It's not bad, is it?
No, it's decent. That.
Are we in the first? I think we might be in the first issue now, where I'm like, you could make that now and put it on the board.
Yeah.
And it'd be all right. It's the first time where you don't look like, hang on, this is amateur hour scenery, I think.
Yeah, I made this in primary school.
Yeah. But it's quite cool, and it's just corrugated cardboard with the masking tape to cover up the edges. Lovely little tutorial on how to do it, this sort of stuff. See how it's put together there. Quite cool. And over here we have hang on. I might be clinging to the stream that was. Is it absolute madness to suggest?
What are you suggesting, brother?
Is this better? I suppose it's a bit more zoomed in, but maybe that's better. That could be better. So yeah, you can talk about painting it, dry brushing, how to put the wood together. Finished little thing down here. I like this. Our classic section, alternative approaches.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
Go on.
This is what we've made.
Yeah.
But are you ready for the alternative approaches? Could put it on a hill. Which I'm pretty sure wasn't that the alternative approach the last time? Put it on a hill. But yeah, it's cool. There's a little thing here about the kind of wood you might use for it. So I like that.
Yeah.
So for me, I reckon it's the first time where this could be genuinely useful and interesting to any of you now, I think.
Yeah.
The magazine is getting to the point now where you could actually, because the battle report, you don't know what's going to happen in it. You're actually going to enjoy it. There's some content in there to enjoy, as opposed to the first 8 issues, which very much feel like a kind of, there's stuff you will already know.
Yeah.
I think this issue might be a bit of a turning point in that, as they start to go on now, I think we might start to see more kind of the sort of stuff that you might hope to see in White Dwarf, I guess, rather than just kind of reviews of here's how you paint and here's how you build very basic scenery.
Yeah, it felt a bit more like a specialist magazine when they started doing the stuff like that.
And you also get Legolas on the front, which gets maximum points for me.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Steve, warning beacons. Ever had a go?
Yeah, I've done that. Remember that Gondor one?
I don't.
Do you not remember it? I didn't do that one in the magazine. I built the one that's at Asclepius.
Minas Tirith.
Yeah, Minister. Sorry, yeah, with the
like the kind of almost like a pyramid stack.
Yeah, it had like an archwork above it.
So was that like just a freestanding piece?
Yeah, it's just on its own. Yeah. Someone's gonna get it.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is, but I think it's at the studio.
It's the only time you have an offer. It's the only thing I want to see.
I think it's at the studio.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna have to I forgot to get this out in time, so I'm going to have to shift around a bit. But if you chat to the kiddies,
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just highlighting.
have I got a treat for you?
Highlighting there. That's all. Where are we up to with the chat? Let's have a look. Yeah. What else we got to? Used to collect these way back in the early 2000s. Good to see it's still going. Well, it's kind of Lachlan at Zorp on that channel. He kind of reignited it, going back to the beginning, and we're kind of just following along, bit of a copying basically. But no, it's all good fun. And we enjoy doing it, so yeah, it's good. Justin says, in the books, the herons, mini-ents, for oversimplification, show up towards the end. This is also represented in the extended edition of the Two Towers movie. DG says, Fellowship's my fave too, and Minority Report is a classic. I'll hold the chat there, and we can jump back in with Damien. We're up to Joshua Crosby when we come back.
So, as I think we've certainly, I don't know if we talked about on this stream or if not on other videos and stuff. Steve got into this game through Battle Streams in Middle Earth. I got into it, or wargaming, in 1994 or 1993 through Warhammer 4th edition. So here's one for the oldies in the chat, and I would love to hear if anyone else had this. But Warhammer 4th edition was the first. I think it was actually Games Workshop's first boxed game. They'd done like collab stuff, but it was the first. It was certainly the first boxed Warhammer or Warhammer 40,000. But there's one with the high elves and the goblins in it. You got like 100 miles. It was a wonderful set, and I got that for Christmas one year, and it kind of genuinely changed my life forever, I suppose. But in that, the scenario, it was a kind of getting started booklet. Like the one you got in Pell in the Fields with the 6 scenario.
Yep.
And the scenario was called the Battle for Morgrathond Pass.
Nice.
So if anyone out there has played the classic battle between the High Elves and the Goblins called the Battle for Morgrathond Pass, and to give you some context on this, you used all the plastics from the box, but also there were card cutouts. They were literally like, you just imagine that's a piece of cardboard. There was a bit of card like that with a picture of an elf on a griffin on it, and it had a little plastic stand. You just dumped it on the table. And there was one of those for a griffin, there was one of those for an elf bolt thrower, there was one for the orc wyvern, one for the orc chariot. So you had these massive bits of cardboard that would stand up and move them around. And you could obviously buy those models, but it was a way of allowing you to have the kind of cool stuff in the box. And in the Battle for Morgrathon Pass, do you know what one of the major objectives was?
What was that?
You had to light a warning beacon.
Oh, jeez. Tell you what. Did you make one?
In 1994, Stephen Crow.
Let's do it.
Are you ready for
I'm
it?
ready.
You've seen my hill. Do you remember my hill?
Yeah, I remember the hill well. Look at that. I mean, it looks like an ashtray with dimps in it, but it's good, that, mate.
It's not bad, right?
Isn't that, mate?
This is 1994, I reckon. This is built. We've got a kind of meat tray base, classic goblin green painted base with flock.
Yeah.
These are made out. I remember doing this. The bricks are made out of like modeling clay. So
Oh, I don't know what's happened here, guys, but I'll get it back up. Reload. Apologies. It's never happened before.
I think we just lost Steve.
No, I'm here. I'm back.
He's back. He's back
yeah,
in.
the Be Live thing just went off, but we're back.
I think,
good.
So would they have missed us? Or
yeah, re-say what you've just said.
From?
Modelling clay.
Okay, so the individual bricks here were made out of modelling clay.
Yeah.
Which and then stuck together, which is not bad, I think, and painted black and dry brushed yellow. And then the Battle Games of Middle Earth mistakenly says, why don't you use wood and balsa wood to make your planks of wood? When you should really use polystyrene, as I've done here. And obviously they didn't used to be white like this. has been chipped over the years, and then a bit of that classic kind of railway scenic lichen.
Lichen, love a bit of lichen.
And that's my warning beacon, which at the time I was heroically proud of.
Yeah, it should be. It's good that
it survived. So this is over 25 years old.
It's good, man.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put it on the table now, but it's the sort of thing that does make me look back and go, this has been a fun ride. This wargaming thing.
It's been a fun ride.
It really made me. It warmed my heart when I saw that warning beacon, because I was like, it was nothing to do with Battle Games in Middle Earth. I was like, I made a warning beacon. And I dug it out. So there you go. There's Damien's warning beacon. So yeah, if anyone out there's got a warning beacon and inexplicably has access to it at the moment, let us know. And if you had the Battle for Morganthon Pass, I would love to hear about it. There we go. That's issue 9. Shall I jump in the chat?
Yeah.
You look like you're painting.
Painting eyes.
The viewers have got an exciting view of your shoulder at the moment.
Just painting eyes.
I might actually, just while I'm on this camera, I'll show you my Uruk as he currently stands. Here we go. He's just had some top highlights of the armor done, so I need to dull that back down. That's how he's looking at the moment. I'm pretty happy with the skin. I've actually only done one highlight layer on the skin, but I think it looks pretty good. It was just, I just used Rakarth flesh in the end. Rakarth flesh mixed in with Doomball.
I've just painted the eyes on my armoured shaman, and it's just made him look confused.
Cool.
Just looks confused.
That's what you're after in a shaman. He was like, he's going, I wasn't in the book. The kind of lighter bits of fabric have had a highlight of Baneblade over Steel Legion Drab. So I haven't highlighted the main brown coat, so that's probably next. But yeah, he's coming on. Pretty happy. So let's go and see the chat. Chat along. Oh, it's just jumped. Fellowship and Destiny, just Smaug with Axe, probably Fellowship for me. Jar Jar, Two Towers.
Webcam's not great, but
Right, here we go. I used to collect these. So SG Gamer says used to collect these way back in early 2000s. Good to see it still going. Yeah, so we're doing a kind of retrospective where we look back and deal with the wonders of nostalgia, whilst also trying to paint the models that were included to clear our backlogs. Justin says the Hjorns show up towards the end. It's represented in the extended edition movie. Yeah, that's true. DG Villios is Fellowship's his favourite. He likes Minority Report. Joshua Crosby says the Fellowship came out on my birthday. Oh, there's Steve Crow's models for me.
Yep.
Looking good, man. What stage are you up to?
Pretty much same as when the stream started. They don't look any different.
Solid work.
I've been painting them for 4 hours. They don't look any different.
Chip away. Josh Crosby says Fellowship came out on your birthday. That's an awesome birthday present.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it on about December the 21st, really, really late. I had to work. I was working at a panto, and we finished work about 10 and went and saw it afterwards, and it blew my little mind. Justin says the Two Towers was my first exposure to Lord of the Rings. I think that's why it resonates with me the most. I have Helm's Deep tattooed on my back, for crying out loud.
Nice.
What does that mean? Like the entire battle? Love to see it. Reese Taylor says, when you saw the Balrog for the first time in the cinema, it was amazing. Like seeing the T-Rex in Jurassic Park.
It was cool.
You've said the 2 words, haven't you? It was the Brachiosaur for me. I was 10 years old when I saw Jurassic Park. That first time you see the Brachiosaur, and it's you wouldn't understand now, anyone who's, because everyone's so used to CGI, but you've never seen CGI like that before. You've only ever seen things like T-1000 Terminator. You've never seen an animal brought to life. And I remember being 10, literally staring up at the screen going, that's a dinosaur. It absolutely blew my mind. Green Tree, I couldn't wait to see what the Balrog looked like in Fellowship in the days before spoilers. Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really important. Michael Haskell, most mind-blowing moment in a cinema, I was 12-year-old in 1978 seeing the opening of Star Wars, knowing nothing whatsoever about it. Yeah, absolutely. I think Jurassic Park is my Star Wars. I genuinely do. It's that kind of being the right age at the right time to see something phenomenal happen in the cinema.
Yeah.
It's a very rare thing. Warwick Griggs, 2 Towers, my favourite. I'm off now. Have a good night. Great chat and stream as always. Thanks, Warwick. Hope to see you next time. Sent a work in progress of my converted Uruk-hai banner bearer to the stream. Stu saying, cheers. Green Tree, most mind blowing moment in cinema. I was walking out of The Last Jedi wondering why they did that. Let's not talk. I know Green Tree says, let's not talk about Star Wars. Let's get back to beans.
Beans.
And then Stephen Bonnar, this must be joking, right? Stephen Bonnar said, Sean Beans died.
Yeah, that's not true, surely.
Is that just a pun on Bean?
It must be. I'm gonna
Yeah, that would be incredibly depressing to be live streaming it.
No, I'm not having that.
Nah, he's not dead. There's no hits coming up on that. It must be but he's doing crying face. Larry says, amateur hour, I still have my spectacular fortress corner from issue 1 somewhere. Larry, get it immediately. Josh Crosby, does the fact the scenery is improving the issues mean you might consider inviting the chat to paint the miniatures involved or make the terrain? Stephen Crow.
Maybe. Who knows? I could just be, but we'd have to. I would actually have to do some hobby whilst we're doing the stream though, because I don't get painting done. I've not done this in 4 hours. So
I think it's very.
What's the chances of me building something?
All it means is that we paint at the same rate. By you slowing down to that degree, we'll probably get about the same amount done. It might be all right. That might be something to do.
Maybe.
It's meant to be backlog clearing though. I don't know. Try it. See if it takes off.
Well, but the Middle Earth scenery never come in these magazines, did it? Or did it?
Yeah. You never got Osgiliath ruins, but you did get the ruins of Middle Earth.
The ones that you get in the
I think you got 2 sets over the course of the whole thing.
So there's going to be issues where there's no miniatures to paint.
Yeah. There's not many. I think we'll probably be able to get around it, but.
Well, I think we should make some terrain.
All right. Well, that'll be on you. I haven't got the space.
It amazes me how quick the BS rolled off you. Yeah, what it is, no space, mate, no space.
I haven't got space, mate. There's nothing. It's just basically touching the wall. It's a good idea, though, Josh. Well, yeah, maybe I don't know, Steve, because I mean that could start from next week. It's a Rohan house next week.
I could do it.
Is the scenery?
There you go. Just made a grass field.
If only there was a kit. I don't know. See what happens.
It takes a while to put together that kit.
Tim, if you're listening, we're going to need 2 priority tokens a week. Dan G. Ross says, I remember building that beacon. I think he's probably at that point still talking about the Middle Earth one rather than the Warhammer one.
Yeah.
We'll see. Nostalgia. Steve says, what would you suggest for a Lord of the Rings dungeon crawler for terrain and possible rule sets?
You mean what rule system?
He says terrain and possible rule sets
That you could use our miniatures in.
Yeah.
I don't know, something like Frostgrave, maybe. It's not really a dungeon crawler. I don't really play that many dungeon crawlers, so I don't know. But the terrain wise, that is it Turdies?
The modular dungeon, isn't it?
Yeah, the German site they're doing. It's made out of like hard foam. It looks all right. Yeah, I'm not really into dungeon crawlers.
Tom Aurelian do an awful lot of dungeon stuff.
Yeah.
They do a load of dungeon furniture and they do rooms. So you could buy big into that if you need it, Steve. Yeah, Tom Aurelian's an amazing site. And it's clearly geared towards Lord of the Rings. Well, that's where I got almost everything for Bag End.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
The Warhammer Quest rules are amazing. I haven't played Silver Tower, but the Warhammer Quest from the mid-90s is incredible. That's a great dungeon crawl. Mark Stone, oh, he's going to start arguing me. He says 40k second was before Warhammer 4th, wasn't it? I don't think the box set was. I'm happy to be proven wrong, Mark. Go and have a look. But I think the Warhammer box came out before the 40k box. I could be wrong though. But have a see. Larry Miller says, "Wait, did you say you showed a hill in a previous stream?" Yeah, we did. It was like the first or second one, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
You must remember my hill. You must remember Box Hill.
Yeah.
I think it's still there, but it's really tough to get to. It was the polystyrene.
It should be easy to get to. You've only got a little bit of room, remember?
It was a polystyrene packing tray on top of another polystyrene packing tray, completely rectangular. It's beautiful. And then Larry says, "Could you put that on it?" Alternative approaches. I'll try for next week. Try and get the hill out. I think it probably was. You know what? In that game of Warhammer, it probably was on that hill. That's probably why they were made.
Mm.
Josh Crosby, the greatness of Damien's beacon crashed the stream. It's the power of that beacon. And this is James Minutes' speech. Steve saying, "Yeah, Damien, that warning he's got his Australia board over his shoulder."
Look at his little face. We just
chill out. Hey, what's that, like 43 against 13? It's hardly a fair fight. Steve Mitchell, I started with Warhammer 3rd edition, probably didn't play properly until 4th edition. Never used Card Heroes though, where the card building's in the box as well. I seem to remember a small house tower. That's exactly right. There was a grey tower and a red roofed house in that box. They were both used, and they're both still at my parents' house on serial packet basis. I too got into this Darren and Moore, got into this awesome hobby with 4th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Dare we dream? I still haven't loved my original Orc army. I remember the starter set with the battle from Rorgthon Pass. Mark Stone played the scenarios out of 4th edition Warhammer many moons ago. James Mitchell Space, do you play Jurassic World Evolution? I don't. If not, you may like it, especially Return to Jurassic Park DLC. Yeah, I play very few video games these days. I'm just not into it. I really liked the Jurassic Park game that came out on mobile. I had it on the iPad, the one that when they used to, when they sold games in episodes. It's probably about 10 years ago. But you'd buy episode 1, and it'd be a few levels. I liked that Jurassic Park game. It was set at the same time as the first film. You were playing as a character on the island while the main shiz was going down. Oh. Justin just PM'd you a pic of my Helm's Deep tattoo.
Check it out.
Oh, whoa, that's so cool. I should probably ask it. I'll ask, because it's not like we're short of time. Can we show this on the stream? It's your skin. I presume you're right with it. But if you're right with me, kind of holding that up, that is super, super cool. Wow. Josh Crosby, I meant people in the chat rather than you could make the terrain. If it would help, you didn't have the relevant minis for the issue.
Yeah,
there you go.
Make terrain.
It's not about you. Stephen Bonner suggests terrain made from Dado rail. That's the dream. Reese Taylor would love to see you do a tutorial on some Easterlings terrain, Steve.
Ooh, I have made Eastern style terrain. It's been known in the past. Was that the first scouring that you attended, Damien? Some
good event.
Houses and a oasis with palm trees around it and stuff.
Big bottle of orange.
Yeah, standard.
Any chance of a tutorial? Oh, you got caught after. I think Josh. He said. I think so. Who was that? That was Reese. I think what he said is, "I've done it before, mate."
That's it. It's possible. It's very possible. I've got quite a lot in the pipeline at the moment, but possible.
Never say never.
Never say never.
Mark Stone says, "I stand corrected. Oh, Warhammer 4th was 92. 40k second was 93. There you go. Mark Stone, I still have the house in my eye line. That must be the house from the start set. And Steve Bonner says, I'd love to see Steve build more Easterling terrain to go with his Easterling army.
That's the first ever the first ever paint with me that I did was some Easterlings, and I did with them what I'd done on this. I thought, because I've watched loads of painting tutorial videos where people are live streaming and painting, and they at the end they've got this amazingly painted miniature. And I realised that I enjoy talking and just sitting on my arse too much and don't paint anything whilst I'm talking. so I've still not done them. Yeah. Cheers for reminding everyone of that, Steve. Thank you.
He does then also ask if you've got the space.
Justin says, yeah, it's fine to show the picture. Oh, he sent it through Facebook, so I can get it on screen if you want.
All right, do that. I'm going to go risky because I'm done on beverages, and it didn't quite. It was. Emma came in last week, and I remember and pointed out that I had a beer in here, but I'm gonna try any chance.
Ask her to get me one as well.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. It's gone. It's out there in the world.
Where are we? That's a cool tattoo, man. So I'll click that, and I click that, and click that, and then click. Oh, it's not there. Where is it?
Good content.
Great content, yeah.
Watch Steve not find things again.
Why is it not there though? Right, okay. So
where are you looking?
Oh, I know what I've got to do. Right, okay.
Yeah. So I can send it to you if you want.
I've got it. Smashed it, mate. Completed it. That. Boom. No, that's not it. Ah. Silly, aren't I? So here is a picture of Justin's tattoo, which is very, very cool. Very cool. Helm's Deep, Great Eagle. It's small on my screen. Is that Glamdring, is it?
I don't actually. Oh, there's footsteps coming up the stairs.
Oh.
Dare we dream? Dare we dream? Dare we dream?
Look at that. Look at
that. Emma O'Byrne, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Steve said Steve's after. There you go, bud.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, babe. You're a star. Oh, what a hero.
So, yeah. Tattoos up, anyway.
It's awesome, isn't it?
It's cool, man. It's very, very...
Have you got any ring tattoos?
No. No. Have you?
No.
Right, okay. Are we caught up on the chat?
We were when I stopped.
Where were we up to, man?
I believe.
Oh.
Well, I feel like there was one. Yeah, no, we were.
No, I don't think we are. Green
were,
Tree says, right, lads, I'm going to get some kit. I have a full day planned tomorrow. Think I'll go for a huge carvery, then to the cinema, and then perhaps down to the pub. Oh, that's right, the world ended. Dear.
It'd be funny if it wasn't true.
Steve Onar says, welcome, mate. I'll not mention it for a while if you do an Eastland terrain build video. We need the countdown music while Steve looks for Aaron says to Justin, that looks sick, man. I bet that was a few hours on the chair. Nick Gardner says, was just able to sit down and start this project
Hey, Nick's back. Nick's home.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Aaron says, where is it? Aaron says, you're now getting the service you deserve, Damien. Oh.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Green Tree says, I have a ring tattoo. Good night. I'm assuming it's the one. I'm hoping it's the one ring.
I like that he's storming out
Yeah.
as well. One ring, and with that, I'm going home.
Larry says, Steve, try not to get jealous of Kid Me's amazing scenery talents, but I've put a picture up of the ruin. Let's have a look at this, Larry.
Oh, awesome.
Let's have a look at this.
What are you doing? Going over Facebook?
I'm on the Facebook thing, aren't I?
Cool.
Whoa, hang on. Someone's got hidden talents.
Is the Facebook stream coming up?
Do you see this bad boy? Do you know what the thing is? There's probably thousands of people who've got one of these tucked away in the hobby corner or the hobby cupboard. You'll see it.
When we get to see it?
You'll see it pop up in a second. You're so childish. Apologies to anyone.
I just like watching it happen. Oh, Larry, that's outstanding. I like the way you've used lurks
to hold an edge down.
That's never not funny. Oh, brilliant!
Yeah.
Well done, Larry. That's solid issue 1. Did you ever go to the issue? Was it issue 6, Advanced Ruin, with the sprue rubble and the doorway and maybe the shield above the door? I want to see if you ever developed it or if you weren't completed it. Why try and improve on perfection?
Justin says, Aaron, thanks. All my tattoos are Lord of the Rings, pretty much. Yet between my back and half sleeve, I'm up to about 30 hours in the chair so far. Steve, yes, it's glamdring. Aaron says,
do you have any idea about your tattoo times? You've got quite a few, haven't you?
So that was probably about 7. That was about 7.
One sitting.
Yeah, and they were 2 separate, so they were like small ones. They were about 2.5, 3 hours each.
You show?
No. You just want to see me naked, don't you? Again. Aaron says, I have a Lord of the Rings inspired tat on my forearm. It's a fantasy warrior. Nick Gardner, I have a Tolkien symbol tattooed on my chest. And Steve Bonner says, Steve, I'll build some of the terrain so Kid, everybody else will feel better about themselves.
Do yourself a disservice, Steve.
The little thing that I wanted to spoil has annoyed me that I can't find it. I'm like 99% sure it was there on my desk. Like there, on that desk there. But it's not there. Which is very annoying. It's got to be here somewhere. I did it yesterday, last night. I'll turn the stream off and look round and it'll just be sat there looking at me.
Hello.
Standard.
Or you like balancing your camera on it or something.
Justin says, I have a Knight of Rohan on horse on my arm, and the light of Erindil and Legolas's arrow on the inside of my half sleeve. Steve Ornar says, starts the full Monty music. I see it, Steve. Fell down between the desks. Probably did. Is that much junk?
Trying to get you to turn around.
I hope I've not binned it, because I've made half a video of that.
It would be a strange choice from subconscious Steve to throw it away.
But I did clean my desk yesterday. It's not there. That's very odd. I'm starting to panic a bit now. Not gonna lie.
You're not going to throw it away. Are you?
Where would I put it though?
They're on the shelf with all the other things you can't find.
Yes, it's true. That's very true. That's very, very true. Let's have a look.
I just think if you were a person who could commonly find things, you might have things to worry about. You've got form for this sort of thing.
I have got form. Right. Let's have a look. You'll have to chat to them for a minute. I'm determined now.
Right, so Steve's out of the conversation for a while until he finds the thing that he threw away yesterday. So we might be here for a while. I'm currently mid-ground, so let us know how you're getting on with your Uruk heroes in the chat. I'm quite pleased with how this guy's coming so far. I'm going to have a kind of strange decision to make at some point, which will be, is easy enough.
It'll be good enough for like my old
army, but
do I
do I
actually
want to
push
push
him
him
any
any further,
or
or
do I
do I
want to get him
off the table?
And I don't really know
what I'm
what
going to decide
to
about that, to be honest, at the moment. But
let us know and make sure you're posting in that thread. Steve's come up with a good way of showing those pictures off now by scanning through the thread, which is quite cool. So do let us know how you're getting on. And if you are watching,
It's good filler, this, mate.
yeah, I know. And if you're not, if you're painting along with an Uruk and you don't think we know about it, make sure you scream and shout, get that picture up. An Uruk hero, I should say, an Uruk-hai hero. And make sure you let us know so that you're in the super exciting prize draw to win a priority token. Courtesy of Mr. Tim McKnight.
Right, okay. I found it's going to be such an anticlimax, this.
Have you found it?
Found it, yeah.
Oh, well,
that was right then.
So let me zoom out.
Well.
Let me zoom out on this. And basically, it's what I was saying before. It's a video that's upcoming about making your own, because we were talking about terrain, weren't we? You tell that's been at the back of my mind, bugging me where that was.
I just didn't think the resolution of that was going to be you finding it.
Yeah, found it.
I never believed.
Yeah. So it'll come up now. It'll be up for the people now. They can see it. So basically, what it is a cobbled.
You're not holding it up?
No, you'll see the scene change in a minute.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry.
There's a cobbled, like, path, paved area, made out of expanded foam, textured. Put little walls around it, and I'll fill silicon on there. When it sets, take it off, and then I can just obviously this for the tutorial I've done it small, but you do this like A4 size, and then you can just cast them up, and that's basically what I've done. So yeah, so that was the anticlimax that I was talking about.
I like it.
But yeah, it's pretty cool. The tutorial is going to be good. You see the tutorial I did today?
I haven't. No.
Showing you how to do that.
I see what.
Oh right. I think I saw a conversation between you and Jay. Was it the video's called decals or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Create your own decals. Is that right?
Yeah. So instead of having to paint them freehand, you can do it. So I'm going to do Boromir's Banner of Minas Tirith and Gamling's.
So what is it? What's the concept?
You make transfers. So you just stick them on instead of having to try and paint them.
Quite cool.
And they're perfect and bang on, look awesome. Right, I'm going to jump back in the chat. Where are you up to, mate? Oh, I've left all the lights on down there. Left all the lights on down there, haven't I? Shocker. I've left them on down there, lights.
What?
I've left the lights on down there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why is there something down there?
Just something. Might be.
Looks like my warning beacon.
Larry's ruined.
Yeah, I can see alerts on the edge. Where are we?
You were talking about tattoos. I think Night of Rivendell, start the full Monty music, falls down between death. Yeah, you after Nick Gardner. My longest tattoo would be my Gambit of X-Men as a half sleeve. About 6 hours, so 6 hours between 3 sessions.
I did this one, that one in a full sitting, and that one in a full sitting, and they were long. These bits are the black bits, the really dark bits, because they keep going over it with the needle over, and it's like having. The only way I could describe it is like you imagine having a bad graze and then scraping a needle across it.
Sounds
That's how it felt. It was horrible.
Who's that? Who's that on your forearm?
My foot on my there.
Oh, sorry, your upper
The
arm.
big man.
Yeah. No, that's what I said. Forearm. I mean, who's the upper arm?
That's Virgin Mary.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't recognise Mum.
Yeah, and then that's the big man, and then kids' names put in flowers. Lily Rose and Daisy. Can't get them on the camera better. Proper. So Lily Rose, Daisy, and then that's my son's name in Hebrew.
What are the dates on your
That's my dad's date of birth and the day that he died.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna get my dog there. On this bit. You know what? I already know the joke that you're dying to say.
I don't think I do. Is it good? By all means, mention it.
It was a belter. It was a belter.
Nothing for Anna.
Yeah, mate. It's a sore point in my house. She keeps saying when you get my name or when you getting something to do. I'm like,
your dad, your kids, Jesus, Jesus' mum, dog.
I keep telling her, well, I'm stuck with my kids. It doesn't go down well. She doesn't, get called names. Right, guys, I'm off to bed. My Uruk captain is complete, and I'm out of sherbet lemons. Good night, all. Thanks for the stream. Always cheer me up. Cheers, James.
Who's James? Was that?
James Miniature Space. James, is it James Brewerton? Is it James Brewerton, or is it the other James? I always forget because there's two that are commission painters, aren't there? Nick Gardner. Oh no, airbrush clock. Worst thing ever, mate. Worst thing ever.
Wouldn't know.
Worst thing. Steve says.
Benefits of having space for an airbrush. I don't get airbrush clock.
Nothing worse than airbrush clog. Steve says Panto. Oh no, it's not.
Oh yes, it is.
Larry Miller, Damien, you're welcome to use that for future Palantir tables.
What about can we put it in the magazine, mate?
You'll have to. It's only painted one side though.
I hope so.
That's the problem.
Rick Fry's let himself go a bit. Many times really up the game.
Steve says we will get a hobby update next week once Steve finds the piece. Found it, mate. Found it. Smashed it. Harry says, and alas, I only got 1, 2. I only got 1, 2, and I think 5. The one with alerts. Oh, magazine issues.
If you're interested, pick them up on eBay.
Yeah, there's always loads, isn't there?
All the trade group.
Don Burnett, got to run, guys. 10 hours in front of a computer, and I need to get out for some air. My model is washed and drying. Good man, take care, pal.
Good to see you, man.
Nick Gardner, wow. What was that? Wow. Dubbit speech, and I haven't even started drinking yet.
Double what?
Double speech. Drink might calm your nerves, my friend. Tanya T's still in. The sound's gone weird. Is it because I know why it'll be? I'll tell you why. There you go. That will sort it. So apologies to anyone if there was a little bit of echo from Damien, because whilst I went over there, I took my earphones out so I could hear him slagging me off, and I forgot to put them back in. Mark Stone, didn't have any Uruk-hai, but yeah, thanks for still being around, Tanya. Appreciate it. Didn't have any Uruk heroes to paint, so I have baked 2 loaves of bread instead. Are they captains though? Yes.
Have you found your photo yet, Mark?
What else did he lose? Lost something else as well, didn't he?
Didn't he temporarily lose the Dwarf King, but then the Dwarf...
Didn't he realise he'd lost something else whilst looking for something that he'd lost? Or did he find something that he didn't realise he'd lost, and then he found it?
As Tolkien himself said, there's nothing like looking if you want to find something,
you almost always find something if you look, but it's not always the thing you're looking for.
Very true. Never a true word.
I just spit these rhymes.
Everyone's saying there's an echo. Yeah, apologies. That was my fault. Damien sounds like he's in the paths, the paths of the dead with the mic echo. Love the echo. Darren Moore, just about to finish my Uruk captain. A little bit of bass into pictures to follow. Oh, it's jumped. Oh, where are we? Where's it gone?
Oh.
Pictures follow. Justin reminds me of the scene of the dwarves passing through Mirkwood. James Miniature Space. Damien, say the way shut.
Can you turn it back on
No,
and I'll do it?
I can't be bothered. I've got to reach.
Oh,
I've got to reach over there.
Wait, shut. How's that?
Oh, spot on that way. I thought I was watching the film. Darren Moore, just about to finish my. Oh yeah, just read that one. James Miniature Space. Anyway, good night, pal. Nick Gardner, I'm going to use the decal tutorial on my Lothlorien banner. Good man. I want the even star flanked by the trees of Valinor. That'll look awesome.
Word on the street is it ain't all that good.
It's amazing, mate. It's amazing. Justin says Thawim is painted. I just have to paint some white hands on him now. Steve Bonar, looking forward to see more of the casting. Would the transfers work as tattoos? They certainly would. Work as anything you want. Anton Abildgard. What does that say? Abildgard. What's happening with Damien sounds? Just Damien. He has every now and again when he's drank too much, he echoes. It's really annoying.
No, I don't.
It should be sorted now. Should be sorted. Adam D, I think the sound echo is being Steve has but no mic near his speaker. Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
Classic Crow.
Yeah.
Ruining a perfectly good stream.
Where are we? Joshua Crosby says, "What's my son's name? Currently studying Hebrew. Cole is his name."
Who's asking his son?
Josh Crosby.
What's my son's name? I was like, well, if you don't know.
Fenrir, calling it for today. Thanks for another great stream. Thanks for joining us, pal. Stay safe. Larry Miller. I also posted the base of the fort. It featured some Jimmy Neutron movie cereal toys.
Get it. Find it.
Aaron says, have you guys experimented with non-metallic painting schemes? Any tips? No.
Nope.
Not there yet. Not there. It's not my skill set. It's.
Can't be bothered. Don't have the space.
It's too in-depth a skill for me to learn at this stage. I'm still honing what I'm doing.
I think I tried it. I think I've done it on like a sword.
Yeah.
I think I've done it once and it didn't go very well. I feel like I tried to do it on like Orcrist or something. I tried to make the blue glow.
Yeah.
But,
no joy.
I like metals.
Yeah.
It's like something I'm stuck in my ways, I like what I do. I want to learn.
Mark Stone says Frodo and Gollum are still both missing. Got the ring on.
Okay.
The ring on, mate.
And then thoughts and prayers.
Nicholas Gardner, does a Zenithal highlight qualify as a work in progress? Yes. Al Woods Modelling Mayhem.
Do the highlight tonight.
Al Woods Modelling Mayhem says, are you guys still going on this stream?
Yeah.
No, this is part 2, mate. Part 2. Alex Kaiser, I remember Cole was on a Battery once playing with Megalus. Yes, he was. Yeah, he got ground.
Yes, he put his son on and then beat him into the crowd.
No, Cole beat me.
Did
Yeah, he won, He won.
I thought you filthed up against him and crushed him.
No. That was just your interpretation.
I've slandered you.
Justin says to Aaron, I paint only non-metallic metal. If you have any questions or want to talk about it, feel free to message me on Facebook. Good.
No, don't listen
to it. That's what we like. Steve Bonar says, when do you think GW will release a metal contrast set?
I don't think they'll ever release them in metal.
No.
They'll always be paints.
Yeah.
don't see how throwing metal at your models would achieve anything, really.
No. Scale Colour are releasing some though, aren't they?
You turned it around looking for them in case you had them.
No. It was.
Oh yeah, I've got these metal contrast grade.
It was for the other one of these. I did too. It's still annoying me because I know it was there and it's not there now. It's really.
Wouldn't that be great? Of all the things you can't find, and you find an unreleased paint range.
Is the next Citadel paints that Citadel don't even know they've got. Larry says, Mark Stone, have you tried shouting "Find the Halflings"? If my own small people were not asleep, I would give it a go. And Alex says, no, Damien, Cole had Megalus on his side. It's funny how people remember that. It's crazy. That was a long time ago. Yeah. I suppose I better get some painting, don't I?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get some painting done. I'll move my camera. Let's see what I'm doing. I'll do the armoured guys' armour. Everyone can see my messy desk now, look at that.
Oh, messy desk.
Messy desk.
That's not messy, is it?
That's messy.
It's pretty organised. So what else have you been working on this week?
Mainly that board and finished a Gandalf the Grey, Boromir and Gimli from Fellowship.
Is that for Pat?
Yeah.
So you nearly done on that?
They're done, I've just got to post them.
Cool. Happy with them?
Yeah, look cool. They're nice models, aren't they? They're awesome.
Yeah, they're
awesome models. So yeah, they're done. I built and primed 6 Dolomroth Knights foot and mounted.
Any reason?
For another commission.
Oh, right, cool.
So they're getting done. And then a Gandalf and Pippin mounted for the same person.
So you're mainly doing commission stuff then rather than your own?
Yeah. But what I'm doing to break it up is the boards. And I do need to get the boards done because I promised Scouring attendees that there was going to be new boards.
You got time on your side for that, haven't you?
Yeah. That one was quite time intensive. That's a good one.
That's good though.
The next Hobbiton one is fairly straightforward.
This is fast becoming Gollum sings the Shire thing.
It just sounds wrong on many levels. That.
I'll buy that album.
Twice?
Would
you buy it twice?
Probably not.
Is that a necklace of teeth this guy has? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I painted him 10 years ago, I don't know, but that rings a bell. He's very kind of Skull Island native from King Kong. It's weird because I remember having both of those, and I feel like I did him first, and he was the first one. And then when I first started playing, I really didn't like him, and I got the other one with the cloak, and I thought he's far more Uruk. And then over the years, I came back around to the other one.
Yeah.
It's weird the way that happened. It's exactly the same story I said last week about Aomer. Exactly the same thing happened. So I came back around to the original, perhaps less popular version.
I'm not a massive fan of this guy.
You know, I struggle with shamans in general. I don't think shamans are very Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're very Middle Earth. But I leaned on them very, very heavily for a long time.
Yeah. I remember when you were that bearded guy.
Change the matter, mate.
Would you do his codpiece in metal then? Because he's armoured. It looks more metal, doesn't it?
Oh, which one are you doing? The cloaky one now?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think I'm leaning towards them all being leather.
I'm in. I've gone metal with this one.
But it's the line down the middle that makes it look like a piece of metal, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, he's got shin guards on, hasn't he? I didn't even notice that. It's better than metal.
So this is the terrifying position I thought I'd get to. Right? I'm gonna show my captain off on the stream, and he could be finished.
Yeah.
But equally, I think I want to put like another highlight on every single bit of him.
Okay.
So you ready?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I should probably change the camera.
If you have finished, then it looks cool, man. Get him in focus a bit more.
Yes. There he is.
Yeah, he looks boss. I like that. Yeah, it's cool, that, mate. Done and done that.
You reckon?
Yeah, done and done that, mate.
Could be. But I think he looks better there on the screen than he looks to me in my hand, which is it's normally the other way around.
Yeah, it looks cool. I'm really annoyed though.
Right.
I just realised I've not painted the back of the shaman's leg flesh.
You should just paint that flesh. I'll sort that right out.
Don't you just hate that?
Going back in. It's only going to get better.
Oh, bloody hell, it's got wrist guards on and everything.
It's quite a complicated model. It's quite a lot of detail on it. Let's see if the chat is still going crazy. Michael Haskell says, doing this on a Friday evening really works. Progress on the painting front before the weekend runs away with you. Yeah, I like that, but does the weekend still mean anything to anyone?
Yeah.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, it is quite nice. If anyone was watching last week, part of the reason that we're doing this on a Friday is I'm doing the quiz tomorrow night. You know, the quiz that we got interrupted for last night. So we do a quiz on a Saturday night now with like my mates. So I suppose that's kind of keeping some semblance of a Friday. Steve Bonnar says, funny how people who watch the Bat Rep versus Cole remember what Damien didn't watch. Oh, I think I watched that one. I think I watched that. Who knows? Aaron's going to hit Justin up for some tips. Steve Bonnar says, going to be continuing my Zone Mortalis wall progress tomorrow at some point. That sounds cool. That's the little 40k dungeon thing.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron says, Steve, any update on the TTG free event which was supposed to happen on the bank holiday?
With everything that's going on, obviously, it is 100% going to happen. But we can't do anything until we know. As an example, if we say, yeah, it's happening, we're going to do it in June, and then we're all still in lockdown in June, it means changing it again. So we have to wait and see what goes on with lockdown. But yeah, it's happening, man. Don't worry. It is 100% happening. I'm looking forward to it.
I suppose it doesn't really matter when it is, does it?
No.
It's not like you have a yearly thing or
no.
So that one you can sort of guarantee will happen as and when.
Yeah.
Tanya says, I'm looking for a metallic purple paint. Any recommendations? If I was doing that, based on when I painted the Champions Variable, I think I would use a purple wash over silver.
Yep.
I'd go about it that way. I had a lot of success with that with the Champions, doing like coloured washes over silver.
What is it that you're painting, Tanya? Out of interest.
What about you, Steve?
Yeah, same thing I did when I painted my foot, the Forge World Dolomroth Knights. I gave the armour a blue tint with a wash. Very, very thin down. Thin it down loads because if you thin it down too much and you put it on, you can just put more on. If you put it on too thick and it looks silly, then you goosed, you got to paint it all again.
Yep. Sound advice.
Yep, strong.
Such a talented guy, isn't he? Steve says...
Sarcasm does not become you, Damien.
I mean it. You're beautiful and clever. And your hands are so supple.
They're not.
They're never builders' hands, look at that.
They're not now. I've been off for 2 weeks.
Steve Bonner says 2 Orc Shamans every time I've used my Orc Heavy Mordor army. I don't think I ever went 2 Shamans with Isengard. I think I debated it, but I always thought you could, because you could chain Fury so well. Because you start with the Shaman at one end of your line, covering the last 6 inches of your line, then the next 6 inches. They all pass their tests. You move them, then you move your Shaman. Excuse me. So that he would then be able to cover the next 6 inches. So it means that it means that if you're careful, you can cover about 19 inches of your army with one Shaman every turn, and that was always enough for me. But then, of course, in a Mordor army, you can have more models than I had. And Justin says you could do a bright base coat of metallic paint followed by purple contrast paint, then work the metallics back as a dry brush or edge highlight. Your voice?
Yeah.
Steve Ballard says, is the Uruk-hai shin armor got his strap modelled on or painted on?
Yeah, he's all strapped up. He's fine. Stoppage is present.
Aaron reckons my scout looks decent, and I could say it's done. Reese says, Tanya, if you paint the part you want purple or bright gold or silver, then want to use the contrast paint. That'll do the trick. Yes, see, that's what I was saying, but we've washed it instead of contrast paint. So I think that's the way we do.
Is it just me that thinks that fur is lazily done? It's just holes in plasticine, basically, isn't it?
I remember. I just don't really like the model.
Can you see it?
Hang on. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was on YouTube. Yeah, it's not great, is it? Oh, and Nick's now excited because he's told Jay that he couldn't play him on TTS because he was working, but now he's not. Aaron's happy the event's going ahead. He was looking forward to meeting you guys. Don't look forward to meeting Steve.
Who's playing who on what?
Nick Gardner. I think Jay must have messaged Nick to say, do you fancy a game on TTS? And he said, no, I'm working, but now he's not working.
RJ?
I suppose so.
Oh, is it you, Nick, who was playing him Legion? Did he say Legion?
He didn't say Legion. I'm pretty sure Nick does play Legion.
Yeah. I was gonna sit in and get a feel for the rules when you played him. I know he's been busy today. Been slammed today.
Cool. Nick says contrast works over metallics. Tinted my Slanish mirror purple that way. Steve says, do you thin your washes with water or medium?
Both.
I thin them with water. I don't use medium because I'm rubbish at painting.
Right.
I do everything right. Tanya's painting some of the new Adeptus Titanicus. Oh, treachery. Burn that. Paint an Uruk.
Is that 50k stuff?
That's about how much it costs. Joshua Crosby, you can always prime purple and feather on the metallic paint. Oh. We've got more hidden body parts on Uruks. On the old Shaman model, did anyone notice the folds of his loincloth form a hand?
Yeah.
Was it intentional, or am I just seeing things? You were talking about this bum, weren't you?
No, it's there.
Can you show us that? Yeah, but your camera's a bit shaky. Not shaky, like I'm a bit blurry on it. Yeah, I can see the loincloth. I just can't make out at the moment that it's a hand.
Yeah.
I can't remember because I painted it 10 years ago. So if I did notice it, I've probably just.
It is a hand. It's kind of like, you know, on Azog's loincloth has got the face.
Yeah,
it's kind of that kind of vibe.
Face is on because it's on Keeper of Dungeons.
Yeah.
Of course, that would have been sculpted when that design was Azog. So he has the same stuff on there. But it's cool detail. Larry says, "Bless you, thank you." Stephen Bonnar, my twin shaman was when channeled Fury on 5+ and could leave 12 models. Yeah. And Nick Gardner says, yes, it's me for Legion.
Mm.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, it is a hand. That's super cool. Alex Kaiser says, do you remember those musical segments of the Blantyre? Well, both of them. Could we get you to do a singing durdle with the guitar? I mean, durdle's more kind of. I don't think there are chords for it. You know, it's not. So I've never really worked it out into a full song, unfortunately. I'm not sure there's not sure there's the full scope there that you might like.
In these parts, we call that their stage fright.
To quote a great philosopher, I'll get the guitar.
I should have painted the inside of this cloak first.
In terms of like access and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Not really touched on Isengard much tonight, have you? Where are you on? Where are you on Isengard? Since we're painting Uruks, do you like them?
What, the faction?
Yeah, faction, playing them the game, model range.
I've not played them that much. I've got a lot of them painted now because, like I said before, they're my slow grow force. And the reason I chose them is that I've always collected them, always admired the models, but just never really played them. Never really had a reason to paint up my models. And then this slow grow gave me a perfect reason to do that. And yeah, I've enjoyed it. They just look cool on the shelf, all the Isengard.
Yeah. So I still think it's a beautiful range.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's nice to get something like the Scout Captain, like as a bonus. But it's obviously it's not a new model, is it? It's a new old model. I think they hold up really well.
I like them a lot.
What do you guys think? Whereas Isengard in your pantheon? Obviously, for me, I'm very, very emotionally attached to them because I used them so much at tournaments over the years.
Yeah.
But there was such a organic feeling to the way that I sort of arrived at the army I would take.
Yeah.
I remember going to I want to say it was Throwing the Skulls. It was a singles event at Warhammer World anyway one year, and I had like 12 of everything. I had like it's almost like Steve Crow. I had like 12 warriors, 12 pikes, 12 ferals, 12 wild riders, 12 crossbows, 12 scouts, something like that.
Yeah.
I remember just being this is in 2012 maybe, and I just remember being really, really impressed with the ferals and spending the entire journey home with Tom saying, wild riders didn't do all that much for me. Swap them for ferals. So that's the same points. I could swap my 10 warriors for 9 ferals. I could swap my pikes, and I basically just suddenly went through it. I could just swap everything for more ferals. And then the next tournament I went to, or the one after that, I think I then started trying it. That's where that build emerged from. From proper playtesting. It wasn't net listed because it just wasn't really a thing at the moment with them.
Yeah.
And it was really good fun. And then I got to paint along and build an army up and try different models out and then retire them and stuff and work my way through the heroes and figuring out where Malher and Ugluck and Sharky and Worm even fitted in. Remember trying Sharky and Worm at a tournament, leading them?
Yeah.
I want to say like a 500-point tournament where I was like, oh, at this point, you definitely can't fit Ceremony in. But Sharky and Worm, 60 points at the time, you get 4 chances at a 2+ immobilize. Seemed really good, and it was dreadful. Didn't work. you roll a 1 more times than you'd realise.
Yeah.
Of course, the psychology of it is you think you're going to get to cast it 4 times, but a lot of those times you might roll a 3 or a 4, and it's easily resisted.
Yeah.
was a nice little. I remember that was in East Grinstead. It was a small East Grinstead tournament where I tried it and finished in mid-table obscurity with that. I was like, no, never again.
And then you had a really good run with it. What did you were like in with a chance? Was it right up until the last day of one of the
20, 13, 14?
Yeah.
14, I think. I was number one in the league for about 6 months. Won a bunch of events, and I went into the final event in first place. And I think, I could be wrong about this, but I think Ed had to win it. I don't think it was enough that he finished above me. I think he had to win the tournament. So my entire thing was that whole league came down to essentially if we played.
Yeah.
If we played,
make sure he doesn't
who
win
won
it.
the game?
Yeah.
We'd win, and we didn't play, and he won. He won the tournament. He won the league.
The one that got away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good run though, mate.
Yeah, it was good. I was third the year before, and after that, I started. I got bored of the army. I got bored of the idea of just chasing the dragon. You had to put so much time and effort and energy and money into it. You had to be at so many events that it really was quite draining.
Yeah.
And I spent a couple of years really, really enjoying myself a lot more, and that's kind of where I landed. I had a lot of fun using my Gundabad army.
Yeah.
Which was never going to challenge for the top tables. But was just tons and tons of fun to use.
Yeah. More fun, like you say, mate. More fun.
No, I love events now because I just have such a different outlook. Nova was a highlight. Like Nick's in, and going over there twice, and I came second behind bloody Harrison twice. But going over there and doing the Team GB thing with my flying my Uruk to the other side of the world was just an awesome buzz.
Would you go to Nova again in the capacity now that you play, so not competitive?
Yeah, I'd go in a heartbeat. It's an amazing event. It's an event like we don't have anything like it over here.
Yeah.
We have anything like it on the scale of it. They still haven't announced whether it's going ahead this year. It's an incredible event, and the people out there are just lovely, just absolutely amazing. Yeah, I did miss it when I went back in 2018 on my own.
Yeah.
And we'd always done it as a 4 before, and we booked it in 2018 with me and Jamie going.
Yeah.
And Jamie pulled out on like quite late. He couldn't make it or he couldn't afford it. I can't quite remember, but he pulled out. And I remember I was chatting to Trokey, and it was the year that obviously the new edition launched, so he was going to be over there.
Yeah.
And he was like, he just messaged me saying something like, "Are you excited about Nova?" And I was like, "I don't think I'm going to go." And he was like, "What?" I was like, "I don't think I'll, I'm going to be traveling over on my own, and it's just not got the same thing." He was like, "Look, I'm going to be there." I don't think anyone else from the UK was there that year, but obviously I knew all the Canadian guys. Like Don Barnett was in tonight, and Don, Garrett, Adam Marcel, Drew, the kind of OHA guys, because I met George in person for the OHA. George, who's just such a lovely human.
Yeah.
And also, I knew them really well, and I knew a lot of the Americans from being out there. Obviously, Devon and Rob and Walker, who had taken such good care of us, and obviously like people like Nick and stuff. And Trokey was just like, "Look, if you were going to come before Giblin was coming, before he wasn't coming, then come." He's like, "Just get on. I'll be here. People. You'll have a great time." And I was like, "Yeah, all right." And so I just went for it, and it was incredibly surreal that time. Like traveling on your own, because I don't think I wasn't worried about it. I wasn't scared of flying or anything, but it's still quite weird going, flying across the world on your own, I guess.
Yeah.
And then turning up, but yeah, I had a blast that time. It was nice, but it was very different, without that kind of big dynamic.
Yeah. Well, anything you do in a group of friends is always gonna It'd be the best way to do it, isn't it? It's like YouTube. I'd love to do YouTube with my friends, but I've just got Jay and Ben. Hey, all but gold.
You've talked about wanting to go, haven't you?
I'd love to go, mate. I'd love to go. It's just convincing Anna that it's the right thing to spend that amount of money on, leaving her at home with the kids during the summer.
It's obviously not an option, but could you all go out?
I would absolutely love to go, but yeah, who knows?
But, like, the hotel's just incredible. The hotel and the wider convention is just amazing.
Who knows, mate? Maybe, you never know. Battle Streams in Middle Earth might go on the road.
What was really nice that in the last time was when I was out there in 2016. Because we went. Is that right? I think we went 2015 and 2016, and we didn't really. When we came back in 2016, there wasn't really a sense in which we wouldn't be going back.
Yeah.
But actually, on the way, I remember that. Jane was pregnant, and we knew about it. And I actually told the guys about Emma being pregnant at the airport on the way home.
Yeah.
They were some of the first people I told, actually, and just felt like a nice way to end it.
Yeah.
And so we actually had this idea that at the airport we were like, oh, well, we probably won't be back next year.
Yeah.
Because two of us are going to have kids. And it didn't. But we never really appreciated it at Nova as if it was the last time. But when I went back in 2018, I actually had quite a kind of, I don't know, almost melancholy view, like kind of walking around everything and experience everything.
Yeah.
In this kind of, this might be the last time I'm ever here.
Yeah, I'd love to go. I'd love to go. I'm not writing it off, because I think if I turned round to Anna and said, "Look, I really want to go. Like, I want to go. It's something I really want to do. Blah blah blah." I don't think she'd stand in my way. It's more of, is it the right thing for me to put her in that position? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's about money, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just generally, I think. I don't know what your situation is with childcare and stuff, but like Em's pretty good with that. We've only got one, obviously, which make a big difference, I think. But that time round, in 2018, and we're obviously talking about a second child or whatever, that she was very much like, you should go this year. You don't know if you'll ever get to go again.
Yeah.
She was really quite supportive of going, like, cool. on my own that year. Because you just don't know what the future holds, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you can, it's well worth it. So it's a really, really amazing event.
Yeah, I'd love to. And like I say, who knows what's going to happen in the future. We'll see. Okay. Right, flesh is done on the armoured one. I've put all the base colours on everything else. I'm going to give it a wash.
Into the chat for you?
I'm going to dive into the chat, yeah.
Dive.
That's my
she's coming. He's coming for you.
Oh, just as you start putting the bloody shade on, I realise I've not painted his hair.
Well, that is not diving into the chat. That is putting shade on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not coming for you guys.
I am. I'll be 2 minutes, guys. I'll be 2 minutes. Bear with me.
He's just got to find something.
Every time you say it now, I see John Travolta. Every time. It's a belting meme, that, isn't
it? Have you seen him? I presume you must have. Have you seen him introduced Idina Menzel?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, like, if I'm ever sad, it's a clip I put on. It's so joyous. If anyone doesn't know what that is, you Google something along the lines of John Travolta introducing Idina Menzel, and it's at the Tony Awards. Idina Menzel is the actress who plays Elsa in the Frozen films, and she's singing "Let It Go," and he, I don't know what happens, but He's got an auto and he just makes up a name.
You can't.
It's just one of the most beautiful things you've ever
You just can't
said. Is it
say it.
Cazelle Nadeem? Is that right?
You can't say it, can you?
Because now singing the wonderfully wicked Let It. Oh no, is it Defying Gravity? Maybe it's Defying Gravity. I think he says wonderfully wicked. I think it was when she was in Wicked rather than Frozen. Because and now singing the wonderfully wicked Defying Gravity, Adele Dazeem. It completely creates a name.
It was funny.
I'm talking about ways of putting someone off before they perform.
Right, I'm back on cam.
Boom.
I'm back on cam. There we go. Right. It's hot in here tonight.
Yeah, I thought
that. Right, okay. Can you remember where we were up to?
Nope.
Let's find it.
Yeah, it was Nick Gardner saying yes. No, Alex Kaiser talking about musical segments.
Oh, right, okay. Steve says, you picking up Legion, Steve? No, I'm not picking up. Jay's got it all. So I don't know. It's Star Wars, isn't it? So it looks cool. The miniatures are cool. I might paint some of the miniatures. I may as well learn how to play it if I can. But I won't be going mad on it. Definitely not. Excuse me. Alex says, it could be around 45 seconds, Damien. That is how long the theme is. What was that about?
Must be about Durdle.
Reese says, has Jay, Ben or Damien done their dance on TikTok yet, Steve? And pop my finished project up on Facebook forever. They haven't, Reese. You know, think about the kids.
Thing is, what happened with that is I got really involved and passionate about the first time Steve asked me to sing.
I've got that. It's coming.
Nothing.
It's coming. I've just got to edit it. You remember what I said about not having to edit live streams?
Yeah, that's what you had to do. Everyone, that's where you were at the start, Steve. Everyone sent you a clip.
Yeah, but do you know what happened? I've said this to you before. Like, it starts off well. Like we're thinking, yeah, this is cooking, and then it just takes a turn, and like people are just singing random verses.
Oh, you could. I don't want to suggest something crazy. You could just release the first two complete verses that you've got.
I'm going to release everything because I think if people have gone to the trouble of recording it and putting it on, I think they deserve to be on it.
Trouble, mate. It took about 10 seconds.
They deserve to be on it. So I am going to release it all. You message me tomorrow, remind me, and I'll release it tomorrow. Because I'll forget. I meant to have released it by now, but I'll forget. Oh, flipping heck.
The thing is, Steve, it ain't like you got anything else on.
Slammed, mate. Slammed.
Our work is just
Steve Bonar, Isengard look great en masse. War of the Ring really brings out the Legion feel to them.
Yeah, it would.
Tharg, heading off. Thanks for the stream, guys. It was fun again. I'll catch the rest tomorrow. Okay, brother. Take care. Darren Moore, Isengard have always been my favourite army that I have owned over the years. Good man.
Sensible choice.
Steve Bonner, it's like Rohan is famed for their cavalry, Mordors, Morannon, Orcs, Easterlings, Pike, etc. Justin says, Isengard is my favourite evil faction. It is the only army I have a podium finish with at a tournament. Lots of history and fond memories with them. I think I'm going to use them quite a bit as soon as normality resumes, because I've painted so much of them. I'll be playing them in the slow grow, but I'll probably use them. I think me and Ben were talking about. Me and Ben were talking about 7 Stones, bringing Dunland Scout Force, Dunlands and Scouts.
Yeah, we were.
Just thematic and.
I agree though. Definitely part of it for me is the nostalgia of this army. I've owned bits of this army for 10 years and adding to it. I loved the GT this year. Like, I painted the ballista, but everything else was models that I'd painted 10 years before.
Yeah.
Getting to kind of dig those models up and literally go, God, I really, these were proper fighting Uruk-hai. the plastic warriors, which obviously wasn't taken. And I was like, God, these are you haven't been on the table, in anger, in 10 years or 9 years or whatever it was. It's like this is cool.
Yeah. Steve Owner, I have a nasty 20 crossbow Isengard army I'd like to try.
I'm not just saying this. I think I've got 21.
I've got 21, mate.
21, mate.
I think I've got
21. No, I might have 24 because in crazy like you, I was building for War of the Ring a lot of the time. So I was building in 8s, but I feel like I've got 21 ferals.
Yeah. Michael Haskell, all of the baddie warriors in Lord of the Rings, I always thought that Uruks were cool. Scouts and armoured troops, bows, crossbows and ballistas, plenty of variety. Yeah.
Definitely cool, man.
Tom Turtle, thoughts on Ugluk Scout Legion? It kicked off my Isengard collection. I reckon it could be pretty competitive at 400 points. 12 Uruks, 12 Orcs, Ugly, Malher and Orc Captain, or either of the named. Not really looked at it that much, have you, Damien?
Yeah, I mean, I know it runs. It's one of those interesting things where if you want to make it at its most, it's interesting because arguably if you want to make it at its most competitive, you lose the main advantage because they have this wonderful speed advantage where they're all marauders and they've got a drum. But if you take the Orcs to get the animosity rule, they'll be lagging behind.
Yeah.
So, but for me, that's absolutely like I think Scouts are good. I think Scouts now with their Uruk bows and their 8-inch movement, they are a new addition army. Not top tier, but definitely a bit of a sleeper force.
Yeah.
And you might be unpleasantly surprised if you came up against them quite what an army of fight 4, strength 4, move 8 models can do.
Yeah.
Particularly if you do manage to make the most of that bonus with the Orcs. But I think they're a fun legion. Take them for theme and then be pleasantly surprised when you do well.
Yeah. Nicholas Garner says, actually putting a brush to this model, I realise I should have stripped it first. So much flash and old paint on it. Yeah, get them prepped, man. Glenn Seymour's in. Where have you been, Glenn? I prefer the Scout Uruk-hai and Warg Riders because they look so cool.
Yeah.
Steve Bonar, Damien, did you miss proper tea at Nova?
You know what? I missed it during the day, but in the restaurant they had it. You could ask for English breakfast tea and you could ask for milk as well, rather than cream, and they had it. The restaurants there is absolutely amazing. The omelette station, so good. fresh omelette every morning with crispy bacon.
Ooh, nice, I'm getting hungry now.
Nice crispy.
I had a curry after the last stream.
I know. I was going to say, I can't believe what Steve does after these things. He always goes, I'm knackered. I think I'm going to have to call it a night. And he sends me a photo of him having a curry about half an hour later.
That was start. It was one of them though where I was looking at it, I was thinking, I am shattered. I need to go to bed. But I was thinking, if I go to bed, and my belly's going to be rumbling, I'm going to thinking, there's a curry in the fridge. There's a curry in the fridge that needs eating.
Curry could be in my stomach.
So
could it really be so simple?
I smashed that when I got in. Nicholas Gardner, I remember Jamie Bailey now. I wanted to meet him and talk Wood Elves. Yeah, Jamie used to love his Wood Elves. Justin says, Damien, so far Nova is still a go. Would be great to see you guys.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I mean this year, 100%, no chance. No.
But they're still because they send out an email about it, right? So if you've gone before, you get an email every week.
All right, okay.
And so they update you on the progress because it's so huge, and so they update you about every system and stuff. And they're still very much saying they are planning for it to go ahead.
What dates is it?
I don't know the dates, but it'll be something like September the 10th.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right in September.
I think it'll be all right. I think you might be able to have a gathering, but I don't think like your international aspect will be open. I don't think you'll be having people flying in for it.
Yeah.
So it might become a smaller thing, like a domestic thing. And I also worry about, of all the places, it'll be hotels and restaurants that go back to normal last.
Yeah.
So I think we might be able to have 7 Stones because it's rescheduled for September. It's around the same time actually. Might even be the same weekend. And I reckon we might be able to have that. But equally, I think the issue we have is we might be able to get into the venue, but people might not be able to get accommodation, and there might not be anywhere to go in the evening. That's my current prediction.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed, man, because I'm looking forward to it. I need something to sell it.
And also, it's held at a university, and universities are in a lot of trouble. So the man whose mortgage depends on universities not being in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Where was I up to? Oh yeah, Justin. Just saying, if you guys fly the families over to Canada and hang out a bit, we can take care of them, and I can drive you guys to Nova. That is a very, very.
Wouldn't it take longer to drive to know? It would take longer to get to know from you than from us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I definitely remember the Canadians. I think the last time I went there, the Canadians spent longer traveling when they drove than we did. Definitely.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. We think we travel far when we go like from north to south here.
Nothing.
Aaron says, just think of the great content you could make if you did go. These guys are trying to talk me into going.
Yeah. Could be talking to me.
No. No, mate. It's a great content.
I've got. Did I publish that paragraph? I have a funny feeling you'll enjoy this. I've still got a battle report from one of those Novas.
Get it?
That's never been published.
Get it edited, mate.
Well, it is, but it's on my old computer.
Oh.
I think I edited it just before my computer went down.
On the hard drive?
Well, it's on a backup disk, but it's all part of. It was done in iMovie, so it's all part of a library. So you really need the project files needs the program to be open rather than moving the project file.
Yeah. No, it would be cool. It would be cool. Who knows, man? Who knows next year? We don't know where we're going to be, what position we're going to be in. Who knows? Reese says, I would be up for going to Nova. Sounds mint.
It's amazing.
It does, man. Imagine a load of us going over. It'd be really cool. Nicholas Gardner, you wanting to come to Nova and weighing the pros and cons is the same for people like me who look at Throne of Skulls and Ardacon and have to weigh the same. Very true. Very true.
I would say though, not to be dismissive of anything here, but no, James himself say that Ardacon was inspired by Nova.
Yeah.
And James done an incredible thing with Ardacon and what it's created, but it's a fraction of the size of Nova.
Yeah.
So they're not comparable.
Yeah.
Like in terms of, because Nick's obviously been to Nova, but in terms of the scope, and it is, I love Ardacon every year. It's brilliant, but it's not. It's a massive Lord of the Rings tournament, or 3 massive Lord of the Rings tournaments.
Yeah.
With some cool stuff on the side. It's not the kind of, full convention stuff that Nova has. Although having it in a hotel is a big plus. It does give it that kind of convention feel.
Yeah. Whereas
conversely, something like Throne of Skulls, I actually think would possibly be more worth your while coming from because it's a different experience. You're coming then for Warhammer World.
Yeah.
And that's only one tournament and it's only 2 days as opposed to Ardacon, which can easily be like 4 days.
Yeah.
But you'd be wowed by Warhammer World and by the exhibition.
Yeah.
But they're definitely not comparable. I think either of them.
Mm. Yeah. Nova's just something. When you guys, I mean, I can remember it well. That sort of time when the GBHL started to kind of become sort of an international thing, and the American guys were coming over, and the DCHL YouTube channel was up, and Devin was, hi, Devin here. How to buy a full army with $60 and all that.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was a great time. It felt like, wow,
I would easily say that Devon is a huge part, as a single person, is a huge part of the reason there's an international community.
Yeah, I agree.
He specifically invited us over, saying, "Can you come to Nova?" And then us going over there made James do Ardacon.
Yeah.
And it was, we'd had people come over here for like Destination of Stockport and stuff.
Yeah.
Like from international, but it was still like, I don't know, 95% Brits and 5% internationals or something like that.
Yeah.
But it was us going over to Nova as a team, I think, opened up Nova to non-Americans and Canadians.
And
then,
in that vein, would you then also say that kind of like Team England thing or Team GBHL opened up the door for the idea of the ETC?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah. The ETC came out of that, didn't it? And that's then further fostered that kind of international spirit, I guess.
Yeah.
But all of those things came out of it, and it's like, everyone's done a huge bit. James has done an amazing job with Articon, and Dave's done an amazing job with the ETC. But I genuinely believe that sense of, I don't know, international cooperation starts with Devon taking a punt and sending us this crazy message.
Yeah.
Do you want to come out?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's amazing. But I remember them times, and I remember you guys saying we're going, and like being like uber jealous, like I really want. I'd love to go. I'd love to go. Didn't know much about it, but then seeing all the pictures that you guys were posting up and things like that, it was just like, yeah, I'd love to go. And then met Devin a couple of times at events here. I spoke to him a lot on Facebook, but met him at a couple of events at Warhammer World. And at Ardicon, and him saying, "Oh, you should come. You should come." I'm like, "Yeah, it's not that easy. I'd love to, but we'll see. We'll aim for it next year, mate. We'll aim for it next year. See what happens." Where were we up to? Reese, Alex Kaiser. Yeah, I'd love to go to Nova, but being 13, it seems like it would be a few years if I ever went.
Family holiday, mate.
Something to aim for, my mate. Justin says to Nick Gardner, same situation here. My trip to Scouring will be the first time I ever travel by plane alone. I would be surprised and happy if I make it across the pond in one piece. We'll look after you when you get here, pal. Don't you worry about that. It's going to be a good weekend.
Turning up to Stockport, though, God. I arrived in Washington, D.C.,
Oh, yeah. Stockport is... It's got a charm of its own. Let's put it that way.
all joking aside, this man, Mr. Crow, throws amazing events, but Washington DC at home.
Steve Bonart would love to make Nova, but hell to get out of even for one game at all would be nice. You never know, Steve. You never know. We might go mob-handed. Aaron says, I posted a link to that clip, Damien, on the Facebook thread chat. It's just jumped. I don't know. Steve says, everybody in the chat, message Steve tomorrow to remind him about the video. Yeah, do that. When I post it up, we'll do a blunt and knives one. How's about that?
So it begins.
Steve says, Damien, I believe I have 30 Isengard crossbows painted up.
You win.
Tom Turtle, the Orc lag is definitely a pain, hence why I'd be tempted to take Orc captains.
He's talking about the Ograk Scouts.
For the march over Grishnak and Snaga. Nick Gardner is saying first week of September, that'll be for Nova. And Justin says, my friends and myself drive down every year, 14-hour drive.
There you go.
Jeez.
And that was longer. I'm pretty sure I worked it out. It was longer than me leaving my flat and getting to the hotel.
That's mental.
I think they just were longer than us.
Nova is 6 hours from us in Syracuse, is it? And it's 5 hours. It's jumped north to the guys in Canada, so roughly they travel 10 plus hours. It's at 14. Stephen Bonar says #Nova 2021 GBHL Return of the King. Nick Gardner, Nova may be bigger, but we don't have the design team playing in the tournaments and commentating on the stream.
Toot our own horns too much. When we obviously did really well the first year, we got first, second, third, and when we were met at the airport by Rob and Walker again, second, they had a banner up saying the Return of the King, which is incredibly sweet.
Yeah, Nick said Nova may be bigger, but we don't have the design team playing in the tournaments and commentating on the stream. Well, they only commentate on the stream at Warhammer World events, and they play in our events basically because they're local, and they it seems to be Jay was always involved in playing before he even got the job that he got. Anyway, and Games Workshop are doing something that they didn't do for a long time and engaging a lot more with the community, which I think is really good. I think the way that they're doing things is one of the big reasons why the game is doing as well as it's doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, where are we? Larry Miller, you also be wowed by the fabled city of rock. And I have some good memories of that place and lots of lack of memories of that place. Nick Garner says, it's sad I started going to Nova right after the big swell in international players stopped. We all can't be Tim Hickson hopping over to England seemingly every other month from California. Alex Kaiser, I mean, getting to Nova would also be tough because of school. Larry Miller, do you reckon you could host a Nova Light tournament at the Chumley Lodge?
That's how you get people over to England. Be able to stay in the Chumley Lodge. Oh, that's a dream.
Do you reckon you could host a Nova Light tournament at Chumley Lodge? Reese says, Washington has got nothing on Manchester, Damien. Best city, best football club, best music comes out of Manchester. And we have the Curry Mile.
I agree with the second point. as long as you're talking about the right one.
Glenn Seymour, Damien could be TTG's Gandalf and guide you to Nova in future. Could do.
Yeah, I know all the best places to eat.
Yeah.
Best food trucks to go to.
Justin says, I normally drive a minimum of 6 hours one way to all SBGL events. Our events are one day, so I often drive down and back the same day, so 14 hours is not that bad. That's crazy talk. And Steve Arnold says,
we just don't appreciate what we've got.
I know. Steve says, to see Tom Harrison at Nova. And we are.
To see Tom Harrison, right?
Yeah, we are all caught up on the chat. So, I think I'm done for the night with these. I'm done.
Was it curry time?
Yeah, getting there. Getting tired. I'm trying to wash away. It's a bit messy there. Get rid of that. Yep. Should we jump into the comp?
Jump into what?
The comp. The comp.
Oh, you can do. Oh God, you've literally just pulled it from nowhere. It's over. It's over.
Just looked at the clock. It's 1:45. Yeah, it's 1:45, mate. It's crazy talk.
Is this it? God almighty, is this a new record?
Well, it depends if you count our 8-hour stint actually streaming together.
Oh, no. I mean, no, I don't count that. That was what happened when you went, oh, yeah, last time, oh, yeah, I'm knackered, I'm tired, and chatted for another 2 hours afterwards. All the content you could have given the Americans. And the catch-up crew.
All this talk about going over, it's making me sad.
We can do, though.
Let's have a look. I am gonna.
We need to show the exciting preview of next week's issue.
Before we do that, mate, I'm gonna close my top table Patreon chat and flick over to the Facebook thread.
Oh, lovely.
And I'll just have a scroll through, see if anyone else jumped into the competition before we do it. So we can see the underside of Larry's excellent terrain.
Are you putting this up on the thread?
It's up, yeah, it's up.
Cool.
We've got Justin's update. You've bent the elbow as well. That looks cool, actually. I like that. Yeah, update from child. Yeah, looking good, Darren. Looking good. Nick Gardner. Is Nick Gardner in the comp yet? I don't think he is.
Oh, the bottom of Larry's base is ace.
Yeah.
That's ace of base. All that he wants is another ruin.
So whack Nick Gardner in there, and Matt Prescott, you've already got him in. Good work, Matt. Looking cool. Reece Taylor. painted a gallows up for all of Damien, Steve's puns and dad jokes.
Dad jokes?
It does look cool, that, actually. It does look cool. I'll give you that. Oh, I've got to play this. I don't know if it'll come across. If I play something from, let me see if this works. Right, I'm going to play the John Travolta introduces Idina Menzel, Oscar's fail, and let's just see if it works. If the sound works. Let's see.
Bear in mind, last time you tried this, you thought they couldn't hear you, but they could.
Yes.
So it might. It's a short clip, so it might just be worth running it anyway and seeing what happens.
Right, hang on. I've got this. Hang on. It's running away with itself.
Jazine does that.
So unmute. Here we go.
Please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem. Unbelievable. Please welcome the
Did you hear that, Damien?
No, but
hopefully they can hear it. Let us know in the chat if you could hear that.
Yeah, because I've got the YouTube thing muted anyway.
Oh, that'll be amazing. Wickedly talented.
It's not even close to either.
He just says it's not in words, is it? He just makes a noise. The wickedly talented.
I haven't even heard it this time. It's just making me laugh.
Oh, let us know in the chat, guys, if the sound came through. I would love to know. Yep, we can hear the YouTube. I'm going to play it again, sod it.
Wickedly talented.
I'm playing it again, guys. It's got to be done. Unmute. Here we go.
Please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem.
Adele Dazeem.
Idina Menzel. It's not.
Adele Dazeem. Nice. Well done, John. Well done.
He was concentrating on his fantastic pun, you see, that's the problem.
Oh, God, that was a shocker. Nice work, Nick Gardner. That looks awesome. Yeah, I like them. I like the elbow bend, Justin. I think that makes a massive difference to the pose, definitely. That looks cool. I might steal that. And yeah, we're up to date on that. So,
shall I show the state of my Uruk, Captain?
Yeah.
He's over here on model cam.
Adele Dazeem. That's cool. I like that, mate. Belting job.
I think there he is.
Belting job.
That is me having chucked on like another layer on most of the things. Once you get to this point, it sounds so obvious, but every time you add another layer, it just makes it better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can just keep going forever. And that started being my approach for heroes.
Oh, here we go. I've got something special here, Damien.
Yeah.
If it works, you're gonna love it.
What manner of special?
If this works,
where am I looking for something to work on YouTube?
It's gonna blow your mind. Let's have a look if this works now. There we go. Actually, it kind of looks like I know what I'm doing, doesn't it, most of the time? But oh, it's belted.
What?
It's belted. Here we go. Here we go. It's the theme of the night. It's the theme of the night. You'll see it come up in a moment, and it is spectacular. I'm very happy with that.
Justin says the finished pictures of Thoen will be up on the thread in very short order. Good work, Justin.
Good
Go
stuff.
finish.
Good stuff.
Aaron says, right, guys, it's been a joy. I'm getting off now. Thanks again for some great chat.
Thanks, Aaron. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, contributor, man.
Is Steve getting hungry then with his wrap up for the evening talk? Yeah, that's how people know. Has it come up? Has it come up on screen?
No. Oh, there he is.
That's got to stay there, isn't it? It's got to stay there. It's got to stay there.
Solid positioning. It's good.
That's awesome. Because he's looking at you confused. Yeah. That's like me every week.
I don't do well at this. Could have waited till he turned his head the other way, right?
Oh, good.
Tanya T says, how's Ardacon looking for this year?
How long's a piece of string?
What?
How long is a piece of string? To know.
Yeah, twice the radius. I don't know. I'm not part of that committee or anything. I have nothing to do with it. But if you ask me, I can't see how it can run. That would be. I'm not expecting it to run. That's not to mean it won't. But I just, for all the reasons I said about Nova, except it's a couple of weeks earlier. It's not my decision. I have nothing to do with it. But yeah, it's a massive event with like at least half the attendees are international.
Yeah.
Even again, it maybe it'll run, but the international people won't be able to come. I don't think they won't have open flights.
It's a difficult one.
I would guess. Sadly.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
I mean, I'm wearing my I don't know where my camera. I'm wearing my Ardacon Team Wanderer shirt. But of course, we've rescheduled Seven Stones for 2 weeks after that. So, or 3 weeks after that, something like that. So, I hope it does happen, because if it doesn't happen, then it's quite unlikely Seven Stones will happen. But the difference being, if we're allowed indoor gatherings of 50 people, we can hold Seven Stones.
Is everyone domestic? Have you got any international for Seven Stones?
Yeah, we definitely had two. We had Blake and Devon were coming over.
Oh yeah, Devon said that. Yeah. Yeah.
Mark Stone's coming over from Guernsey. I feel like that, and obviously we've got people come from Scotland and stuff. But, and so I think we might be able to hold it, but it might be reduced. And even then, the thing is, even no one has the slightest clue how we're going to come out of this. But even if they do, even if they say, you know what, yeah, okay, we're easing the lockdown by this much, you can have these events. Are you going to want to go?
That's the other thing, yeah.
Until there's the reason we're staying inside, a lot of us, I would hope, is about other people, right? It's about grandparents and our parents, and so if you go to this sort of thing, you're going to get it, and hopefully largely you'll be fine. But you're also risking the other people, and so you might not want to go to it. So the idea, what the only thing I'm certain about, the only thing I'm absolutely certain about, is that there's not going to be a date in July 30th where life goes back to normal. That's not how it will work. It'll be a very, very slow, staggered thing, and in about, I reckon, in maybe summer next year, we'll suddenly go, oh, we're back to normal.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be something like that.
Yeah.
You'll just suddenly realise that all the restrictions have gradually been lifted, and you're no longer queuing outside supermarkets, and you're no longer worried about hugging people.
Yeah.
And you won't be a day that happens.
Yeah.
It'll be gradual, and as for tournaments, I just don't know.
Yeah. Well, all we can do is keep everything crossed. Fingers crossed. See what happens. Yeah.
On the plus side, I don't have to shave. So.
Yeah.
There's
I don't have to set my alarm for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's all right.
There's our gloomy predictions for that one. Steve, will we see tournament preparations videos where you show us how you get ready before events and what is essential items to take? Keep us sharp when they lift the ban. It's the most useless video at the moment, right? I don't know. That's looking at you, Steve. You're the content creator these days.
Oh, I don't know. That means that I'd have. Yeah, I'm a very unprepared person. So I'm probably not the best person to do the video.
You can hear YouTube. Reese heard it and laughed. Larry said he heard it. It was even better than I expected. It's some kind of element. I cannot read it. Aaron says she gets him back when she introduces him at the next Oscars and just made up some name.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know.
Yeah, that's cool. It's the dance speech.
And then Dandy Ross said, "You are wickedly talented to bend the deal." Showing the orc off. Reese says he looks top. Steven says there's not much space to swing that axe in here. I've got space, man. It's a nightmare. There we go, we're up to date. So I'm going to go and have a look. We have got. I'll pump the numbers in because you've got a random number generator, right?
Yeah. Shall I just pick a number?
It's probably not fair if you pick a number because you know the order that they posted in roughly.
Only if you put that order of number. If you put them in that order. Shocker. Right, okay, I'll do a random number generator on my phone.
You used dice last time. Have you got a D20?
Let me check. I'll go on my shelf and check. I think I actually have. Just give me a minute.
There's 19, man. Right, gone.
Oh, yeah, Steve's not gonna lie, I can't be bothered.
Can't what?
I opened that cupboard door, looked inside, and opted against looking for that D20.
Alright, I've got one.
You could have said that, didn't you?
Yeah, but you seemed excited, and I know how much you like getting up.
Can you see the image in the middle of our screen?
It's nice to get one last unfound item in for the stream. So of course this loses the impartiality of us both being involved, but hopefully by this point you come to trust us. If you think in any way I'm trying to fix who's getting this token every week, you're sorely mistaken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop over to desk cam. All right, so I need to create an area because I can't control this camera. I can't control the zoom on this little webcam.
Yeah.
So I've got my D20. We've got 19 people.
19. Well done, folks. Well done.
Yeah, thank you all for getting involved. And you're just in there in the order that you put the photo. Should we give them a shout out?
Yeah.
So you know what this is going 1 to 19 on the dice, right? Yanko Dassi, Darren Amore, Frederick Shawls, Henry Marshall, Dan Nelson, Jenzel Mose, Michael Haskell, James Eachin, Justin Bertrand, Crispin Farbrother, Matt Prescott, Tom Turtle, Adam Darmody, Jack Harper, Philip Lawrence, Joshua Crosby, Don Barnett, Nick Gardner.
You forgot one.
Is Stoney not painting something?
You forgot one.
Did I?
Yeah.
Who?
Adele Mazine.
Is Stoney not painting something?
I don't know. I can't remember. Ask him. He's in the chat.
Yeah, I am. Send a message. Oh, he was active 1 hour ago. I don't think he's in anymore. Maybe he wasn't. Can you see on the thread?
I'm looking back through the pictures now, and I can't see anything, but there is a lot of pictures. To be fair.
No, maybe he wasn't. He normally is. He's probably looking for his Frodo. So that's our 19, all right?
Yeah.
I roll it here. It's going to land in here. If it goes off the table, it does not count.
Yeah.
Right. And then I will do my best to move it up here so you can see it for sure. And
just do one of them rolls where you roll it and then cup it on the table and then just lift your hands off.
It's risky.
You know what I mean? But you can control where it goes then, don't you? Do you get what I mean? Like
So
a two-handed cup.
And then down.
Yeah.
It lacks the vibrancy of a roll.
Yeah, all right. Do it your way. Do it your way. But when it goes pear-shaped, don't blame me. Don't blame me.
Hang on.
tension is growing.
You ready for
I'm
this?
ready. I've been ready. I've been here 10 minutes waiting. Oh, look at this.
Remember that?
Yeah, that's belting.
Custom dice tray
cool, that.
made
I like that.
for Palantir by Matt Davis. Never used. After 5 years of Palantir, he gave it to us before we went on indefinite hiatus. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, are we happy with that? Let's lift this up. No dice interference allowed. That is in focus. It's a number 9. Oh God,
it's number 9.
It was a number 9.
Yeah, I seen it.
Hopefully,
9.
you saw that. It was a number 9.
Yeah.
And I can confirm that number 9 is James Earsham.
Well done. Whoop whoop whoop. James Eachin. Well done, man.
So,
Congratulations,
get in
brother.
touch. We'll get in touch and figure out how and when we get this thing to you.
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir, and hopefully it allows you to use to keep track of who's got priority again.
Yes.
So there we go. Let's flip back here. Lovely competition. Thank you as ever to Tim McKnight.
Yes, thank you, pal.
Sorting this. And of course, we have coming up. Would we presume next Friday?
Yes, I can check with the good lady and make sure everything's honky dory.
I think our quiz is becoming a regular thing on a Saturday, so Friday's probably the default position for me.
Let's pencil it in now, and I'll confirm.
Yep, sounds good. So next up, we have with remarkable predictability, issue 10. This chap, Steve. He's your mate.
Oh yeah, Azza.
As Azza. We've got the second part of our battle report. We've got the rules for courage for the first time. So have a look at those. We have a thing about batch painting, and we have how to make a Rohirrim building.
Very nice.
Which I think will be a good issue. But the big question on everyone's lips: what came with it?
It's got to be Aragon, right?
You just had an Aragon, didn't you? 2 weeks ago.
Did we?
Yeah, you painted it.
Oh yeah.
You did it for about 4 hours.
More Uruks then. Dun.
It's harder than you think.
Yeah, more.
There's another sprue of fighting Uruk-hai.
Uruks.
So we'll do the same thing we did last time, which was any plastic Uruk-hai. So you can have Uruk-hai scouts, fighting Uruk-hai, or Uruk-hai siege troops. Will be for next week. Steve, what are you painting?
Some Mordor Uruks.
Oh, it's not plastic Uruk-hai.
No, I'm gonna go. I'll go. I could do with some more scouts. I'll paint some more scouts.
Paint some more scouts. Good lad. That's what we want to hear.
Paint some more scouts.
Just, if you're going to, if you don't follow the rules of the stream,
that's true.
Why should we expect?
It's very true. It's very true.
You know what I'm going to be doing?
What are you going to be doing?
These two.
What are they?
We'll just turn your head slightly.
Oh yeah. The rest of the command.
Sorry. I haven't got any plastic.
Did you swear then?
No, I said sorry.
Oh.
Might be a swear word up north.
Oh.
I haven't got any plastic Uruks.
Do you want me to send you? I've got a week. I can send you some.
Which actually speaks volumes for Battle Streams of Middle Earth, because I painted my backlog Uruks.
Yeah.
So I haven't got them. So obviously we wouldn't ask people. It's kind of anti the ethos of the show to go out and buy models.
Yeah.
For this. But these are warriors.
Yep.
That's why I have the drum here actually. But the banner's a warrior, so it's a step away. So I won't be eligible to win the priority token, but he will still be Uruk themed.
Yep.
But there we go. That's what I'll be working on, and I guess I might be able to get one done, given that I've pretty much finished my scout captain.
Yeah.
A couple more layers on him, and he'll be done. So that'll be cool.
Very, very cool. Very cool.
We will hopefully see you there next week, probably 8 p.m. Friday is the hope. Painting some plastic Uruk-hai to clear that backlog. Anything from you, Steve?
What, between now and then?
No, I mean, like, well, you can if you've got anything coming up, but I'm more meant in terms of
we've got a stream on Monday with Stu and Harry over on Top Table. I think it's 8:00. Tune in for that. That'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. And yeah, no doubt you'll hear loads from me on Facebook. I will absolutely hammer Facebook as per the usual. So
we jump in on chat, see what.
Yeah, let's. I'll let you jump in and close out, mate. That's fine.
Larry, can I pick a number after you put the list up? Steve Bonhoff says you're just dancing in the shed now. I wonder. Larry says, I wonder if this stream is more talking about beans or more Steve looking for things. Next week will be, Stephen saying, next week Steve will be looking for beans in the shed. Nick Gardner says, I bet it isn't fixed to see who wins, but I bet there's something that prefers me to not win. Yeah, well, absolutely. Justin Bertrand won it last year. And, if you win, you'll get it. But yeah, absolutely. If it's someone in the UK, that's just super. Reese says, thanks for streaming tonight. What's next week's model? And yeah, indeed, as Steve confirms, it is plastic fighting Uruk-hai.
Yep.
Larry says, roll it into the paints. Make a little paint semicircle. That's reckless. Nicholas Gardner says, you can cut the tension, but luckily I use Elven Blade, so I win on a 3+. He says, I almost had it. Larry said, or get a relic.
Get a relic? I've lost him again. He's off again. Apologies, guys. He will come back in a second. I will take over the chat. Let's have a look. Congrats, James. Tanya C says, I made it to the end of the stream. That is a shocker. We need that every stream now, Tanya. Every stream. Aaron says, Adina Menzel's revenge on Travolta video posted in the group. I'll have a look at that in a second. Thanks, guys, for the stream, says Justin. Great as usual. Can't wait till next week. Thanks for joining us, Justin. You have been a stalwart on this stream. I'm just going to text Damien. Oh, he's back. Hang on. Let me get his image up then. Well, I suppose I better let him in, don't I? What happened?
Just yelling at you. I'm back. Come here. What happened? Nothing happened, Steve. Exactly the same thing happened the last 3 times. Absolutely nothing.
I don't know.
And did I see that Aaron's posted up Adina Menzel's revenge?
Yes, he has.
I mean, surely that's the way to end the show. We've got to watch that, right?
Do you want me to? Yeah, I can try and do it. Yeah. 1 second. How do I do it? Oh. This is good. This is
solid ending.
Oh, mate, right, okay, so I need to change.
Justin says, thanks for the stream, great as usual, can't wait till next week. That's the spirit. Alex says, great stream, thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been 5 hours, that's kind of bad.
So if I click that, I've got to unmute.
I'm very happy with my progress.
Yeah, you did well, mate.
I feel like I need one evening. I feel like I need a little bit of time tomorrow, maybe like an hour at absolute most, and it'll be done and finished, which is cool. Which is kind of what I want from this. I want to do the paint the models on the stream and not spend too much time outside that painting them.
Yeah. I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go?
Cool. I'm excited.
Okay.
I'll be watching it in 20 seconds time from you. You'll have a 20-second
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage my very dear friend, Glom Gazingo.
Adina Menzel pays.
You've got YouTube open?
Yeah, I will do. Well, I mean, it's open now, but I haven't unmuted it. I'll wait until I see like the.
Oh, I don't think I changed it. I just watched it on my own. Right, I'll do it this way. This might work this time. Sorry guys. Right, okay.
Unbelievable, this guy.
You ready?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage my very dear friend, Glom Gazingo.
Adina Menzel.
Is it good?
It's good. It'll cut.
I mean, they must have engineered it to have her introduce him, surely.
Yeah, it must have been.
Matt Prescott, been a great stream like always, guys. Looking forward to next week's. Oh, here we go. Back or up. Yeah.
It worked.
That is good. Gazinga. Solid work from the Menzel there. Solid work. That's a high note to leave on, I think.
I've got something that you might like even better.
I can't believe it.
And it'll pop up on the screen in a second, just before we sign off, folks. Very quickly edited on Photoshop. Steve Travolta. Confused.
Steve Travolta. I'm excited.
Oh. It's like it was perfectly scripted. Has it got popped up yet?
Nope.
Let's have a look.
Oh my god.
It fits well done.
It's quite a good. It's quite a good. I mean, it's dreadful Photoshop, but the face is quite good. You got like photos of Steve in every position.
It's my Facebook profile picture, but reversed.
It's pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Right, okie dokie.
Larry says, next question is, oh my god, do I use some completely unrelated Uruk warriors, or do I repaint my old scouts to match the new ones I've just done?
Unpainted.
Unpainted.
Yeah, unpainted. Get some paint on them, lad.
Aaron Noonan has laughing face at Steve Travolta.
Lolling all over the show. Right, I think we're going to call it there, guys.
Indeed.
Thank you for joining us. And
thank you very much. It's been awesome, guys.
It's been awesome. Thank you, Damien. And
thank you, Steve.
We'll see hopefully next week.
You're finding an easier way to do it every week, right?
What's that?
Now you just put in the stream up. You guys will send me pictures and I'll put them up. To put pictures in this thread and I'll put them up. So I'm just going to put this thread up.
Next week. Next week it's if you choose what you're going to paint now, send it in a postcard. I'll give you my address.
Next week I'm not going to read this in advance. I'm just going to do this. All right.
Sarubad. It's all about courage. You're giving it away.
But yeah, it's been a blast as ever, mate.
Yeah, it's been fun.
It's been good fun.
Thank you guys for watching, and yeah, I'll see you Monday. So if you guys who tune in on Monday for the stream on TTG, and other than that, hopefully see you next Friday. But we'll confirm in the week. But it'll be cool.
Yeah.
See you later.
Take care, guys.